Section 67 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22, Spain and Spanish Italy under Philip III and IV, by Martin Hume, Part 1. After 45 years of wasting warfare against the Dutch Protestants, Spain had been forced by sheer exhaustion to accept the humiliating truce of 1609, by which for 12 years the principles upon which she had staked her position as a great power were to remain in abeyance. To all men unblinded by the spiritual pride that had dazzled Spaniards to their undoing, it was a confession that the nation was unequal to the mighty mission bequeathed to it by the emperor, that of imposing religious unity upon Christendom under the hegemony of the House of Habsburg. Misery and famine stalked unhindered through the land, whilst the luxurious and the idle squandered lavishly the national resources wrung by corruption from a ruined people. All classes but the poorest evaded their national obligations and sought to justify the hollow boost of boundless public wealth by endeavoring to live without work upon the private plunder of the state. The high hopes fostered in the first years of the reign by the golden showers of Lerma's prodigality had been succeeded by a cynical desire to enjoy the passing hour whilst it lasted, and to prolong it as much as possible by insisting more loudly than ever upon the invincible power of Spain and the inexhaustible wealth of her king. But for this determination of the court and the people as a whole to shut their eyes obstinately to facts and to treat the great task in which they had failed as being still incumbent upon them, a policy of retrenchment and close concentration of national effort upon domestic amelioration might yet have been adopted and have saved Spain from the slough of ruin into which she was sinking. But the spirit of pompous exaggeration and arrogance had entered into the heart of the nation, and exhausted though the country was, not a jot of the proud claims of old was abated. The king, who was really a foolish trifler, spending all his time in alternate prayer and pastime, was the greatest prince that the world ever saw, and Lerma, whose abilities hardly reached mediocrity, was adulated like a demigod. Each Castilian Cortes, as it met after the usual 3 years' interval, was told in the speech from the throne that supplies must be voted bountifully in order that the king might defend our holy Catholic faith and secure obedience to the Roman Church. And the deputies, bribed to a man with pensions, places, and grants, broke their self-denying oath, and in return for their personal aggrandizement, voted whatever they were asked, while their formal petitions for the relief of the suffering people were ignominiously rejected or contemptuously disregarded by the king. The expulsion of the Moriscos, though economically disastrous, raised to a higher pitch than ever the self-satisfied vanity of the majority of Spaniards, and a chorus of praise convinced Lerma and the king that they were heaven-sent statesmen in thus utilizing the first year of relief from foreign war afforded by the truce by pursuing Spain's sacred mission of Christian unification within the borders of the realm itself. While Spaniards were living in this fool's paradise and accepting the semblance for the reality of things, their rivals with clearer vision were preparing to challenge claims that appeared incapable of enforcement. Archduke Leopold of Austria, on behalf of the emperor, had, in August 1609, obtained possession by strategy of the fortress of Duleek. Henry IV had warned Archduke Albert, in Flanders, that any such aggression would be resented by him, but depending, as usual, upon ultimate support from Spain. The Emperor Rudolph disregarded the warning. The heroics of Lerma and the patent weakness of Spain, combined with this and other public and private sources of irritation, convinced Henry IV and Sully that the time had come for dealing a heavy blow for the liberation of religion in Europe from Habsburg dictation. The Hollanders were as ready as Henry to resent the Catholic occupation of Jeweled Cleves, and Protestant England sympathized with them. Charles Emmanuel, Duke of Savoy, that unquiet son-in-law of Philip II, chafed under the yoke of his Spanish kinsman, who had used him for the ends of Spain alone, and had cheated him out of the guerdon for which he had hoped in Italy. But for the puling Philip III, Charles Emmanuel's own son would have been heir to the Spanish crown, and bitter resentment filled the Savoyard's heart against those who had made him a mere catspaw of Spanish ambition. Probably the only Confederate who was really in earnest about fighting besides Henry himself was Charles Emmanuel, who hoped to grasp Lombardy with the title of king. But when the French forces stood ready to cross respectively the Rhine and the Pyrenees, and to help Savoy to sweep the Spaniards from Lombardy, the knife of Ravaillac changed the whole current of European history. May 15, 1610. There is no proof whatever that the mad fanatic who stabbed the King of France was paid or inspired by Spain, but his crime prevented what might have been the inevitable triumph of the cause of religious independence in Europe, and gave to the Spanish nation, whose corrupt and decadent condition we have reviewed, another half-century of fallacious importance in the councils of Europe. The second marriage of Henry IV with the daughter of the Tuscan house of Medici had been a triumph for the Catholic cause, and during the last weeks of the king's life, he and his wife had pursued opposite courses in their foreign policy. Inigo de Cardenas, the Spanish ambassador in France, who had arrogantly quarreled with Henry, and had dared to commit a severe assault on the Venetian ambassador before the king's eyes in Notre Dame itself, was in close relationship with Mary de' Medici, and was planning with her marriage of the Dauphin Louis with the daughter of Philip III. Whether Henry's permission for such an alliance would ever have been obtained is doubtful, though he is said to have smiled upon the idea once. But Ravaillac's deed solved all difficulties. The new Queen Regent, Mary de' Medici, had no sympathy with Protestants, and she had none of her husband's great ambitions. Spain, in her eyes, was still the overwhelming power in Christendom, and she was about to gather around her tricky Italians in Spanish pay instead of the sagacious Sully and the experienced Janine. To her, an alliance with Spain, secured by a double marriage, seemed to offer safety for her son's throne, which was naturally all she cared for, while to Philip it promised relief from French opposition in Italy. In the circumstances, therefore, there was no difficulty in arranging a marriage between Louis XIII and Philip's elder daughter, Dona Anna, a backward, delicate girl of 11, and another between the heir of Spain, Philip, Prince of Asturias, whose age was 7, and Elizabeth of Bourbon, the daughter of Henry IV. Many members of Philip's council, with traditional arrogance, thought a union with children of the ex-Huguenot king beneath the dignity of Spain. But Savoy was still in arms to attack Lombardy, and when the marriage treaties were baited with a pledge that neither France nor Spain should ever again ally with the house of the turbulent Duke, Philip's and Lerma's hesitation was overcome, and with a prodigality of splendor matching the reputed, rather than the real, wealth of Spain, the marriage treaty was ratified by the Duke of Mayenne in Madrid in August 1612. A close friendship between France and Spain always brought uneasiness to England, and directly after Henry IV's death, when the Franco-Spanish marriages were known to be in contemplation, James I instructed Digby to offer Henry, Prince of Wales, as a husband for the Infanta Anna. The suggestion was coldly declined by Lerma. A little later, James tried his hand again, and begged Philip's second daughter, Maria, for his son, with a similar result, since the Prince of Wales would not openly accept the Catholic faith. Lerma and Philip thus once again found themselves courted and desired by both England and France, and the old dreams of universal Spanish predominance were revived. The truce with Holland brought to the Spaniards freedom from the depredations of their enemies upon the ocean, and the trade of Spain began somewhat to revive. The Barbarian Turkish corsairs that thronged the Mediterranean were checked by the Spanish galleys from Sicily, and the coast of Spain, now freed from the Morisco abettors of the pirates, gained in security and prosperity. For the first time for many years, the suffering country seemed able to enjoy some degree of material comfort, though still burdened with the war in Italy provoked by the seizure of Montferrat by Savoy, 1613. Charles Emmanuel was at that period the firebrand that threatened to consume the whole edifice of Spain's newborn condition of relief. Now with vain submission, now with insolent defiance, he kept his kinsman Philip disturbed and suspicious, both with Spanish officers and with foreign powers. On the occasion of the death of his son-in-law, Francis IV, Duke of Mantua and Montferrat, he had taken possession of the latter duchy, having been promised aid by Spain's persistent enemy, the Republic of Venice. He was soon forced to evacuate Montferrat, but he now, calling himself the liberator of Italy, invaded Lombardy, and was, in 1615, thoroughly beaten by the Spanish viceroy, the Marquis de Hinojosa. But though overpowered, Charles Emmanuel was more than a match for Hinojosa, and cajoled the latter into a treaty of peace, guaranteed by France at the instigation of Venice. In Madrid, this peace, which in effect left Charles Emmanuel in possession of Asti and other conquered places, was at once repudiated by Philip's government, and Hinojosa was replaced as Viceroy of Milan by Don Pedro de Toledo, with orders to crush the Duke at any cost, protected and aided on the French side by the Huguenot Marshal Lesseguers. Even against the orders of Mary de' Medici, Savoy managed to hold out month after month, but at length Don Pedro struck him a crippling blow at Vercelli, and in 1617 a peace was hastily patched up at Pavia, by which the conquests on each side would be given up, and Montferrat restored to Francis's brother, Ferdinand, Duke of Mantua. This lingering little war, of scant importance in itself, is mentioned here in some detail, not for its own sake, but because it resulted in an extraordinary intrigue which moved Spain profoundly, and to which reference will be made later. Thanks to the policy of Mary de' Medici and the timorous character of James I, now dominated by Diego Sarmiento de Acuna, afterwards Count Gondomar, Spain during these few years bulked in the eyes of foreign nations almost as imposingly as in the days of her real power. Though the canker of corruption was eating ever deeper into the heart of the nation, the king was content with the bare shadow of sovereignty. Lerma in the woods are king was a common saying of the time, for when Philip was not hunting or dancing, he was in ecstasies of self-abasing devotion, and Lerma, with his almost equally powerful lieutenant, Rodrigo Calderon, Marquis de Siete Iglesias, governed the country with none to say them nay. The Queen, Margaret of Austria, died in childbirth in 1611, and though Philip is said to be heartbroken at his loss, he was kept so busy hunting on Lerma's estate that he could not afford time even to attend his wife's funeral. He was still a young man, but his health was already failing, and his bouts of gaiety were more frequently than before interrupted by spells of gloomy religious apprehension. His father and grandfather had insistently wrung from one pope after another independent royal control over the temporalities of the Spanish Church. Philip's demands from the pontiffs were of a different description. the beatification of saintly Spaniards, the enforcement of the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, the gift of holy relics, and for himself, at the age of 34, a pledge that in the year of his death, every altar throughout the world at which Mass was said for his soul should be specially privileged, he promising on his part that for the rest of his life, with God's help, he would never again commit mortal sin. Such a king Lerma well might rule by dexterous flattery and fear, for Philip had no idea of the value of money or the merest elements of the science of government, and Lerma made things comfortable for him. But there were others who were not so easily managed. The whole tendency of society was to partake, with as little labor as possible, of the golden shower which was supposed to fall from the inexhaustible reservoirs of the state. How the money was obtained or who worked for it, those who enjoyed it never knew nor cared. The king was the richest monarch in the world, and those who so constantly reiterated this statement proved it, not by the figures of his actual receipts, but by the amount of money which he was reputed to spend. The vast amounts supposed to be received were indeed, to a large extent, intercepted by corrupt officials. The revenues from nearly all sources were pledged 2 or 3 years deep to Genoese or German usurers at extortionate interest, and for years Lerma had to depend for ready money mainly upon the sales of grants from the crown lands. While the noble class remained exempt from regular taxation, the revenue was thus progressively depleted, and owing to the constant enrichment of monastic institutions by grants and legacies of land, tied up thenceforth in perpetual mortmain and exempt from national burdens, vast tracts of land all over Spain, besides being deprived of the incentive of private ownership, were condemned to unproductiveness or careless cultivation. The direct tax, or rather tribute, voted triennially by the Cortes of Castile, remained at the moderate figure of 400,000 ducats a year. But the constant new needs were met by progressive increase of the alcabalas and millions, or excise upon food. The former impost, which had been originally a 10% tax upon every sale effected, was gradually forced up during the next reign to an equivalent of 14%, and the millions, excise, grew from 2 million ducats a year to nearly 3 million. No possible system of taxation could be devised more destructive to industry of all sorts than this. The cost of living was increased by the millions, while the alcabala, together with the local and provisional octroi and tolls, practically confined the sale of commodities to the place of production. 10 years before the period now under review, 1614 to 20, the Venetian ambassador in Spain had reported that, seeing the state at which affairs have arrived, the increasing discontent of subjects caused by bad government, the servitude in which the king lives, the intolerable burden of taxes, and other reasons indicate that if this system continues, it will produce the effects usual in such cases, with greater detriment to the king than either France or Italy could inflict upon him. The national resources had somewhat increased since Contarini thus wrote, but the locusts that battered upon them had grown to a far greater extent. Every functionary, from Lerma downward, was surrounded by a swarm of parasites and hangers-on of parasites, down to the ragged mendicants who lived in lonesome plenty upon the perquisites of a procurer's scullions. Intrigue and envy were inevitable in such a court as this. When Lerma had centered in himself and his relatives and dependents patronage, honors, and plunder almost beyond compute, and had even obtained formal grants of money for himself from the Cortes of Catalonia and Valencia, it is not surprising that those who were outside the circle of his bounty should have cast jealous eyes upon the wealth they could not reach. Lerma's old friend, Rodrigo Calderon, was the first to be attacked, for he was an upstart and had no great family behind him. The friars surrounding the queen had made the first move some years before, and this was soon seconded by the king's confessor. But Calderon, insolent and obnoxious as he was not the quarry they really aimed at. He held his own for a long time, by the aid of Lerma, but at last was accused of having killed a man. It was a small thing indeed for which to bring a proud favorite low, but the churchman made the most of it to Philip in his morbid moods, and Calderon was first dismissed and afterwards imprisoned. The stories of his tremendous booty ran from mouth to mouth, ever increasing, and as the conspirators intended, people began to ask, if the servant had plundered all this treasure from the king, what had the master stolen? Lerma had kept his son, the Duke of Uceda, near him at court, believing that he, at all events, would be faithful to his father. Uceda was young, good-looking, and plausible, without either scruples or ability, but he was served by a young noble of far greater talent and boundless ambition, who had his private grudge against Philip's present advisers. This was Gaspar de Guzman, Count of Olivares, whose father had been the trusted ambassador and counselor of Philip II. Guzman's claims to a grandeeship had been rejected, and he had carefully laid his plans to capture for himself the supreme position in the state, whoever might have to fall. Uceda's greed and vanity had been worked upon, and when the blow fell on Rodrigo Calderon, Lerma recognized that his own son and heir was foremost among those who were whispering to the king distrust of Calderon's patron. Lerma's sway had been so absolute and so enduring that he hardly took the cabal against him seriously at first, but he found the king colder and more distant day by day, though he feigned not to notice it. When it was too late, he took his ungrateful son to task and warned him that ruin for them all lay in the course he was pursuing. The Count de Lemos, his clever son-in-law, was brought in to counteract the treachery of Uceda. But when he, in his turn, indignant at the coolness of Philip towards Lerma and himself, remonstrated with the king for his treatment of his old minister, Philip dryly told him he might retire when he pleased. Lerma dreamed for a time of gaining the goodwill of the young prince of Asturias, but Olivares was taking care to besiege and capture the heart of the boy, and the heir of Spain pouted and sulked when his father's falling favorite came before him. Father Aliagra, the king's confessor, a former creature of Lerma, threw the weight of his influence on the side of Uceda, and all the friars and nuns who molded Philip's thoughts followed his example. When Calderon had been finally imprisoned and ruined, Lerma understood that the forces, clerical and lay, against him were too strong to be withstood, and his last throw was to obtain for himself from the Pope, Paul V, a cardinal's hat, which might place him in a superior ecclesiastical position to his opponents. The clever move at least enabled him to keep intact his vast fortune, 44 million ducats in grants alone. It was said, in the summer of 1618, while the court was at the Escorial, a message was taken to him by the prior, to the effect that he might go to Lerma or Valladolid, or whithersoever he pleased, but was to see the king no more. His rule over Spain, which had been absolute for 20 years, had, from sheer ineptitude and pride, led the nation down the rapidly increasing slope, upon the brink of which it had stood at the death of Philip II. And when Lerma fell from power, it was not to give place to a successor of sounder views and clearer judgment, but to enable a fresh crew of spoilers, led by his own undutiful son, to complete the ruin which he had begun. Lerma's disastrous errors of policy had been mainly fiscal and economical, but the fallacious pretense of wealth and power maintained by him had enabled Spain to secure the French marriage treaties and alliance, and to command the subservience of James I of England. The great triumph of Lerma's administration was the pompous exchange on the frontier of the two young brides who were to cement the national union. The immaturity of the Infanta Anna had delayed the ceremony from 1613, when it had been due, until late in 1615, and the poverty of the country was forgotten when the splendid train of Philip III, with all his children in court, slowly traveled over the rough roads of Castile to Burgos, where the marriages were performed by proxy on October 18th. Lerma's own expenditure on the journey was stated to have reached 400,000 ducats, though he fell ill and remained at Bribiesca, not far beyond Burgos, Usita representing him for the rest of the ceremonial. The exchange of brides took place on the river between Fuenterrabia and Irun on November 9th. Impressed as the spectators were by the solemn stateliness of the occasion, none could foresee the momentous effects upon both countries and upon civilization at large of these two marriages. Anne of Austria had, it is true, renounced by deed on the day before her wedding all future claims for herself and her French descendants to the Spanish succession. But the accession of her grandson to her ancestor's throne 85 years later plunged all Europe into prolonged war, revolutionized the political divisions of the continent, and gave to Spain its long-lived Bourbon dynasty. While Anna made her way to the capital of her husband's realm, where her agitated life was to be passed, the beautiful young Elizabeth of Bourbon was carried through the wet alleys of Guipúzcoa and the bleak plains beyond to Burgos, where her 10-year-old betrothed awaited her coming. On December 19, 1615, she made her state entrance into Madrid, riding from the convent of San Geronimo, past Lerma's palace and gardens at the corner of the Pardo, through the Carrera de San Geronimo, the Puerta del Sol, and the Calle Mayor. The black-eyed princess in her crimson satin and diamonds and her great fluted ruff charmed the Madrileños with her ready smiles and perfect self-control. But the sight of the streets through which she passed must have presented to her a sad contrast with those of Paris that she had left. Lerma had erected a splendid triumphal arch at the corner of his domain, and the municipality had done the same at the town hall. The streets for a mile were hung with rich tapestries. There were fountains and statues, pyramids of flowers and allegorical devices at every corner, and the palaces of the nobles vied with the churches in their adornments. Yet most of the houses behind the finery were squalid and gloomy. The roadways were rough and broken, and in their usual condition, indescribably filthy. The few windows that looked upon the streets were strongly barred, like those of prisons, and the frowning fronts of the houses, unhidden by the hangings, were neglected and ruinous. Since the conclusion of the truce, Lerma had made some attempt to improve the appearance of the capital and to reform its government. But the municipality, notwithstanding its exemptions and privileges, was itself bankrupt, with all its revenues deeply pledged to usurers, and crime, vagrancy, and mendicancy defied all efforts to diminish them. The misery and scarcity were so great in the very year when all this costly ceremonial was enacted that in despair of earthly aid, the Virgin of Atocha was carried with regal state through the streets and her intercession implored to save the city from utter destruction by famine, whilst the money that might have fed the starving citizens was being squandered by Philip in profitless festivities and in the building of one more huge convent, that of the Encarnacion, to swell the already ruinous number of such foundations in Madrid. With the central government so weak and corrupt as this, with responsibility thus evaded by all authority, it was natural that the great personages who, either by expenditure of vast sums of money or by favor, obtained one of the 20 viceroyalties in the gift of the crown, should during the period of this office, usually 3 years, followed their own courses with but little control from Madrid. It had always been an axiom of the House of Habsburg that a great Spanish noble might not safely be employed in important central administrative offices at home, and that as far as possible they should either hold ceremonial posts about the person of the king, or else be employed abroad. Philip III had been the first conspicuously to break through this rule by the favor he extended to Lerma, with the unhappy results we have seen. But the minister himself had preserved the tradition as much as he could, and had taken care that the more powerful and active of the members of the old aristocracy were kept as far from the center as possible, governing and plundering the king's possessions abroad. The lame peace effected with the Duke of Savoy at Pavia in 1617, leaving, as it did, the ambitious duke unpunished for his insolence, had caused the deepest indignation in the proud, impatient Spanish satraps who lorded it over Italy. Pedro Gion, Duke of Osuna, was the most arrogant of them all, had during his viceroyalty of Sicily, which, thanks to the enormous bribes sent by him to Lerma and Uceda, he had exchanged for that of Naples in 1616, shown extraordinary activity with his galleys from Messina in harrying the Moslem pirates and raiding their African strongholds. When the merchant Republic of Venice, always the covert enemy of Spain, and frequently the friend of the Turk, sided with Savoy, he swore to cripple the seigneury, so as to make it harmless in the future. He had sent from Naples a strong force to aid that employed from Milan against Savoy, and during the war he had not only covered the Adriatic with his galleys, but had obliged the Venetians to abandon Istria, and to recall their land forces from aiding Charles Emmanuel. Venice and Spain were not nominally at war, but that mattered little. Philip III himself encouraged Osuna to damage Venice all he could without letting anyone know that you were doing it with my knowledge, and making believe that you were acting without orders. December 1616. When the peace was signed early in 1617, Osuna, who aspired to play the part of a dictator in Italy, was openly scornful of such a conclusion to a war in which Spain had been to some extent successful. Nor was the viceroy of Milan, Pedro de Toledo, Marquis of Francavilla, who had been obliged to sign the peace for want of resources from Spain, better pleased than his colleague, and from the first day he practically repudiated the conditions to which he had been one of the contracting parties. With two such magnates, both possessing great armed forces and both swayed by the proud traditions of universal Spanish predominance, continued tranquility in Italy was not to be expected. No sooner had the peace with Savoy been arranged than Osuna approached the Pope, by means of inseparable factotum, Quiveda, and attempted to gain the aid of Rome, ostensibly against the Turk, but really against the Venetian seigneury. Paul V was not an admirer of Osuna, with whom he had had many disputes in the past, and he refused to be drawn into what he feared looked like a piratical adventure. But, fortified by the secret knowledge and approval of his king, Osuna raised his own flag on a fine fleet of galleys, and in pretended defiance of his sovereign's orders, attacked the Venetians off Garvosa, and inflicted tremendous damages upon them. The fact that Osuna's personal flag was that under which the battle was fought was afterwards adduced as evidence of his desire to attain an independent sovereignty. Whatever may have been the case later, it is certain that both Philip and Lerma knew and approved of this action of the viceroy. The seigneury were indignant at the outrage, and loudly protested at Madrid that Osuna must be disavowed, whilst in Italy itself all the native enemies of Spanish pride were burning with rage. The outcry was so great, swelled by the enemies of Lerma at home and the foes of Spain abroad, that even Osuna began to fear the consequences and sent Quevedo to plead his case in Madrid by showing how necessary it was at any cost to frustrate the secret intrigues of Venice against Spain. Yacida was bribed enormously, and every officer through whom the matter passed was paid, including the king's confessor Aliaga, and even Philip himself, with the result that the action of the viceroy, illegal as it seemed, was approved. This was in October 1617, and thenceforward both Osuna and Toledo, cooperating by land and sea, grew in boldness, harrying the Venetians, plundering their traffic, raiding their islands, and demonstrating to the world that the boasted power of the Republic was illusory. The Spanish ambassador in Venice was a man of their own class, Alonso de Cueva, Marquis of Bedmar, who, from inside the city of St. Mark, cooperated with the viceroys and reported the effects of their action. The seigneury could get no redress from Madrid, though Philip and Yacida now openly repudiated their viceroy's proceedings. The Venetians had proved unable to punish Osuna themselves, and some course had to be taken by which the viceroy might be suppressed, or the Republic would suffer irreparably. Whether the conspiracy denounced by the seigneury as having for its object the treacherous seizure of Venice by Osuna, with the connivance of Toledo and Bedmar, was true or an invention has always been a subject for dispute among historians. What actually happened was that in June 1618, Quevedo was sent by Osuna in disguise to Venice for some mysterious purpose. Suddenly, the Council of Ten decreed the wholesale execution, by hanging and drowning, of many foreigners in its service, on the accusation of complicity in a Spanish plot to destroy the Republic, and Quevedo, with difficulty, escaped in the garb of a beggar from the assassins in wait for him. All the world was told by indignant Venice that Osuna, Toledo, and Bedmar had engaged the French corsairs and other foreign mercenaries in Venice to sack the city and overturn the government, and the punishment of Osuna for treason was violently demanded of Philip's government. Spanish writers usually contend that the entire conspiracy was an invention of the Venetians, and Quevedo's great literary skill aids them in their contention. Rank and Daru have imagined an explanation that still finds supporters, to the effect that Osuna had really been in league with Venice to proclaim himself independent sovereign of Naples, and that, finding the viceroy's plot frustrated, the seigneury, with the double object of facing its own complicity and finally ruining Osuna, denounced the supposed conspiracy. The theory seems untenable, for if any such plot against his own sovereign had been hatched by Osuna, with the knowledge of the seigneury, he might have been effectually destroyed at any time by the mere denunciation of it, without the elaborate pretense of a conspiracy against Venice. Weighing the whole of the circumstances with much additional evidence that has of late become available, it is impossible to avoid the conclusion that a conspiracy did exist to surprise and pillage Venice, and that Osuna was a leading spirit in the plot. But the elaborate trial of the viceroy in Spain, when his protectors had fallen, furnished no convincing evidence that he had any intention at this time of making himself an independent sovereign. Bedmar was withdrawn from Venice, but the complaints of the seigneury had for the time no other effect in Madrid. The palace intrigues by which Lerma was disgraced, however, led those courtiers who had not been bribed from Naples to keep alive the irritation against Osuna. Deputations of the nobles and clergy of Naples came to complain of his harshness, his pride, and his immorality, and to whisper doubts of his loyalty. Osuna himself saw that the coming men in Spain would oust him from his place, perhaps ruin him, and there is no doubt that in 1619 he did suggest both to the Venetian agent in Naples and to Marshal Ledegers in Provence a plan by which he might rule Naples independently of the weak and wasteful overlordship of Spain. Such a secret could not be kept long, and suddenly in 1620 the blow fell, and the great viceroy was summoned to Madrid, soon to answer to a new sovereign and a new favorite, whom he had not bribed the accusations of treason brought against him, and subsequently to die miserably in prison, with his crime unproved. The loss of his second self, Lerma, deprived Philip of his one stay. Uceda was weak and useless in council, and the true state of affairs in the country which the fallen minister had so scrupulously hidden from the king for so many years, was now brought home to him with double poignancy by the ineptitude of his present advisers. The knowledge overwhelmed him, for he was nerveless and incapable, and his long spells of gloomy despair were but rarely now relieved by the frivolities in which he formerly delighted. Ill and failing as he felt himself to be, he prayed the Council of Castile to tell him promptly the whole truth about the miseries of his people, and to suggest remedies for them. The report which reached him in February 1619 finally opened his eyes, now that it was too late, to the appalling results of his rule. "Your realm," he was told, "is being totally ruined and destroyed, owing to the excessive burdens, taxes, and imposts, which compel your subjects to abandon their families and their homes to escape death from starvation." The cause alleged was but a partial one. It was, as the more clear-sighted observers were even then beginning to see, not so much the amount of the impost as the oppression, corruption, and unjust incidents of them that had ruined Spain. And the remedies proposed by Philip's council were hardly more thoroughgoing than the reasons alleged for the evil. "Fewer grants and honors should be given," said the council, "and those already granted should be revoked. Make the nobles, now squandering their lives and money at court, go and farm their lands, and let the church dignitaries reside in their own preferments. Compel people to dress and live modestly and plainly, and let the king and his court set the example. Stop the foundation of fresh religious houses and the tying up of land in perpetual mortmain. And finally, the only suggestion that really touched the root of the evil, since agriculturalists are the sinew and support of the state, let them not be hampered, vexed, and obstructed in the sale and circulation of their produce, but let them have every privilege possible to encourage and help them." The wretched king knew the truth now, for the first time, but he knew also that his life was ebbing, and for the future he could only hope and pray that his son might do better than he had done for his suffering people. Against the advice of most of his counselors, he was persuaded by those few who sought only to distract him, to make a royal progress to Portugal, with all the old lavish splendor to witness the oath of the Portuguese Cortes, to young Philip as heir to the thrones. The journey lasted for many months, and in the feasting and ceremonies, all the good intentions were forgotten. End of section 67. Section 68 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22. Spain and Spanish Italy under Philip III and IV, by Martin Hume, Part 2. On the king's return, he found himself again involved in wars in Germany, in Bohemia, and in the Valtoline. All of them were wars in which Spain had no direct interest, except to aid everywhere the suppression of religious dissent. As Philip III had begun, so he ended, upholding still the arrogant, impossible claim of desolated, ruined Castile to dictate to all the world the faith it should obey. In the first months of 1621, he fell gravely ill in Madrid. His life, according to his scanty lights, had been a good one. His devotion since his childhood had been blighting in its intensity. His charities had been extravagant. His submission and meekness to ecclesiastics had at times bordered upon the ridiculous, and his chastity had reached fanaticism. But withal, now that he felt death approaching him, his fear and remorse were terrible to behold. From the depth of despair he passed to ecstasies of trust in the efficacy of the Church to save him. All around his bed were relics of dead saints and images to which he addressed his frantic appeals. Solemn religious offices went on unceasingly before his eyes, and for many days he anticipated his momentary death, notwithstanding the assurance of his physicians that it was not so near as he thought. He bade farewell to his children more than once, and distributed amongst them relics and sacred images, warning his heir to keep the rough crucifix which his father's dead hand would grasp, to serve a similar sad office when the new king's dead hour should come. In an agony of remorse, he prayed continually for mercy and deplored the unhappy results of his 22 years' rule. But when he died at last on March 31st, 1621, a cry of grief went up from all his people at the loss of the saintly sovereign, who, they said, had served his faith so well, had battled against heresy throughout the world, had founded convents without number, had expelled all the Spaniards in whose veins ran Mohammedan blood, and had caused the canonization of more Spanish saints than any king before him. The people knew that the land was desolate, that the workshops were empty, the looms idle, and a whole nation sunk into pretentious sloth. But they did not know that the qualities which they most revered in their monarch had been the main cause of their ruin. That knowledge, like the king's repentance, came too late to work a remedy. 4/5 of his will are occupied by pious exhortations to his successor and legacies for religious purposes. But with all this saintly parade, he followed the example of his ancestress Isabel, the Catholic, and ordered that his grants from the royal domains, mostly made in return for hard payment, should be held void. Lerma's warning to his undutiful son was fulfilled in a shorter time than even he could have expected it. You see, his friend Gaspar de Guzman, when once he had made his position secure in the young prince's household, left no room for doubt as to his ambitious projects for himself. One after the other, the servile courtiers were given to understand that they must serve him if they hoped for future advancement, and the prince, who at first found his new governor too masterly to please him, was initiated into licentious pleasures before his time, in order that he might be made plastic in the hands of his initiator. When it was already too late, Ucida endeavored to get rid of Guzman, now Count of Olivares, by offering him the great post of ambassador in Rome. But Olivares aimed at a higher rank and refused to leave young Philip's side. Ucida was with Philip III at the last, and had bethought him of summoning to his aid the Cardinal Duke of Lerma, to influence with his experience and authority the last dispositions of the king. But Philip III was dying, and Olivares held in his hand the will of the real king of Spain, the pale tow-haired boy with the great hanging underlip, who was waiting with unconcealed impatience for his father's last breath. And Olivares, in the prince's name, peremptorily forbade Lerma's approach. It was the first of many blows which fell in rapid succession upon all those who had enjoyed power and office in the last reign. Even as Philip III had done when his father had died, so did Philip IV, as soon as the corpse of his father, clad in the garb of a Franciscan monk, was borne out of the Alcazar on the cliff and over the dreary plains to the Escorial. Olivares had on several occasions during the last days of Philip III feigned a desire to abandon his office and retire to Andalusia, but he knew his young master well. The prince implored him to stay, and promised to place him entirely in his hands. "How goes it in the prince's apartment?" asked Uceda of Olivares, as the king lay dying. "All is mine," replied the count. "All?" exclaimed Uceda. "Yes, everything without exception," retorted Olivares, "for the prince overrates me in all things but my desire to serve him." It was Uceda's notice to quit, and before the expiration of the new king's 9 days' retirement to San Geronimo for mourning, a clean sweep was made of the men who, under Philip III, had brought Spain to the dire pass in which she found herself. Orders were given that every minister of Spain since 1603 was to give a strict account of all his property, and how he came by it. Lerma himself was not spared, though he fought stoutly but unsuccessfully for his vast possessions. Calderon, in his prison, when he heard the passing bell for the dead king, cried, "The king is dead, and so am I," and soon his head fell under the axe in the great square of Madrid. The Duke of Osuna, the viceroy who had ruled Naples with so high a hand, was lodged in prison and persecuted till his stout heart broke. Uceda met with a similar fate, and all the clan of Sandoval and Rojas were trampled under the heels of Guzmans and Zunigas. The state of things with which the new sovereign had to deal was pitiable in the extreme, and there is no doubt that, so far as their lights extended, both the boy king and a strong-willed minister sincerely wished to reform the abuses, the results of which were patent to everyone. Young Philip himself was good-hearted, as his father had been, but far more sensual in his tastes and less devout in his habits. As years went on, and he gained experience, he deliberately assumed in public the stolid gravity and marble impassivity which he thought befitted the monarchy of Spain. But in his youth, and in the society of his favorites, he was gay and witty. His ability was far greater than that of his father had been, and his delight in books, music, poetry, the drama, and above all, pictures, made him the greatest patron of the authors and artists of Spain's golden age. But idleness marred all his talents, and the mad lust of pleasure, which he was powerless to resist, kept him, as his father had been kept, nearly all his life, in the leading strings of favorites. The man to whom on the first day of his reign he handed his conscience, Gaspar de Guzman, Count of Olivares, and first Duke of Sanlúcar, was 20 years his senior. An indefatigable worker, with an ambition as voracious as his industry, Olivares was the exact opposite of the idle, courtly, and conciliatory Lerma. His greed was not personal, as Lerma's had been, though his love of power led him to absorb as many great offices as his predecessor had appropriated. He was arrogant and impatient, violent in his rage if opposed, and careless of all considerations but those which served his ends. Able as he undoubtedly was, he appraised his ability too highly and contemned all opinions but his own. And his attitude towards foreign powers would only have been warrantable at the time when the Spanish power was irresistible. From an economic point of view, Olivares was not much wiser than his Spanish predecessors, but his conception of the political unity of Spain as the thing primarily needful was sage and statesmanlike, though premature, and upon this rock he was wrecked. The portraits of him, by Velasquez, enable us to see the man as he lived, as he stands, dark, stern, and masterful, with his heavy shoulders bowed, seemingly by the weight of his ponderous head, with its fierce, black, sunken eyes. We know that this man would dominate or die. He was the first horseman in Spain, and he treated men as he treated his fiery big-boned chargers, taming them to obedience by force of will and tireless persistence. Such was the man who led Spain during the crucial struggle which decided not only whether France or Spain should prevail politically on the continent, but whether Spanish or French influence should in future predominate in the artistic, literary, and social development of Europe. In that great contest, Spain lost not so much because Olivares was inferior to Richelieu, as by reason of the inflexible traditions that hampered Spanish action at home and abroad, and pitted a decentralized country where productive industry had been killed and the sources of revenue destroyed, against a homogeneous nation in which active work was being fostered and whose resources were being placed at the command of the central authority. Olivares was clever enough to place in the nominal post of chief adviser of the crown his uncle Don Baldassar Zuninga, an experienced and able diplomatist who until his death a year after the accession attended to political affairs, while Olivares was fastening his hold upon all those who surrounded the king. Before Philip was out of bed, his minister was always the first to enter his room. He drew the curtains, opened the window, and then, on his knees by the bedside, rehearsed the business of the coming day. Every garment that the king put on passed first through the hands of Olivares, who stood by whilst Philip dressed. After the monarch's midday meal, Olivares entertained him with chat, and late in the evening before the king retired, his minister attended to give him an account of the dispatches received and to consult him as to the answers. Philip's natural idleness led him to shirk as much of the work as possible, and jealous observers, who called the minister the king's scarecrow, sneered that Olivares purposely appeared before the king with his hatband stuck full of state documents, and with great bundles of paper under his arm and hung from his waistband. After a short time, the king merely glanced at the papers presented to him and affixed the signature Yo el Rey with a hand stamp to save himself trouble. The imputation of Olivares's enemies that the minister's activity was the cause of the monarch's indolence appears unjust in view of the original papers still extant, in which Philip is employed by Olivares to attend to business and decide matters for himself. In 1626, a most emphatic appeal was made to this effect. Since the beginning of the reign, Olivares says he had never ceased to urge that patriotism, duty, the happiness of the country, and the future of Spain all demand that the king should not evade the labors of his position. But lately, he continues, affairs are growing worse than ever, and his conscience will not allow him to remain silent. And if the king will not put his shoulder to the wheel, the writer will bear the responsibility no longer, but will leave Madrid, whatever the consequences. Nothing can exceed the force, not to say the violence, of this appeal to the young king, to do his duty to his subjects, and if Philip eventually disregarded it, he, and not Olivares, should be blamed. The king was well-meaning, however, and desired to do right, though his will was weak. His answer to the exhortation of his minister, here printed for the first time, may be transcribed in full. Count, I have resolved to do as you ask me, for God's sake, my own and yours. No action of yours towards me can be presumptuous, and knowing, as I do, your zeal and love, I will do it, Count, and I return to you the paper with this answer on it, that you may make it an heirloom, and that your descendants may know how their monarchs ought to be addressed and what an ancestor they had. I should like to leave such a paper in my archives that my children, if God send me any, may learn, and other monarchs too, how to prevail in matters of right and justice. I, the king. It is evident in any case that Philip began his reign by casting upon Olivares the whole weight of government, and that, especially after Zuniga's death, the policy adopted was the minister's alone. The position of the country was one that might have appalled the boldest, and the best summary of it is that addressed by the king himself 5 years later to his council. This striking manuscript, to which reference will be made again, and which has not hitherto been printed, sets forth in the king's own words how Spain stood in 1621. The finances were so utterly exhausted, in addition to the terrible debts incurred by Philip II, that every resource was anticipated for several years to come. My patrimony was so distressed that in my father's time alone, grants and voluntary gifts had swallowed up 97 million ducats, without calculating what had been given in 4 or 5 of the principal Spanish kingdoms, from which returns have not yet been made. The currency had been raised to 3 times its face value, a thing never seen in any nation before, which threatened us with utter isolation and ruin, but for God's help. Ecclesiastical affairs were in such disorder that we were told from Rome that innumerable dispositions for simony had been obtained for bishoprics and archbishoprics, besides an enormous number for prebends. As for affairs of justice, they were in such a state that on the very first day of my reign, I was obliged to make the demonstration you will recall. The state itself was so degraded that the king, my father, had been forced to negotiate with the Hollanders as if they had been an independent sovereign state, over which he had no claims, which confession was made, although not a single minister was in favor of it. Although the king rejected it in his answers to the consultas sent to him on the subject, and my uncle the Archduke also repudiated it, and likewise all authorities both here and in Flanders. I found myself with only 7 ocean ships and a maritime war on my hands, India lost to me, and America on the point of being lost. The truce in Flanders was within 3 months of its expiration, and in the 12 years' truce my subjects had lost their knowledge of war, and what is worse, their prestige. I found German affairs in such a condition that nothing less than a miracle seemed capable of avoiding utter ruin in that direction. The marriage of the Prince of Wales with my sister was so far advanced that it looked impossible to evade it without a great war. Portugal was discontented with the viceroy, and the rest of the monarchy was ill-ruled or not ruled at all. Roman affairs were totally ruined. We were in a state of war with Venice, and the realm of Naples was bordering upon a popular revolt, with the coinage completely debased. This was the sad condition in which I found my country on my accession, from no fault of the king my father, or of his predecessors, as all the world knows, but because God Almighty decreed that it should be so, and I myself experience this every day. For no matter how adequate may be the remedies I adopt, our sins suffice to condemn all our affairs to the most miserable state imaginable. The sad condition thus disclosed might have been ameliorated, as some unofficial observers urged, by setting the idle people to work upon the land again, and by the encouragement of lost industries. But no measure would have permanently arrested the decadence short of an entire reform of the fiscal incidence and administration, and a rigid concentration of national resources on the purposes of Spain itself. As we have seen from the king's words, however, there was no inclination to abate the old claims or to limit the old arrogance, and the measures adopted by Oliveras were mainly palliative rather than remedial. The expenditure of the palace was cut down to a minimum. The corrupt officials of the past reign were forced to disgorge their plunder, and nothing but titles and other empty honors given to those whose services called for reward. Philip afterwards boasted that in the first 5 years of his reign, he had made fewer grants than any of his predecessors had in 6 months, and that he had spent hardly anything upon himself. But there was apparently no thought of economy where it was most needed, namely, by the avoidance of war abroad. In the Cortes of Castile, met by Philip a few months after his father's death, he set forth to the deputies that the very first of his obligations as Spanish sovereign was, with holy zeal befitting so Catholic a prince, to attend to the defense and exaltation of our holy Catholic faith. He states as if no doubt about it were possible, that it had been the duty of his father and now was his, to aid the emperor to suppress rebellion, to expel the Prince Palatine from Bohemia, to fight the Hollanders again, now that the truce was ended, as well as to defend everywhere our sacred Catholic faith and the authority of the Holy See. With such views as these, repeated again and again to succeeding Cortes, it was inevitable that the national expenditure should continue ruinously out of proportion to the revenues of the country, at this time admitted to be not more than 8 million ducats available from all sources, of which, the Cortes was told, no less than 3 millions had to be sent yearly to Flanders. The folly of this persistence in traditional aims, which had long ago been proved unattainable, and of which indeed the importance, so far as Spain's national interests were concerned, had disappeared, is the more evident when the entirely changed position of foreign politics is considered. The Queen Mother of France, with her strong Spanish Catholic sympathies and her Italian methods, had been swept from power by a coalition of French parties, and a civil war was raging in France, which might end in a Huguenot domination. The relations between Spain and the governing authorities of France were still further embittered by the struggle in the Valtelline, and Philip III, seeing France drifting away from him, had for 2 years before his death been in close negotiation with James I of England for the marriage of his daughter with the Prince of Wales, James abasing himself to the utmost in order to weaken the already strained alliance between France and Spain. The more arrogant Philip, Gondomar, and Lerma were, the humbler grew the King of England, and though it is evident now that the Spaniards were never for a moment in earnest, their diplomacy disarmed James at a time when his active interference in favor of his son-in-law might have been disastrous to the House of Austria. From Philip IV's reference to the English match, quoted on the previous page, it is evident that he had no more intention of effecting it than his father had. But when Richelieu, in 1622, sought to heal civil discord in France by urging, at the first meeting of the council after the death of Luns, that the primary duty of all Frenchmen was to check the renewed pretensions of the House of Austria, and when even Mary de' Medici herself joined in the crusade against Spain, it became necessary for Philip and Olivares to smile, however falsely, upon the preferred English friendship. But when, late in 1622, James, proving impatient, asked for definite help to be sent to his son-in-law from Spain, Olivares haughtily scoffed at the very idea, and coolly put the marriage question aside as of no present importance. Buckingham in England had been heavily bribed by Gondomar, and was all impatience to carry through the prince's marriage. Blind to the insincerity of Spain in the negotiation, he started with young Charles on their harebrained journey to Spain, their almost unheralded appearance in Madrid in March 1623 threw Bristol into a panic, which subsequent events fully justified, and placed Philip and his minister in a most difficult position. The Spanish populace and clergy were furious at the idea of such a marriage. It is clear now, and was to many observers even then, that, while still advancing her old arrogant claims, Spain could never enter into a family alliance with the Protestant house, while, even if he had wished, the Prince of Wales would not have dared to change his faith at the bidding of Spain, and the idea of Buckingham outwitting in diplomacy Olivares and the Spanish council was ridiculous. Philip and his minister cleverly disarmed the visitors by a show of extreme cordiality. Madrid was made to look its best. The vast sums squandered in vain show ruined the town for many years, and all the sumptuary decrees enjoining sobriety in garb and living were suspended. The Infanta, who well knew that she was destined for the emperor and would never be the wife of Charles, was almost unapproachable, and played her part with reluctance. Buckingham's debonair manners shocked Olivarez, and the English favourite was almost openly insulted by the stately Spaniard. So long as festivities, cane tourneys, bullfights, and balls were to the fore, all went merrily. But as soon as either Buckingham or Bristol tried to come to close quarters with Olivarez, he made it clear that Spain would finally consent to the marriage only on quite impossible terms. To keep up appearances, a provisional treaty of betrothal was drawn up, and a pretense made that the alliance was effected. But when Charles took leave of his host in September, not all the extravagant presents and fine words on both sides could hide the fact that his voyage had been in vain, and that England had suffered the affront which her king's servility and Buckingham's foolishness had deserved. The ambitious project of Olivarez to revive the old dreams incited the Spanish people and their young king to renewed outbursts of pride and aroused the distrust of the French. Philip, as yet but a mere lad, was given the title of Philip the Great, and flattered with the idea that in him the vast dominion of Charles V might be revived. The Valtelline was still occupied by Spanish troops in spite of treaties. Spinola held in his grip the Lower Palatinate, and Bohemia had been crushed into obedience to the emperor. It was clearly time for France to check the swelling power, and Richelieu prepared to do it. England was attracted to his side, while yet the irritation caused by Charles's rebuff at Madrid was fresh, and Henrietta Maria became Queen of England. The Duke of Savoy, ever ready to strike for Lombardy, joined, and the Hollanders, now at war with Spain again, hailed with delight so powerful a coalition against their enemy. The war began with the invasion of the Valtelline by Richelieu, and together with Savoy, the French overran Montferrat and the Genoese territory. Italy in this war was, for the most part, stood on the side of Spain, for the papacy was strong and the faith was threatened. The fever of glory seized again upon the deluded Spaniards, and all thoughts of economy were thrown to the winds. Money in amounts previously unheard of was raised. Nobles, churchmen, and citizens were made to give freely of their substance, sometimes to their ruin. Ladies sold their jewels, and every device was used in order to obtain funds for the war. The result was on the whole favorable to Spanish arms, and a peace was arranged with France in January 1626, leaving England still at war with Spain, and the German and Flemish contest still going on. England, indeed, had been again outwitted, for the Palatinate, for which she had fought, was not restored, and the only effect of Lord Wimbledon's abortive attack upon Cadiz in 1625 was to deal a further blow to her prestige. Spain was also fortunate in the Low Countries, where Spinola captured Breda, in Germany thanks to the genius of Tilly, and in South America where the Hollanders were handsomely defeated at Guayaquil, while the Moorish pirates were humbled in the Mediterranean. Money, and ever more money, was needed for all this military activity. The economies effected by Olivarez enabled him to do much, and they, with other measures adopted, had aided Philip to rehabilitate his forces. But by 1626 these resources proved still insufficient, and Philip addressed a curious statement to his Council of Finance, of which the unpublished manuscript is still extant, giving an account of his pecuniary straits. When he comes to consider, he says, not only the amounts that his subjects have to pay, but the persecution and trouble that have to undergo from those who collect the revenue. He would rather beg from door to door, if he could, to make up the fresh funds he needs, than ask his subjects for them. The council are harshly taken to task for their lack of invention, in not finding some way of providing the funds required for the wars. Grief is in my soul to see these good subjects who suffer so bitterly through the acts of my officers. If my own blood would remedy it, I would give it freely, and yet you can propose no remedy. In the previous year, he had had in his pay no less than 300,000 men. He had raised his fleet from 7 vessels to 108. With Europe against him, he had held his own everywhere and had forced foreigners to respect him, and yet when he asked his Council of Finance to propose measures of relief, they only obstruct him. This outburst appears to have been caused by the report of the Council having been unfavorable to Olivarez's proposal to debase the copper coinage. The measure had subsequently been adopted, but it had been found that prices had risen in proportion. An attempt was made in 1626 to extort more money than usual from the free parliaments of Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia. Philip, in great state, with Olivarez at his side, met with Valencian Cortes at Monzon, but was made to understand roughly that not an iota of the ancient privileges would be bated, however much he wanted money. Olivarez stormed, but according to the Constitution, a unanimous vote was necessary for supply, and one member bravely held out until he was menaced with the garrote and reluctantly yielded. Even then, fresh difficulties were made, and for days Philip chafed and his minister hectored, until at last Olivarez threatened to abolish by force the right of rejecting the king's demands, and the Cortes of Valencia, in a panic, were conquered. It was a triumph for Olivarez and the first step towards his policy of unifying Spain, but it cost him dear. The Catalan Cortes were even bolder than the Valencians, and refused to vote anything until their previous loan to the king was repaid. After 3 days of haggling, Olivarez, fearing a tumult, fled with the king to Castile, and though the Catalans, in a fright, then passed the vote, their breach with the king and his minister was never fully healed, and the bitterest struggle of the reign was that in which the ancient city of Catalonia fought to free herself from centralizing Castile. That the contest with the Catalan Cortes was provoked by Olivarez is seen in a paper he wrote to the king late in 1625, only a few months before the meeting. In it he set forth a plan for the unification of the realms for mutual action in war. This plan remained the kernel of Olivarez's home policy until his fall, and it will be seen that the intrigues against him, which finally triumphed, were largely fomented by provincial interests. The death of the Duke of Mantua and the claim of Spain to interfere in the succession led early in 1628 to an attack by her upon Casale in Montferrat, and brought her again face to face with Richelieu later in the year, and thus the great struggle which was finally to ruin Spain was commenced by Olivarez. His first step, when he found himself thus pledged to a great national war, was to make peace with England, who was then aiding the Huguenots at La Rochelle. Charles I, like his father before him, was ready to make any sacrifice to win back the Palatinate for Frederick, and the breach caused by the quarrel about Charles's marriage with the Infanta was healed by a treaty of peace in January 1629, though, as before, England failed in her main object. The ensuing campaign in northern Italy ranged the French, the Pope, Venice, and the new French Duke of Mantua, Nevers, against the House of Austria, with the assistance this time of the unhappy Charles Emmanuel. Richelieu was victorious everywhere. Savoy was occupied, and the heart of the Duke broken, July 1630. Spinola died during the campaign before Casale, and his successor, Santa Cruz, lacked his experience and genius. Casale, which was the first, had been the Spanish objective, stood out stoutly during a long siege, until at length Olivarez was obliged to consent to an agreement, followed by ignominious peace, in which all the sacrifice was on the side of Spain. April 1631. It was a hard lesson for Philip, but unfortunately he did not profit by it. Richelieu was as much superior to Olivarez as a statesman as France was to Spain in material resources and homogeneity. But the old tradition that Spain must fight for the faith in the imperial house throughout the world refused to die, and Spanish blood and treasure were poured out like water in a quarrel which concerned Spain hardly at all. In the meanwhile, in 1633, the old Infanta Isabel, the beloved daughter of Philip II, an independent sovereign of Flanders, died, and Spain was once again burdened with the fatal inheritance of Burgundy that had dragged her down. Philip's representative in Flanders was his brother, the Cardinal Infante Ferdinand, whom Olivares's jealousy had sent from Spain. He was able and ambitious, and his popularity with the Catholic Flemings was great. But he too must needs follow the tradition of his house and imperil the dominions he ruled to fight for the faith wherever it was assailed. In 1634, the emperor summoned his cousin and brother-in-law from Flanders to his aid. The Infante led his army of 18,000 Spaniards to join the imperial forces before Nordlingen, and arrived soon after the pseudo-German force sent to relieve the town. The imperial army with the Infante's contingent outnumbered the Swedes, and the battle, which lasted 2 days, was a complete victory for the Catholics. In May 1635, Richelieu met this heavy blow by declaring war against Spain itself, in order that his foe might be weakened by a direct attack upon Spanish Flanders. Thenceforward, Spain was not only fighting for Catholicism in the imperial house, but was engaged in a death struggle with Richelieu for the preservation of Flanders and for the maintenance of her own prestige in Europe. Flemish dominion was draining what was left of her lifeblood, and Germany made ceaseless demands upon desolate Castile. In Spain, in the Valteline, wherever religious liberty dared to raise its head, Spain, or rather Olivares, considered it necessary to fight. The silver fleets and cargo galleons fell a prey to the Dutch rovers. The armies and fleets of Spain struggled, sometimes successfully, sometimes disastrously upon many fields, but never for the material profit of their own country. Private property in Spain was seized now, without scruple by the government. The millions, excise, was increased until famine was rife everywhere in the realms of Castile. The church temporalities were drained, the revenues of bishoprics confiscated, and salaries, pensions, and debts unpaid. In Madrid, the penury was so great that Philip, who always lived frugally himself, begged his brother in Flanders to save to the utmost, to compel his household to wear plain cloth and to live sparingly, so that not a ducat might be needlessly spent. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22, Spain and Spanish Italy under Philip III and IV, by Martin Hume, Part 3. While the Spanish forces were distributed over Europe, Richelieu made 2 bold attempts to gain a footing upon the soil of the peninsula. The earlier was in the summer of 1638, when every nerve was being strained to maintain the Cardinal Infant in Flanders. A powerful French force crossed the Bidassoa, captured the frontier town of Arun and the harbor of Passagas, and then laid siege to the picturesque stronghold of Fuente-Terabia at the mouth of the river. A French fleet cooperated with the land forces under Cardinal de Lavette, and an attempt was made to storm the precipitous hill upon which the fortress stands. But an army of Basque militia gallantly put the beleaguers to flight, La Valette escaping from the wrath of Richelieu to join the banished Queen Mother in England. In the following year, 1639, an attempt was made by the French at the other end of the Pyrenees to enter Spanish territory. The resistance of the Catalans, much more Provençal than Spanish, and always jealous of Castile, was thought likely to be slight. Olivares, moreover, being on bad terms with them, left the province to a great extent to defend itself. This it did with unexpected vigor and success. A provincial army of 10,000 men was rapidly formed, but was practically annihilated by plague as it lay besieging Sales. In Spanish Roussillon, which the French had captured, another army of Catalans, however, flocked to the standards, and when Condé arrived with a fresh force of 20,000 Frenchmen, regiment after regiment of them broke against the Catalan trenches and earthworks, and finally fled. Salses was surrendered to its rightful owners in January 1640, and the second French attempt to conquer Spanish soil had failed. The maritime attacks of the French on the Mediterranean coast of the peninsula were almost equally barren of result, and had Philip been content even now to abandon the vain pretensions which a century of struggle had proved it impossible to enforce, he might not only have with ease held his own country against the world, but have made his people prosperous and happy. Flanders was, as ever, the bane, so long as it was necessary to send constant reinforcements thither. Not only had Spain to be drained of men and money, but the naval force so necessary for the protection of Spanish commerce, with Spain's productive and distant colonies, had to be employed and imperiled in the narrow seas, in order that reinforcements might reach Flanders. Prodigious and successful efforts have been made, as has been seen, to raise the maritime strength of the country. Certain nobles and ports and some of the Spanish bishops were under feudal obligations to find and maintain ships for the king's service, and these obligations had been either habitually evaded or only partially fulfilled. By dint of pressure upon the contributories, and by great national sacrifices, a respectable fleet had been formed in 1639, when 70 ships, with a force of 10,000 men on the voyage from Spain to Flanders, took refuge in the Downs to escape from a Dutch fleet under Van Tromp. Both the Dutch and the Spaniards at once appealed to Charles I. Charles endeavored to bargain with Spain about the restoration of the Palatinate in return for his protection of the fleet, but Van Tromp was in no mood for trifling, and regardless of England's neutrality, attacked and practically destroyed the Spanish fleet, the result of so much effort and sacrifice while it lay in the Downs. The Spaniards cried that the English had rather aided than hindered the attack, though Pennington was imprisoned for not vindicating the security of English waters. But in any case, the blow was a fatal one to Spain's naval power, and for 100 years she remained hopelessly paralyzed at sea. It was the first patent sign to the world of the material and moral decadence, which was creeping through all the organs of the nation. On land, Spanish troops still for a while fought bravely as of old, though no longer with the conviction of divine favor and unconquerable right. Loyalty to the person of the monarch was ingrained in their nature, and they suffered and died, if necessary, uncomplainingly at his behest, because they thought that he and they, for some inscrutable and irremediable reason, had been selected by the Almighty for special chastening, and their Oriental fatalism hardly cared to search for other explanations for their ills. The king himself constantly gives evidence in his many receipts of the same conviction. His own and his country's misfortunes are always ascribed to an adverse providence, frustrating well-meant efforts in punishment of our sins. This feeling was itself a sign of moral deterioration in the national fiber. In the greater times of the 16th century, Spaniards were convinced that heaven was on their side, and it gave them strength. Now they felt as certain that it was against them, and though it still fed their pride to know that they were selected at all, they lacked incentive to bold action and dogged persistence when assured beforehand that a supernatural power stronger than their own had doomed them to misfortune. Their waning faith had the curious effect, so strongly seen in Philip's secret correspondence, of redoubling their dependence upon inspired spiritual guides for the regulation of their conduct. Formally, their firm conviction that God was on their side was strong enough to justify their acts, however cruel and oppressive, and they needed not to be certified at every point by nuns, hermits and anchorites, friars and confessors, that all was well with them and their actions. The religion, which timorously needed constant reassurance from inspiration, was not of the robust kind that had led to Spain's ephemeral greatness, but rather a superstition constantly trembling on the verge of infidelity. This was the feeling that saturated Spain during the years of her glittering decadence, which began with Philip III, progressed under his son, and ended with their race. Spain was thus a prey to fatalistic despair, sunk into misery by unwise taxation, which crushed industry and deepened the national disinclination to labor. Her coinage debased, her sons fighting abroad whilst the fields at home were left fallow, or were partially cultivated by foreigners, who took abroad after each harvest the money that Spain so direly needed. Everyone, from the king downward, deplored the evils, but agreed that they arose from nobody's fault, and though some wits added the words taxer to the title of Philip the Great, impressed on the new-fashioned stamped paper, which Olivares' confessor had invented by way of adding to the national revenue, the monarch and the people in general sympathized with each other in the national suffering. Such a feeling of mutual sympathy, if wisely fostered, might have been used to bring about, temporarily at least, the solidarity which Spain always lacked. But unfortunately, the exhaustion of Castile and the need for ever-growing sums of money for foreign wars led Olivares, in pursuance of his fixed idea of centralization, not only to destroy the chance of a sympathetic union of the various realms, but to precipitate a civil conflict which proved the country's crowning disaster. The Count Duke, as Olivares was called, was rash and hasty of speech, and as the Venetian ambassador wrote in 1641, hated the constitutions, breaking out into violent abuse whenever he spoke of the Catalans. He could not forgive them or the Valencians for their sturdiness during the Cortes of 1626, and when he accompanied the king to Barcelona in 1632. During the abortive French invasion of Spanish Roussillon, already mentioned, the viceroy was a creature of Olivares, one Santa Colonna, who chose the time when the Catalans were fighting for their province to urge a policy of severity against them. Do not, he wrote, allow a single man in the province able to work to absent himself from the field, or a woman capable of carrying a bundle of fodder on her back. This is no time to beseech, but to command. The Catalans are naturally fickle. Sometimes they will, and sometimes they will not. Make them understand that the welfare of the nation and the army must go before all laws and privileges. Seize their beds for the troops, even from the highest in the province, if necessary, and let them sleep on the ground. If pioneers be wanted and peasants refuse to go, force them to do so, and if necessary, carry them bound. Do not spare force, no matter how loudly they cry out against you. I will bear all the blame. The sullen resentment aroused in the Catalans by the treatment thus enjoined came to a head when the Castilian troops sent to help Catalonia against the French were quartered in the Principality, in violation of the Constitution, instead of being sent home after defeating the French. The Castilians, as usual, were unpaid. To them, the Catalans were almost as foreign as Frenchmen, and they plundered and ravaged as in an enemy's country. Violence was opposed by violence, and Olivares ordered that every village in Catalonia should billet a certain number of Castilian troops. The result was that all Catalonia flamed into opposition against the king's soldiers, and Santa Coloma fanned the flame by his severity, Street riots disturbed the large towns. The Catalan nobles and clergy declaimed against the savagery of Philip's troops and advised resistance. "Send me an army strong enough to crush this people," wrote Santa Coloma. But the king's armies were scattered over Europe, and Olivares had no troops to send and no money to raise fresh levies. On May 12, 1640, the people of Barcelona broke open Santa Coloma's prisons and rescued from these their leaders, and 4 weeks later the fire of insurrection blazed out. Vengeance and liberty was the cry of the maddened populace as they rushed through Barcelona, murdering every Castilian soldier they could catch. Santa Coloma tried to escape, but he was old and obese, and sank fainting by the way, only to be cut into pieces by his fierce countrymen. From Barcelona, the train of resistance was fired through the province. Rebellion of Christian Spaniards against their king had been unheard of for 120 years, and when Philip heard the news, it must have been plain to him that the sacredness of his sovereignty was impugned, and he was no longer master of his finest province. An attempt was made at conciliation. The new viceroy, the Duke of Cardona, restrained the revengeful violence of the Castilian troops and endeavored to soothe the Barcelonese. But Olivares saw in the revolt a chance of crushing the free constitution which he hated, and Cardona was disgraced to die of a broken heart. "This revolt," said Cardinal Borgia, "is the council, can only be drowned in rivers of blood." And these Olivares was ready to let loose if he could destroy the Charter of Catalonia autonomy. With great effort, a new army was raised in Castile under the Marquis de la Valles, who was to operate from Saragossa as a base. The great object was to prevent the autonomous Kingdom of Aragon from joining its allied Principality of Catalonia, for Philip had always been popular with Aragonese, and their defection would have been fatal. In September 1640, while Las Velas was still in Aragon, the Spanish troops in Perpignan were ordered to attack a Catalan village whose inhabitants were negotiating with the French, and the Castilians were badly beaten. This gave heart to Barcelona. The Catalan Cortes met and denounced the violation of their rights. A demand for help against Philip was sent to his enemy Richelieu. Barcelona was placed in a condition for defense, and defiance went forth from Catalonia to Castile. But the promised French contingent to aid the Catalans was delayed, and when Las Velas entered the southern end of Catalonia, he met with but little resistance, and the ruthless cruelty of the Castilians wrought terrible vengeance upon the few who dared to oppose them. Tarragona was garrisoned by a French force hastily summoned for its defense, but although Las Velas' army was already weakened by Aragonese desertions, owing to Catalan raids into Aragon, and its stores and artillery were lacking, the French commander Epernon surrendered at demand, and as Las Velas marched triumphantly northward, the Catalan cause seemed to be crumbling. But Barcelona was a more difficult affair. There the citizens had formally renounced allegiance to Philip and had acknowledged Louis XIII as their king, surrendering the dominating stronghold of Montjuic to a French commander who, with 300 men, was in the city. Las Velas assaulted the walls on January 26, 1641, and a most sanguinary struggle ensued. The Catalan volunteers fought splendidly, as did the Castilian assailants, and especially the Irish regiment under the Earl of Tyrone, who fell in the fight. The attack upon Montjuic was led by the Neapolitan Marquis of Torrecusa, and just as victory seemed within his grasp, a body of Catalan fishermen attacked the stormers from the rear, and panic seized the Castilians. The slaughter was appalling, and Las Velas, defeated and broken, was cast back to Tarragona, leaving Barcelona triumphant in its defiance. Soon French troops arrived in large numbers, and in April 1641, the Castilians at Tarragona, reduced to 14,000 men under the Prince of Butera, Frederick Colonna, were closely beleaguered by land and sea by French and Catalans. Through the summer and autumn of 1641, the state of war continued, but Catalonia could with difficulty pay and support the French armies sent by Richelieu to the aid of the insurgents, and the provincials, through their chief, Tamarit, made a personal appeal to Louis XIII to come to his faithful city of Barcelona and receive the oath of allegiance. He sent Marshal de Brezé as his proxy, and thenceforth French national resources to a great extent maintained the civil war. By the spring of 1642, the Castilian armies had been reorganized after their repeated defeats, and the struggle continued, though the great French forces that were pouring into the province, with the aid of the Catalans, seemed to make the position hopeless for Philip. One Castilian army after the other was captured or routed, and Philip in despair could only pray the minister who had dragged him into this trouble by his rashness to find him a way out. This was the opportunity for the Count Duke's enemies. The Queen, Isabel of Bourbon, had from the first resented his absolute dominion over her husband. She blamed Olivarez for inciting the king to legitimize Don Juan of Austria, his natural son by Maria Calderon, an actress of whom she was bitterly jealous, and she chafed under the yoke of the favorite's wife, who was her mistress of the robes, and was as arrogant as he. Olivarez always spoke slightingly of women, and when the Queen had made some remark on state affairs, had dared to say openly that monks must be kept for praying, and women for childbearing. Isabel made no secret of her hate, and instilled a similar sentiment into her popular and promising only son, Prince Balthazar Carlos. Gradually all those, and there were many, who suffered from the terrible oppression induced by Olivarez's financial methods and the continuance of wasteful wars, looked towards the Queen and her son for rescue. "My goodwill and the prince's innocence," she said, "must for once serve the king for eyes. If he continues to look through those of the Count Duke much longer, my son will be reduced to a poor king of Castile." When affairs in Catalonia were at their worst, when Roussillon was lost forever to Spain, and French troops were successfully upholding the rebel Catalans against their king, the Queen and nearly all of the nobility, most of whom were in her favor, urged the king himself to take command of his armies in the field and win back the province that his minister's policy had lost. Olivarez opposed the plan to the utmost, for he knew that during a campaign his influence would be less powerful over Philip than in the palace of Madrid, or in the beautiful suburban pleasance of the Buen Retiro, which he had built, not at his own expense as a toy for his master. But Philip himself was anxious now to take part in winning back his heritage, so he insisted, almost for the first time, against Olivarez's opinion, and in spite of the groans of his minister, at the expense of the royal journey, set out for Aragon. There was indeed good reason, beyond the disaster which Olivarez's centralizing idea had brought about in Catalonia, why Philip's trust in him should have declined. In another of the autonomous dominions, an even worse catastrophe had been simultaneously caused by the same hasty policy. The Portuguese had never been reconciled to their union with Castile, though Philip II had carefully respected their constitution, so far as regarded their exemption from taxation for Spanish objects or by Spanish methods. Under Lerma and later, the blight of favoritism had fallen upon the relations between the two kingdoms, and the Portuguese viceroyalties, bishoprics, and offices had been largely bestowed on Spanish adherents of the favorite in Madrid. The Portuguese had already suffered much from the connection with Spain. Cadiz had taken away much of the commerce of Lisbon, and Portuguese shipping was not safe from Spain's enemies. The national discontent had grown gradually deeper as the evil increased. But when, in 1636, Oliveras burdened Portugal with the 5% Castilian tax upon all property, movable and immovable, rebellion against Spain became inevitable. The first rising, premature as it was suppressed. But from that time, all the patriotic elements drew together to plan the liberation of the country. The regent of Portugal at the time was the widowed Duchess of Mantua, a daughter of Charles Emmanuel of Savoy and the Infanta Catherine, and consequently Philip's first cousin, and she, knowing the danger, did her best to withstand the unwise action of the favorite. The real ruler of Portugal, however, was Oliveras' low-born henchman Miguel Vasconcelos, who, Portuguese by origin, was ruthless in the insolent oppression of his countrymen. The easy suppression of the first attempt at revolt encouraged Oliveras to fasten the yoke of Castile more firmly than ever on Portugal. And he impudently chose the time when Catalonia was seething in discontent. A fresh special tax was decreed upon Portugal in violation of its constitution, and Vasconcelos announced the minister's intention of abolishing the Portuguese Cortes altogether, and of making the country a province of Castile, with representatives in the Castilian Cortes. At once they gathered around the Duke of Braganza, the principal Portuguese candidate for the throne, a party determined to win the independence of their country. The Duke, a timid, lethargic man, had married an able, ambitious Spanish wife of the great house of Guzman, Dukes of Medina Sidonia, and a relative of Oliveras who, being aware of her character, looked upon her with distrust and suspicion. Tempting offers of foreign viceroyalties were made to the Portuguese Duke, but, safe among his own people, he was not to be caught, and even refused all invitations to proceed to Madrid. Hereupon an attempt was made to kidnap him, but also without success, and Vasconcelos, becoming seriously alarmed at the growth of the conspiracy and the importance of the conspirators, warned Oliveras that he must either crush discontent by force or disarm Braganza. This was in 1640, when the preparations for the war in Catalonia were draining the strength of Spain, and Oliveras was forced to parley with the foe at the Portuguese gate while he tried to crush the Catalans. To gain the confidence of Braganza, he gave him the control of the Portuguese ports and sent him 40,000 ducats to raise troops to defend them. It must have been a counsel of despair, but the result which ensued seemed almost inevitable. Portuguese troops were raised, it is true, but they were all for the defense of Braganza, and soon there was no power in Portugal that could withstand him. The Duke himself remained quietly on his estate at Villavicosa, making no sign, but his friends were busy and bold under the Archbishop of Lisbon and Pinto Ribera. When the plot was nearly ripe, Braganza visited the regent Duchess of Mantua in Lisbon with a train strong enough to protect him, and the frantic cheers of the populace announced that this was not a subject duke, but a potential king, coming in state to the capital of his nation. Oliveras then perceived his mistake and peremptorily summoned Braganza to Madrid. 1,000 excuses for delay were made, but still Braganza clung to Villavicosa. Money was sent to pay for his journey, an appeal made to his loyalty, his cupidity, his honor. But, though he feigned acquiescence and sent his household ahead on the road to Spain, he knew that if once he fell into the hands of Oliveras, he would never be king, and prudently kept in his own stronghold. At length, in November 1640, the conspirators and his wife together prevailed upon Braganza to pluck up courage, throw aside the mask, and proclaim himself king. And a small body of nobles and soldiers in 4 divisions surprised the palace on December 1st, overpowering the few Spanish and German troops on guard. The populace were only awaiting the first blow, and hailed the conspirators and Braganza as the saviors of Portugal. The hated Vasconcelos dumb with fright, was hacked to death with knives, and though the regent offered a dignified verbal protest, she had herself bitterly hated Vasconcelos, and rejoiced at the vengeance that had fallen upon him. Braganza, still lingering timidly in the country, was acclaimed John IV of Portugal, but there was practically no resistance, and in 3 hours of revolt, Portugal had shaken off the yoke of Castile, never again to bear it. The news came to Madrid within a week, at a time when Olivares, by festivities and gaieties, was trying to divert the thoughts of the king from the disaster of Barcelona. None dared to carry the dire news to Philip for fear of Olivares' vengeance, though all the capital was astir with the tidings, and it was the favorite himself who performed the task in a characteristic way. "Abricius, Abricius, your Majesty, good news, good news. You have won a fresh duchy and a great estate." "How so?" asked the king. "The Duke of Braganza, sire, has gone and proclaimed himself King of Portugal, so that your Majesty may seize the 12 million ducats worth of property which he owns." The king said little, but he was not deceived by Olivares' mellifluence, for he knew that a kingdom lost was not easily regained, and thenceforward was the more ready to listen to those who besought him to take matters into his own hands and avert the dismemberment of his inheritance. High and low were urging him on. The Queen missed no opportunity of enforcing the lessons of Catalonia and Portugal, and even the people in the streets cried to Philip that he must act the king now or be forever fallen. "Everybody deceives the king," cried one working man, placing himself in the sovereign's way as he walked in the procession of the Holy Sacrament through his capital. "Sire, this realm is perishing, and he who mends it not will burn in hell." Before the king started for Aragon, another blow threatened, which further served the turn of the enemies of Olivares. The brother of the new Queen of Portugal, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, Viceroy and Admiral of Andalusia, was the greatest territorial magnate of Spain and head of the House of Guzman, of which Olivares was a cadet. The Duke was weakly ambitious and listened to the suggestion of his kinsman, the Marquis of Ayamonte, that he should follow the example of his brother-in-law and take advantage of the weakness of the central power to proclaim himself King of Andalusia. The plot was arranged with the new King of Portugal, and all promised well, when a treacherous intermediary divulged it to Olivares. Fortunately, Medina Sidonia was feeble and foolish, and was easily terrified into complete submission, though much of his vast wealth was confiscated. But Ayamonte, a kinsman of Olivares, lost his head, though his life had been promised to him if he confessed, and he had done so. So low had the armed power of Philip fallen at this time, 1641, by the drain upon it for foreign wars and the Catalan revolt, that, had Medina Sidonia been a strong instead of a weak conspirator, Andalusia might have successfully resisted any force that Castile could have sent against it. In these unhappy circumstances, Philip left in April 1642 to lead his army against the Catalans, the Queen remaining as regent in Madrid. Having failed to prevent the journey, Olivares did his best to make it useless by turning it into a slow progress of pleasure. Hunting parties and long sojourns on the way delayed the king to July 27th, when he entered Saragossa, not with the simplicity of a soldier going to a campaign, but with the splendor of a triumphant sovereign. The greater nobles usually avoided contact with Olivares, but the presence of Philip in the Aragonese capital prompted the grandees to visit their king there. They were not allowed even to see him, and were treated by Olivares with bare civility. The king himself was kept closely secluded in 2 rooms, and not allowed to join the army or leave Saragossa, on the pretext of fear for his safety if he approached Monzon. And he had to content himself with passing his time watching tennis matches from his window. In the meanwhile, the Queen was making the most of her chances in Madrid, visiting the barracks and flattering the soldiers, smiling upon the populace, and with her grace and sweetness winning all hearts. So dire was the want of money at Saragossa that the queen sold all her jewels and sent the money to Olivarez for military purposes. Before Philip had arrived in Aragon, the French had entered it, and Monzon, the ancient capital, was soon in their hands. Around the king all was defeat and humiliation. Roussillon, to the north of the Pyrenees, was lost. Catalonia was governed by a foreign viceroy for a foreign king. The Castilian armies were unpaid, starving, and in rags. And Olivarez himself, now that the truth could no longer be hidden from Philip, knew that his fall was approaching. Philip, almost for the first time in his reign, acted without consulting him and appointed the Marquis of Leganes as the new commander-in-chief. But he too was defeated by Marshal de la Motte before Lerida almost immediately, and his army melted away as others had done before. Heartsick at his helplessness, the king in Saragossa heard with dismay of the entry of de la Motte into Barcelona as viceroy for Louis XIII, and unable to strike any fresh blow for his province, he returned to Madrid after an absence of 9 months, at the very time of the death of Richelieu, whose statesmanship had so successfully met the rash pretentiousness of his would-be Spanish rival. When the king and his favorite returned to the court at the end of December 1642, the queen and her friends had everything in readiness for the blow. Count de Castrillo, Count de Paredes, the Harrows, the Carpios, all those, indeed, whom the favorite's insolence had wounded or injured, had plucked up courage in his absence and feared him no longer. The ex-regent of Portugal, the Duchess of Mantua, had been interned at Alcana and forbidden by Olivarez to see the king. On January 14, 1643, the queen made her appeal to her husband. In the presence of her son Balthazar Carlos, now approaching adolescence, she solemnly exhorted the king, for the sake of his child, to dismiss before it was too late the man who was dismembering his inheritance. As the king traversed the passage leading from the queen's apartment, he was intercepted by his foster mother, Donna Ana de Gouveia, who also had been dismissed by Olivarez. Casting herself at Philip's feet, she implored him in impassioned words to listen to the voice of his best friends. Her impeachment of the favorite was bold and scathing. "You have spoken truly," replied the king to her, as he turned, dazed and perturbed, and re-entered his wife's room. That night, too, in defiance of the favorite's orders, the Duchess of Mantua fled from Ocana, and through a winter tempest, traveled rapidly to Madrid. Olivarez treated her insultingly when she suddenly appeared, but she was of royal birth, and the queen secured her an audience of the king, who heard in dismay for the first time how Portugal had been lost through the obstinate insolence of Olivarez and his tool, Vasconcelos. The Count-Duke saw that the tide against him was too strong to be withstood, and begged the king to allow him to retire. But no decided answer was vouchsafed at the time. On January 16, 1643, he had a short public audience of the king, but watchful observers noticed that Philip's eyes never once rested upon him, and that evening Olivarez found awaiting him a polite note from his master, granting him the requested permission to retire. Soon the news ran through the city, and when the next day, Sunday, the day of St. Anthony, the king and his wife and children and the Duchess of Mantua drove in one coach to worship at the royal convent of the barefooted Carmelites, all Madrid was there to shout, "Long live the king! Death to the evil favorite!" "Now wilt thou be Philip the Great indeed," cried the people, "for there will be no Count-Duke to make thee little." Olivarez had not quite lost hope even yet. On the Tuesday, a deputation of the grandees met the king while he was hunting, and offered their loyal duty to him, now that the Count-Duke could no longer slight and insult them. And Philip, on his return to the palace, asked impatiently if Olivarez had gone yet. On being told that he had not, the king cried in a rage, "Is he waiting for us to use force?" In vain the favorite, and especially his wife, prayed for another chance, for one more audience. Philip was obdurate, and Olivares, with a sinking heart, left Madrid the next day, and to see the king no more. "I must reign, and my son must be crowned in Aragon, and this will not be easy unless I deliver your head to my subjects, who all demand it," Philip wrote. And although his life was left him, the fallen favorite was stripped of his wealth, and died mad 2 years and a half after his disgrace. There were few who had a good word for Olivares, for with the exception of the Count de la Roca, those who wrote his history were his bitter foes, and his haughty irascibility made him detested personally by high and low. But he was able and laborious, and if he failed, as he did, it was not so much because his ideal in home politics was a bad one, as because it was an impracticable one at the time. His real fault was one that he shared with his countrymen at large, namely, the obstinate clinging to the old boastful tradition of Spain's right and power to interfere in the religious affairs of other countries and to play a predominant part in European politics. The ruin which mistaken political economy had wrought in Spanish industry and national resources rendered it impossible for Castile to pay for such a policy as was favored, not by Olivares alone, but by most Spaniards, and the desire of Olivares to obtain as free a hand over the other autonomous parliaments as had been obtained over that of Castile was a statesmanlike consequence of this unstatesmanlike policy. To obtain funds for this disastrous system of widely diffused activity in foreign affairs on the part of a nation economically and socially decadent, not only was Spain itself exposed to the danger of disintegration, but the vast American colonies were driven to desperation. The exactions of the greedy courtiers, who alone were eligible for posts in the Spanish possessions, the exclusion of foreigners from trade with the colonies, and the stoppage of all commercial relations between the mother country and the countries at war with it, which provided most of the goods for American consumption that Spaniards had ceased to produce, resulted in a systematic evasion by the colonists of their obligations towards Spain. Contraband, on a scale so extensive as in some directions to exceed legitimate trade, deprived the mother country of the revenue to be derived from its possessions. The mines, it is true, continued to send the precious metals to Spain, and the king's fifth share of the value added on paper to the revenue accruing to him. But even this wealth, diminished as it was by plunder and capture, hardly gained any currency in the peninsula, since it was forestalled in most cases by loans contracted abroad for the payment and supply of troops, and added nothing to the national riches, whereas the supply of commodities to the colonies from Spanish industry would have provided a means of productive wealth to the people and taxable resources to the government. The policy of bombastic inflation favored by all Spaniards at the time thus worked in a vicious circle. The pressing need for money to carry it out caused provincial discontent and the increase of expenditure for provincial wars, and at the same time the stoppage of provincial revenue. The exactions and restrictions burdening colonial trade drove the colonies to wholesale contraband, whereby the national revenue from trade with them was lost, and in Castile itself, the need for quickly realizable taxation led, as we have seen, to the burdening of transactions in food and manufactures, which strangled both rural and urban industries. End of section 69. Section 70 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22, Spain and Spanish Italy under Philip III and IV by Martin Hume, Part 4. Holland, Catalonia, and Portugal had all been alienated by the attempts to weaken or destroy their autonomous liberties and fiscal independence, and the Italian possessions of Spain were as tenacious of their rights as the rest. Again and again, under one pretext or another, the Neapolitans had rebelled against their masters, usually with the countenance of the French, whose old claims to the country had never been forgotten. Sometimes the cause of discontent had been the Spanish Inquisition, sometimes the unpopularity of viceroys, sometimes the oppression of the poorer classes by the native nobles. But a more frequent excitant than any had been the exactions of the Spanish officers and the tampering with the value of the coinage, a favorite device both of Lerma and Olivares. The Neapolitan Parliament of nobles and burgesses had, like the Cortes of Castile, lost its vigor under the corruption of the Spanish viceroys, and the classes had been systematically alienated from each other. The poorer part of the population were helpless against injustice and extortion, since the Parliament and aristocracy were either powerless or antagonistic, and the only possible remedy for intolerable oppression was violence. The constant exactions both of men and money from Naples for the Spanish wars and for the enrichment of Spanish officials had kept the Neapolitans in simmering discontent for years, and the sight of Catalonia and Portugal in open revolt could not but act as a stimulus. In the course of the war between France and Spain, which had never ceased, Mazarin, who had succeeded Richelieu, sent a squadron to seize some of the Spanish fortresses on the Tuscan coast, with the aid of Prince Tommaso of Savoy in May 1646. The Duke of Arcos, the Spanish Viceroy of Naples, knowing the dissatisfaction of the people and recognizing the danger in the vicinity of a French force, applied to the city of Naples for a forced loan to enable him to resist invasion, which the French now threatened from Elba, where they had captured a position. The only thing remaining to be taxed in Naples was fruit, the principal food of the poorest, and the new impost upon it caused widespread distress. The people were well nigh starving. Arcos was appealed to in vain. When, however, on the other side of the straits the Sicilians broke into revolt against a similar tax in the spring of 1647, the Neapolitan viceroy, in a panic, abolished the objectionable excise. Arcos was short of troops in the city, and the weakness of his action following upon his tyranny gave heart to the Neapolitans. The populace, unaided by the better classes, broke into insurrection on July 7, 1647. The cry was suddenly raised in the marketplace that the tax upon the fruit was after all to be levied, and led by a young fisherman of Amalfi, Tommaso Aniela, popularly known as Massanella. The rabble swept through the streets, burning the excise stands, and swarmed into the palace of the viceroy in uncontrollable numbers. Arcos lost courage and promised all he was asked, but incontinently fled, first to the monastery of San Francesco, and afterwards to the Castle Novo, leaving the mob the rulers of Naples. There was no general massacre at first, and although the jails were broken open, the armories sacked, and a few specially oppressive Spaniards hanged, there was no anger expressed against the King of Spain's rule, but only against the abuses of his officers. Arcos was weak as well as powerless, and for his personal safety fraternized with the leaders of the revolt. The lack of restraining influences and the collapse of the Spaniards soon had their effect, and the people got out of hand. First petty robbery, then pillage, arson, rapine, and murder became rife. The thirst for blood seized the excited people. The massacre for cruelty's sake alone brought them to increasing fury. Masanielli's head was turned, and mad with vanity and drink, he gave himself the airs of a sovereign. His excesses turned many of his adherents against him, and the viceroy contrived by bribery to divide the populace, the result being that, in order to escape a faction opposed to him, Neapolitan plebeians in Spanish pay, Masaniello, took refuge in a church, throwing herself upon the protection of the authorities, while the leader of the revolt rested in a cell of the adjoining monastery. A band of his persecutors called him by name. Stepping forth from the cell to the cloisters, Masaniello, believing that those who called were friends, answered, "You seek me? Here am I, my people." In a moment 4 bullets pierced his breast, and with a cry of "Ingrates," the insurgent chief sank dead. From the cloister his dead body was dragged through the streets with contumely, only to be almost worshipped the next day, and the leader of one week became the martyr and the saint of the next. At length the patrician, Prince Massa, won the adherents of the mob, and some sort of revolutionary order was established. On October 1st, 1647, the watchers on San Telmo saw a fine Spanish fleet sail into the bay. Philip had chosen his brilliant and beloved legitimized son, Don Juan of Austria, for the suppression of the revolt, and his advent gave new hopes to the Spaniards. While Don Juan, in cooperation with the garrison and a party of the Neapolitan nobles, was endeavoring to win back the populace, another faction invited to Naples Henry, Duke of Guise, whose house, through their Anjou ancestors, had ancient claims upon the Neapolitan monarchy. The Duke of Guise suddenly appeared in the city at the end of November, and at first took the hearts of the populace by storm. All the power of the French nation, thought the leaders, would now be on their side, and the belief was confirmed when a strong French fleet appeared in the offing. Guise was offered, and accepted, the position of Doge of an independent Naples, and for a few weeks all looked hopeful. But the Duke was unwise, and offended his supporters by his hauteur, and the French fleet did nothing effective to help him. It was evident that Guise alone could never maintain his independence. Mazarin, indeed, had no wish to employ national resources in aggrandizing a subject house, and the French fleet had other work to do. The revolt had been dwindling by division since the death of Masaniello, and after drawing away Guise and his followers by a feint to Posillipo, Don Juan captured the city by a coup de main in February 1648, the popular government of Naples being thus brought to an end amidst cheers of "Viva il Re" from the mob, who yearned again for a real master. Personal and national troubles fell thick and fast upon Philip. The loss of Olivares, upon whom he had leaned so strong, was terrible to him. Conquering his desire for idleness, he resolved for once to act the king, without human means, as he wrote, but depending solely upon the divine help, resolved to fulfill my duty as king regardless of weariness. And in pursuit of this resolve, he traveled again in 1643 to Aragon to animate a new attack against Catalonia. On his way, he was induced to visit, in her convent at Agreda, the famous saintly nun Maria, upon whose wise and patient counsel he was thenceforward to depend in all things, and to whom alone in the world he bared his seared and suffering heart. While Philip was with his army in 1643, his newborn activity and assumption of responsibility had resulted in his gaining considerable advantages over the French and Catalans, and his forces had, under his personal command, recaptured Lerida from La Motte. In 1644, when still in Saragossa, he was suddenly recalled to Madrid by the fatal illness of his wife, who died, to his great grief, before his arrival, September 28th. She had been beloved by his people, and perhaps by himself, for notwithstanding his unfaithfulness, she had borne him many children, of whom only 2 lived, Balthazar and Maria Theresa, and nearly 2 months after her death he wrote, "I am in the greatest state of trouble that can be, for I have lost in one person all I can lose in this life. And if I did not feel that God disposes for the best, I know not what would become of me." His principal solace now was Prince Balthazar, the sturdy youngster with whose appearance Valakes's Brosch had made us so familiar. Anxious to indoctrinate him early in the science of government, Philip carried the lad with him to Saragossa to receive the oath of allegiance from the Aragonese and Valencian Cortes in the autumn of 1645. Once again, the independent Cortes were stiff in their demands, but this time Philip had no obstinate Olivarez by his side, and though with grief and hesitation he was obliged to give way with regard to the power of the Inquisition in Aragon. Whilst the king was at Saragossa in October 1646, his son fell ill. The grief-stricken father almost rebelled against heaven at the prospect of losing him, but prayer consoled him, and when the boy died, October 9th, Philip wrote, "I have lost my only son, whose presence alone comforted me in my sorrows. My consolation is that I feel God wishes to save me through these tribulations. All I could do was to offer up this last blow as a sacrifice to him, though it has broken my heart, and I know not yet whether it is not a dream." Spain, like her king, was drinking the cup of sorrow to the dregs. The war in Germany went on without intermission, while Catalonia still drained the national resources to the utmost. The war with France on the Flemish frontier never ceased, and Spain had now really reached the end of her resources. At length, to the relief of the world, the treaty was signed at Münster in January 1648, which secured the recognition of Dutch independence by Spain, after an 80-year struggle against the inevitable. The bitter truth was now confessed, but too late to save Spain. The dream of dominating Holland for the sake of the Catholic faith was dead. Spain thenceforward would not be needed to fight for the emperor against his Protestant subjects, and now that she was useless to him, she found herself without allies face to face with France. With a little further sacrifice of pride on the part of Spain, peace might, perhaps, have been made after the deaths of Louis XIII and Richelieu had placed Anne of Austria in power as regent for her son Louis XIV. But the lesson was hard to learn, and Mello, who had succeeded as Viceroy of Flanders on the death of the infant Ferdinand, had won some successes against the French. In May 1643, however, young Condé gained over him the victory of Rocroi, which broke the spell surrounding that indomitable Spanish infantry whose valor and skill had made the Spanish Empire. Thenceforward, Spain was as decadent in land warfare as at sea, but still the war with France dragged on. Some attempts to patch up a peace were made in 1649, but the Spanish claims that France should surrender all their conquests doomed them to failure. Mazarin's political troubles at home, however, were paralyzing him also, and the bewildering changes of side of the great French generals, Turenne and Condé in particular, caused them temporarily to take the Spanish side against their own countrymen. The divisions in France were busily fomented by Spain. The aid of Condé brought some success to the Spanish arms in Flanders, and in the Battle of Valenciennes, he and Don Juan of Austria defeated Turenne, July 1656. Moreover, friendly relations had sprung up between the English Commonwealth and Philip. The French, notwithstanding the relationship of the royal family with the Stuarts, had bid high for Cromwell's friendship. But for several years after the execution of Charles, the Spanish connection had been preferred by the English protector. Cromwell's demands upon Spain in return for an alliance had included the right to trade in the Spanish-American colonies, the limitation of the power of the Inquisition over English subjects, and equalization of custom dues in Spain upon English and Spanish merchandise. Philip needed the alliance, but the old pride still stood in the way, and the demands of Cromwell were rejected. the sudden and treacherous attack upon Santo Domingo, April 1655, the seizure of Jamaica, May, and the capture and destruction of the Spanish silver fleet by Admiral Stiner, September 1656, opened the eyes of the overburdened King of Spain to the danger that, while fighting the French on land, he would have to face the English at sea. And in November 1656, Cromwell actually concluded an alliance with France. In April 1657, Blake destroyed a large Spanish fleet off Veracruz. Whatever terms the French might impose upon him, it was at last clear to Philip that peace would have to be made. But the negotiations, which had begun before the Battle of Valenciennes and had been broken off in consequence of that victory, were resumed. While they were slowly dragging on, the war in Flanders proceeded vigorously. The Battle of Dunkirk, or the Dunes, 1658, in which Condé, Don Juan, and James Duke of York stood on the side of Spain, proved finally the terrible deterioration of the Spanish infantry, first demonstrated at Rocroi. Rapidly Onedard, Gravelines, Bergs, Dixmude, and other Spanish-Flemish towns fell into the hands of the French, and at last exhausted Spain had to humble herself and make peace on terms dictated by her foe. The terms of the Peace of the Pyrenees, November 1659, were hard, yet they might have been still harder, but for the anxiety of Anne of Austria to marry her son Louis XIV to her niece, Philip's only daughter, Maria Theresa. Roussillon was to remain French, while Catalonia was, so far as the French were concerned, to be abandoned to Philip. Artois was surrendered to Louis XIV. The battle had been fought to the bitter end, and Spain's impotence was patent to the world. Philip's natural indolence had soon overcome his resolve to be his own minister. Don Louis de Haro, his new favorite, was less corrupt and greedy than his predecessors, for there was now little or nothing left to seize, and he was not without ability as a diplomatist. But he had proved himself no match for Mazarin in negotiation. As at Elvas, he had been no match for Menezes in the field. The principal honors of the peace were Haro's, however, and the joy of Spaniards at the treaty passed all bounds. Sacrifices were forgotten, for now, for the first time for over 40 years, Spain was free from foreign war. Haro was made Duke of Caprio and Prince of the Peace. The betrothal of the Infanta in Madrid to Marshal de Gramont, as his king's proxy in the presence of 60 peers of France, surpassed all previous records of stateliness, and when in the following spring of 1660, the king and all his family and court slowly traveled through desolated Castile to the French frontier, to give his daughter to the young king, whose sun rose as that of Philip sank. The stiff magnificence of the ceremonial was the last great manifestation of a defeated and dying system. 2,000 mules were needed to carry the baggage, with 70 caparisoned horses and 900 saddle mules. 70 state coaches carried the nobles, and 18 horse litters were devoted to the ladies who followed the Infanta. Velvets, brocades, cloth of bullion, and cunning goldsmith's work, gloves, perfumes, and laces, such as only Spain could produce, burdened 75 sumpter mules, for the use of the future Queen of France. But when the Infanta had been surrendered on the historic islet of Pheasants in the Bidassoa, and Philip and his host of courtiers wended their way homeward, their dark doublets and their stiff gorgelas had grown old-fashioned in their eyes, and the lank hair clear of their projecting collars seemed antiquated and uncouth. By the side of the frizzle-curled and piled periwigs of the French nobles and the elegance of their wide-skirted coats of embroidered brocade and their dainty lace cravats. The war in Catalonia had continued, but with the capture of Tortosa by Philip's troops in 1650 and the capitulation of Barcelona after a terrible siege of 15 months in October 1652, the revolt, so far as the Catalans themselves were concerned, was practically at an end. The French, however, had fought on in the north of the province against Don Juan and Mortaro, Philip's best general. But with the peace of the Pyrenees, this war also ended, to the content even of the Catalans, who were heartily tired of war and of their French masters. In the attempts to recover Portugal, Philip had been more unfortunate. In 1658, the Spanish frontier stronghold of Badajoz was closely beleaguered by the Portuguese, and a desperate effort was made to relieve it by the favorite Harrow. His approach caused the Portuguese to abandon the siege and recross the frontier, whither Harrow followed them, only to be routed ignominiously at Elvas in January 1659, and himself to join in the panic-stricken Sauve de Put, which ensued. But with the pacification of Catalonia and the peace of the Pyrenees, Philip was able to make a serious attempt to reconquer his lost kingdom. Early in 1661, Don Juan, with 20,000 men, crossed the border from Estremadura, while another Spanish force, somewhat smaller, invaded Portugal from the north. The Portuguese troops, with an English auxiliary force under Schomberg, though fewer than the Spanish, succeeded in holding Don Juan at bay, and in Madrid, Harrow, as Don Juan, said through jealousy, refused or neglected to send the reinforcements which the prince demanded. The civil dissensions in Portugal enabled Don Juan, in 1662-3, to overrun the Alemtejo they had captured, and utterly routed them with terrible loss, in spite of Don Juan's gallantry. But still the surrender of Portugal was too bitter a humiliation for Philip to accept, and the war dragged on. Don Juan was recalled, for there were new currents against him in Madrid now, though Harrow was dead, and Count Caracina with a fresh army attacked Villa Vicosa. Mary Alva and Schomberg, with superior strength, came to the rescue, and were met by Caracina in June 1665. After 8 hours of hand-to-hand struggle, the Spaniards suffered a crushing disaster, losing all their guns and 2/3 of their men. It was the last effort. Philip could do no more, and though he never formally recognized the independence of Portugal, even this humiliation was inevitable for his successor. Spain had in Philip's reign not lost so much in actual territory, but with the exception of Portugal, Roussillon and Artois, her possessions had remained practically intact after 40 years of war, as in prestige, in initiative, and above all, in her belief in herself. The disillusionment that had crept over the king had equally paralyzed his people, and from similar causes. Pride alone was now the sustaining power, not, as it had been, a fervent faith in personal and national selection. This pride, which upheld inflated pretensions without the power to enforce them, fostered the love of sulky magnificence, which was the note of the reign, together with the scorn of labor. Of this tendency, idle display without gaiety, which in Philip's time had become a perfect craze, was a natural consequence, and the social decadence and decline of morality, side by side with abject devotion, which characterized both the monarch and his people, were the inevitable outcome of a conviction that Spain was now selected for special suffering. Religion had little to do with the conduct of daily life. Sins constantly repeated were constantly repented in sackcloth and ashes. The agonizing remorse of the king for the frivolities and immoralities into which his weakness had betrayed him did not deter him from again falling at the next temptation, and there is ample reason for believing that the majority of his people viewed their moral and social transgressions as he viewed his own. Like some other stages of the history of Spain, this period of rapid declension in sincerity and endeavor coincided with one of great brilliancy in literature and art. Philip's new pleasure palace, a Buen Retiro in Madrid, built for him by Olivares, as a place where royal state might be somewhat relaxed from the grim austerity of the Alcazar, was a center of culture, wit, and poesy, where, in a dilettante society, round a dilettante king. Every courtier who could spin a verse or coin an epigram was sure of a hearing. The Spanish stage was never so brilliant or so fashionable as it was when Philip reigned. It was a time when Lope de Vega, Calderon, Tirso de Molina, Montalban, and Moretto were bewitching Spain in the providing plots, which were later, in French garb, to pervade the theaters of the world. Philip and his first wife were constant patrons of the two theaters of the capital, the inner courtyards of houses, in which the rooms looking upon the enclosed space served as private boxes, whilst the ground accommodated the mass of spectators. Philip's love for comedies extended to comedians. His infidelities with actresses were public and set the fashion for his courtiers, with the consequence that brawls and assassinations in and after stage performances were common. In the Buen Retiro itself, play acting and literary contests constantly went on, in which the royal family took part, and it was said the king himself wrote plays under the pseudonym of Un Eugenia de Esta Corte for representation upon his own stage. Nor was the drama the only form of literature fashionable. Quevedo was a privileged genius who could and did write scathing and witty satires, but for many years in high favor with Philip. Velez de Guevara and a dozen smaller men were penning stories filled with malicious humor, reflecting the foibles of the decadent society, betrayed for us to the life of El Gran Tucano and El Diablo Cajulio, and at second hand, in Gil Blaze de Santillana and the Bachelor of Salamanca. With such a king and such a court, alike saturated with literary precocity, it is not surprising that idlers and adventurers of all sorts should have aimed at advancement by the writing of eccentric satires in prose and verse, and that failing of success in their efforts, many lived by their wits as best they might, cheating, swindling, and cozening. That such was the case in Madrid is recorded by every visitor at the time. The main amusement of the people was the dull, aimless parading in carriages up and down the Calimaya, and the riverbed in summer, where the rich crowded the birds of prey gathered. In vain laws were passed forbidding the ostentatious riding in coaches, except with strict limitations. In vain decrees were published prohibiting women from dressing outrageously and covering their faces in the streets. The parade, where nobles and thieves jostled with masked women, continued unchecked to the scandal of all. Spanish women, from being retiring and modest, as in a semi-oriental country, became shamefully free, and at the end of the reign of Philip IV, in spite of all regulations and penalties, there were said to be 30,000 professional prostitutes in Madrid, and no woman took offense at being accosted by strangers in the street. The two playhouses were constantly crowded in the daytime with artisans, and even working people wore swords and imitated the dress and demeanor of gentlemen. Snuff-taking and the wearing of large black-rimmed goggles were the fashion, as savoring of literatures. And everywhere was pretense, affectation, sloth, and debauchery. The streets of the capitals were filthy beyond belief. There was no attempt at drainage of any sort, the garbage and refuse being simply cast into the roadways to rot and fester. Amidst this unpromising environment, wit, fancy, and art flourished with an overflowed luxuriance which portended decay. Not only was Philip the great patron of poetry and the drama, but also a discriminating lover of pictorial art. Madrid in his day was the acknowledged emporium of rare and beautiful objects in all the arts. Philip's nobles vied with himself in the collection of art treasures from Italy, Germany, France, and Flanders, and thanks to the patronage of the king, Spain developed in his day two schools of painting which have retained the despairing admiration of art lovers to the present day. When the Prince of Wales visited Madrid, he collected with remarkable zeal all the paintings that could be had, valuing and paying for them at excessive prices, and he and Philip in their presents to each other included some precious gems of art. When the Commonwealth sold King Charles's pictures, Philip, through his agents in London, hastened to buy some of the best of them, which may still be seen at Madrid. But it was not only as a collector of paintings that Philip shone. His friendship and patronage throughout his life to one of the great artists of the world, Velasquez, encouraged the development of the master genius from the severe early paintings inspired by Pacheco and Greco, through the opulent freedom of Rubens' influence and that of the great Italians, to the full perfection of the School of Madrid, of which Velasquez was the supreme exponent. A sovereign was fostered the art of Velasquez and Zurbarán, of Murillo and Ribera, and who, by his liberal patronage and admiration, led to the creation of the finest works of the schools of Madrid and Seville, has some claim to the gratitude of mankind. So long as his son Balthazar had lived, Philip had resisted all suggestions that he should marry a second wife, but the death of his heir left no Spanish male successor to the throne, and at the suggestion of the emperor, Philip in 1649 married his niece, Mary Anna of Austria. She was a girl hardly over 15, eager for pleasure and overflowing with life, but scheming and self-seeking from the first. To the heavy, lethargic, disillusioned man whom she married she could bring neither solace nor counsel, but she bore a son to him 7 years after the marriage, who promised at least to secure the succession. The child, however, died at the age of 4 in 1661, and again the bereaved father was plunged in despair, convinced that it is because I have grievously offended God that he sends me these punishments for my sins. But soon another son, Charles, came to console him. The astrologers and saintly seers predicted for the child a happy, glorious life, for the omens combined in his favor. Alas, they were all wrong, for he was well nigh a monstrosity in his degeneracy, and consummated the ruin of his country before he died of senile decay at the age of 40. With this poor weakling as his heir, Philip's prospects in his last days were darkened. His stolid pride of place forbade, as it had done all his life, in open demonstration of grief. But the dull, earthy face grew ever more despairing, and his melancholy more profound. The rumor ran that the king was bewitched, and the Inquisition was busy persecuting the poor wretches who were supposed to have cast the spell upon him. The witchery that was killing him was bodily decay and spiritual depression. I want no more health or anything else than shall be for God's service, he wrote in the last year of his life, only that his will be executed upon me. In September 1665, 6 months after this was written, he fell gravely ill. The first step taken to aid him was a curious one. The Inquisitor General and the king's confessor approached his bed and asked to be shown a small bag of sacred relics he wore. After the contents had been inspected, the bag was restored, and the ecclesiastics then went to the church of Atocha and burnt an old black letter book of witchcraft, some printed portraits of His Majesty, stuck through with pins and other things. This having been done, medical remedies were resorted to, but with this little effect. Already the court was divided into 2 jarring factions, that of the Queen and that of Don Juan of Austria, and of Philip the Great. On his deathbed small heed was taken, for each faction was looking for its rising sun. So little decency indeed was observed that the rival ecclesiastics wrangled noisily over the deathbed until they were expelled from the chamber. On September 17, 1665, just before dawn, Philip breathed his last, and for the man who had flattered as a demigod all his life, few tears were shed by the courtiers whom he had loaded with honors. The corpse of Philip, theatrical to the last, with painted hands and faces, and in the rich garments he wore in life, lay under canopy of state, in the great room in his palace at Madrid where they used to act plays, whilst Mariana, mistress of Spain in right of the semi-imbecile, now called king, triumphed over Don Juan, whom his father had angrily refused to see on his deathbed. The evils that had ruined Spain had originated long before Philip IV was born, and only a hero and a genius could have averted the catastrophe of the country. Philip was neither. He was only an overburdened, indolent man, with vicious tastes, a weak will, and a tender conscience. To this combination was due the descent of Spain like an avalanche, bearing with it to despairing extinction the last degenerate scion of the Spanish Habsburgs and the splendid inheritance of the Emperor Charles V. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23, Papal Policy, 1590 through 1648, by Moritz, Brosch. Part 1. Sixtus V had died in August 1590, filled with hatred against Spain. His energy, which nothing else had been able to destroy, paralyzed by the fear of that nation. He was followed to the grave in the space of a year and a half by 3 popes who bade farewell to life immediately after their election. And in January 1592, a 4th was chosen, Cardinal Ippolito Aldobrandini, who took the name of Clement VIII. He was a son of the Silvestro Aldobrandini, who had fled from Florence in 1531, when the Medici were restored through the arms of Spain, and who had ingratiated himself with Paul IV when that pope was venturing to make war upon the House of Habsburg. But Spain had since established her supremacy in Italy so firmly that the newly elected pope was forced to renounce the tradition of his exiled Florentine house and to accept unreservedly the position which the cabinet of Madrid had gained in the Apennine Peninsula. He did this at first with uncompromising firmness, but in the later years of his pontificate with a circumspection so subtle that he contrived to satisfy even the enemies of Spain. This effect he was perfectly able to create because he had only to look on while the government of Madrid drifted little by little towards the complete disablement of its own power. But what was the actual position of this power when Philip II was overtaken by death in September 1598? In Italy, it could scarcely have been more favorable. Sicily, Naples, and Milan were in the undisputed possession of Spain. The Grand Duke of Tuscany, not ill-disposed towards her. The Dukes of Parma and Savoy, her vassals. The Duke of Urbino, a pensioner at the court of Madrid. The College of Cardinals contained other Spanish pensioners in considerable numbers. Obedience, either purchased or compelled, was to be found everywhere, and nowhere an independent state, unless it were Venice, who kept guard over her own sovereignty, leaving the rest of Italy to its fate. But a glance at the countries of Europe north of the Alps makes it clear that Philip II had obtained the reverse of what he wanted. The Armada sent by him against England was annihilated, and Elizabeth's position newly strengthened. The Peace of Vervins had dissipated the vision which he had persistently followed of winning for his house the crown of France, and the war which he had waged for many years with the Netherlands, a war in which he had sacrificed well nigh 200 million ducats and 300,000 men, was handed on, still unfinished, to his successor, with lamentable results for Spain. The Netherlands had, by means of that war, acquired commerce and wealth, virtual independence, and maritime power. Spain had brought home nothing but poverty and bankruptcy. All these things implied a lesson for the Italians themselves, and above all, for the popes, that they too might venture to relax somewhat in their obedience to Spanish rule. And Clement VIII well knew how to effect such a transition. In this he succeeded by means of a policy of consistent moderation, favored by the general condition of European affairs. In spite of the peace which prevailed between France and Spain, the opposition between their respective interests had not ceased to smolder, and without actually fanning it into flame, Clement contrived to turn it to his advantage. This is most distinctly apparent from the signal success which he achieved with respect to Ferrara. His predecessors, Sixtus IV, Julius II, and Clement VII, had cast covetous eyes upon that duchy. He succeeded in winning what they had merely desired. As a matter of fact, the occasion was not one which demanded any particular skill or effort. Both the purely platonic attachment of Spain for the Duke and the eagerly promised assistance of France against him were turned to advantage by Clement to help him in carrying through, without bloodshed, his design of conquering Ferrara. Even the long-blunted weapon of excommunication proved still effectual, and frightened the Duke, who was not remarkably brave, into consenting to the addition of Ferrara to the States of the Church. Pope Clement VIII lighted upon a choice which was in every respect an excellent one, when he committed the management of state affairs to his nephew, Cardinal Pietro Aldobrandini. This cardinal had already, in the matter of the conquest of Ferrara, proved his value as a negotiator of peace, and incidentally as a legacy hunter on his own behalf. He showed himself, moreover, adroit enough to steer his own vessel safely to harbor, avoiding the conflicting currents which flowed headlong from France and Spain, and to take care at the same time that the cargo consigned to her by the house of Aldobrandini should come to no harm. Though this nephew of the Pope was delighted to see Henry IV providing himself with a French party in Rome by the distribution of pensions, he soon allowed dispassionate reflection to take the place of delight. Both he and other kinsmen of Pope Clement obeyed his orders in spurning Spanish and French pensions alike. They did so only in theory, and in practice hit upon the compromise that the pensions were not to be paid to them, but to be placed to their credit, what was due to them to be got in after the death of the Pope. Pietro Aldobrandini really cherished a friendship with France on the one hand, while displaying a genuine confidence in Spain on the other, and trying to invest his money in Neapolitan funds which he regarded as safe under the Spanish regime. The Pope himself behaved in much the same way, For when he felt the domination of the court of Madrid burdensome, he procured a lightening of the load by coming to terms with that court, and thus rivalry, at that time a friendly rivalry, between the two great continental powers proved useful to him and to his nephew, who were seldom at a loss for expedients. They surveyed the two rivals in turn with an auspicious and a dropping eye, in order that neither might feel aggrieved. Even the adherents of Spain among the Italian dynasties were inspired by Clement with a remarkably favorable disposition towards the papacy, as in the case of the Duke of Parma, who married a lady of the house of Aldobrandini with an enormous dowry paid out of church funds. Unlike the policy of Urban VIII at a later date, that of Clement was, in the main, inclined to passivity, and on pursuing its ends during the prevalence of peace. The year 1600, proclaimed by Clement as a year of Jubilee, brought to Rome an influx of pilgrims, not quite so numerous as the crowds attracted on similar occasions in medieval times. These pilgrims had an opportunity of witnessing, on February 17 in that year, one of the most infamous deeds of the Roman Inquisition, when, by the decree of that tribunal, Giordano Bruno, the most profound thinker of whom Italy can boast, perished at the stake. He suffered as a martyr in the cause of speculative and astronomical truth, on the very spot on which free Rome has at last raised a monument to his memory. But on the proceedings of the Inquisition, a final judgment has been passed, and it would be carrying owls to Athens to give reiterated expression to the contemptuous indignation which it calls forth on all sides. Such is not the case with the administration of justice in Rome at that time, when not concerned with matters of religion. Upon this, a fierce light is thrown by the execution in September 1599 of Beatrice Cenci and her mother for the murder of father and husband. They were suspected, rather than proved guilty, of the crime laid to their charge. And if there can be extenuating circumstances for the murder of a father or a husband, such surely pleaded in this case for mother and daughter alike, since it is unquestionably true that old Cenci, whom they murdered, was the horror-inspiring monster portrayed by Shelley in his tragedy. Moreover, the financial interests of the apostolic chamber were mixed up with the trial. It had settled on terms of cash with Cenci for all his atrocious doings, and turned to a profitable account the condemnation of the accused. After the death of Clement, March 1605, it is alleged that Henry IV spent 300,000 ducats in procuring the election of Cardinal Alessandro de' Medici as his successor. There is no documentary evidence for this statement, but it is nevertheless very credible, for this member of the Medici family had become Pope in spite of the prohibition of King Philip III, and his accession as Leo XI was celebrated in France with the firing of cannon and every manifestation of joy. But the newly chosen pontiff survived his election by only 25 days. The conclave was unduly prolonged, and a violent contest raged between the electors until, on May 16, Cardinal Camillo Borghese was elected Pope, taking the name of Paul V. He was, in common with many of his contemporaries, influenced by astrological prejudices, as well as by the firm conviction that it was his duty, as one called by the Holy Ghost, to direct the Church and to repel what seemed to him the encroachments of secular powers. In the endeavor to wrest rights out of the hands of these powers, the new pope met, in the beginning of his career, with pronounced success. He insisted that Spain should no longer levy tithe upon the Jesuits, and he gained his point. Furthermore, that a layman who had been condemned in the secular court at Naples should be given over to the Inquisition, and the man was given up. He demanded of the Knights of Malta that they should confer certain benefices upon his nephew, and what he wished was done. He insisted that the Duke of Savoy should revoke the nomination to an abbacy which he had already made, and appoint a papal nephew to be abbot instead, and the Duke complied. And in the same way, he urged that the republics of Lucca and Genoa must recall certain ordinances whereby they had done injury to the freedom of the Church, and the requisition was fulfilled. All this encouraged the Pope to risk a further struggle, this time with the Grand Council of Venice. Here, however, he knocked at the wrong door. The Republic of Venice, with her territory on the mainland, was at that time the only part of Italy which could not be described as priest-ridden. Her clergy were subject to the law of the state, and neither the making nor the execution of this law was affected by clerical opposition. Such opposition was now raised by Paul V. He imposed upon the signory a series of demands. They were to deliver up to him 2 priests who had been imprisoned for heinous offenses. They must annul a law issued by themselves in January 1604, which forbade the erection of churches, the institution of new orders, and the establishment of new monasteries or lay brotherhoods without the previous permission of the Senate, and they must revoke the decisions renewed in March 1605, which forbade the alienation of property in Mortmain. When compliance of these demands was refused, the Pope, by virtue of his own supreme authority, declared the 2 offending laws to be null and void, exactly as Innocent III, in the 13th century, had declared Magna Carta to be invalid. Insisted besides on the restoration of the 2 imprisoned priests, and in a monitory letter gave the signory 27 days' grace, after the expiration of which, if his injunction had not been obeyed, he would put Doge and Senate under his ban, and lay his interdict on all the territory of the Republic. When the signory, disregarding the papal threats, persisted in their obstinacy, Paul pronounced his ban and ordained the interdict. From May 1606 until April 21, 1607, the signory did all that lay in their power to defeat the Pope's endeavor to intimidate them by the severest means which the Church had at her command. The ban was treated as non-existent, as being illegal, and the interdict was disregarded as equally subversive of the law. The government was powerful enough to curb its clergy and to bind them down with more or less forcible compulsion to the performance of all their sacred functions, as though there were no interdict in existence. A decree of banishment was issued, and summarily executed against the Jesuits who refused to obey the orders of the Signory. In Venice, they set themselves to keep the management of the affairs of the state, in spite of ban and interdict, and in spite of an otherwise feeble opposition in the ranks of the nobles. In Rome, it behooved the Pope and his supporters to take serious counsel with themselves whether and by what means the resistance of the Republic could be overcome. It became every day more obvious that since spiritual weapons were of no avail, the subjection of the Signory to the papal authority could only be obtained by means of a war. But it was a difficult problem where to find means even to open hostilities. Both sides began to look round for allies. The Spaniards, who felt the independence of Venice to be a thorn in their own flesh, came first into consideration, and Count Fuentes, the Spanish governor of Milan, actually made preparations for an attack upon the Venetian territory, keeping back certain troops at his disposal instead of dispatching them to the Netherlands, much to the dissatisfaction of the Spaniards there and to the contentment of the Dutch. But at Madrid, the question whether the Venetian ambassador, being under an interdict, ought to attend Mass was inflated into a matter of state, and the king, whose thoughts ran more upon the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin than on any problem of politics, lost no time about declaring that he sided with the Pope. But his partisanship went no further than words, and did not extend to the furnishing of auxiliary troops against Venice. Philip III, influenced by his peace-loving minister, Lerma, took the side of the Pope precisely as James I of England took that of Venice. Neither king hesitated to declare himself thus far, while both were chary of confirming the assurance by action. The behavior of Henry IV of France was entirely different. He deceived neither the Pope nor the Signory with promises, and allowed no one to fathom his opinion on the question as to which of the two was in the right. He thus contrived to be accepted as a mediator in both Roman and Venetian circles, and to bring about, by his intervention, the adjustment of the quarrel. Cardinal Joyeuse, sent by him to Italy, concluded the agreement in Venice, although de Castro, the Spanish ambassador there, did not always support and frequently hindered him. As must inevitably happen in such cases, the parties who agreed upon a reconciliation were obliged to depart a little from their original standpoint. The two priests, whose restoration the Pope had required, were handed over by the Signory to Cardinal Joyeuse, with the reservation that the Republic, in no way prejudiced by this act of surrender, her right of citing ecclesiastics before a secular tribunal, and Joyeuse thereupon delivered up the pair to the papal commissary. The laws of which Paul V had demanded the repeal remained in full force, and Venice only promised that in the execution of these laws she would conduct herself with her accustomed piety. Absolution from the interdict, with the binding force of which was categorically denied by the Signory, was either not pronounced at all or pronounced in a quite illusory manner. It is said that Cardinal Joyeuse, appearing before the Signory, kept his hand concealed under his biretta, making the sign of the cross unperceived, and that this was to be taken as the revocation of the ban. The Signory would not at any price, in spite of the most urgent solicitations, agree to the readmission of the Jesuits, who had been banished from Venice, and Venetian territory remained forbidden ground to that order for the succeeding half-century. In the history of the struggle which came thus to an end, the towering figure of the Servite monk, Fra Paolo Sarpi, stands out conspicuously to the eyes of later generations. It was he who inspired, and by his vigorous polemic writings repeatedly upheld the resolutions formed in the matter by the Venetian government. The hatred of the Roman Church was concentrated on him, and not later than in the autumn of the same year which brought the struggle to a close, there were sent forth, not by the Pope, but by his nephew, Cardinal Scipio Borghese, assassins, at whose stealthy hand Sarpi nearly lost his life. They then took refuge in the house of the papal nuncio, who doubtless facilitated their escape into the states of the Church. The fugitives found in the papal territory shelter and even financial assistance, and it was not until a year had elapsed after their attempted crime that the Pope ordered them to be arrested. It was, however, undeniable that the experience which Paul V had gained in his quarrel with Venice served him as a lesson. His attitude from that time forth was one of more moderation, and was notably characterized by a subtle caution, in fact, by mistrust, in the direction of Spain. It may be regarded as highly probable that on the occasion of the great plot to destroy Venice, which was made and stifled in 1618, the Duke of Osuna, Spanish Viceroy of Naples, and Bedmar, the Spanish ambassador accredited to the Signory, had a hand in the game. But no sane judge of these transactions could assert or imagine that Paul V and his court favored these outrageous doings on the part of the two Spaniards and their accomplices, or that they were even aware of them. When the Spaniards, shortly after the outbreak of the 30 Years' War, were planning the wholesale massacre of the Valtelline Protestants, and applied to the Pope for his blessing on the undertaking, Paul met their demands with a flat refusal, withheld from the Duke of Feria, Spanish governor of Milan, all the help for which he asked, and would not so much as reveal his own view of the affair. Later, when the massacre had been carried out, between 500 and 600 Protestants having perished as its victims, and when Feria had caused the slaughter to be celebrated as a glorious victory by the singing of a Te Deum in Milan, Paul was most zealous in avoiding any expression which might have been construed into approval of the horrible transaction. He refused on this occasion to abandon his position of absolute neutrality, in spite of strong attempts on the part of the Venetians to stir him to action against Spain, and in the same way he refused to give any financial aid to the Catholic cantons of Switzerland, which were desirous of closing the passes of the Alps against Protestant reinforcements making for the Valtelline. Again and again, he and his nephew, who was his right-hand man, lamented the fact that while they condemned, they could in no way oppose the proceedings of Spain, because it would otherwise appear as though the Holy See were taking heretics under its protection, a consideration set at naught, as we shall see, by the next pope. Even until the day of his death in January 1621, Paul V refused to side either with Spain or with the Grisons, from whom she had wrested the Valtelline, and to requests for money put forward on the part of Spain, he invariably replied with cold refusal or with expressions of regret. He may have suspected, it is not improbable that he knew, that the so-called Holy War was being carried on rather in the private interests of the House of Habsburg than in those of the faith. It was a bold request that the Pope, whose state was already hemmed in by the Italian possessions of the Spanish crown, should loosen his purse strings to increase the facilities for the common action at which the two branches of the House of Habsburg were manifestly aiming. Paul V evaded this request. He preferred to heap up his wealth for his own family, the Borghese. His successor was Gregory XV, whose reign, extending from February 1621 to July 1623, coincides with a more marked progress of the Catholic reaction in Germany and elsewhere. Gregory, an old and a feeble, was ruled by his nephew, Cardinal Lodovico Lodovicio. The latter was perfectly competent for the two tasks which he saw before him. First, the enrichment of the Lodovici family in Rome, an end which he pursued in a truly commercial spirit and achieved with brilliant success. And secondly, the promotion of the Catholic reaction throughout the world, undertaken by him with great and even excessive zeal. The suppression of Protestantism in the hereditary dominions of Austria, which was begun immediately after the Battle of the White Hill and relentlessly carried on, the conquest of the Lower Palatinate by Spinola and of the Upper by Bavarian troops, the transference of the electoral dignity of the Palatinate to Maximilian of Bavaria, the resumption by Spain, after a 12 years' truce, of hostilities against the Netherlands, the oppression of the Huguenots in France, the diplomatic game of hide and seek by which James I and his minion, Buckingham, and the Prince of Wales were fooled in Madrid and induced to grant far-reaching concession to the Catholics in England. In all these causes, Cardinal Lodovicio, in the name of Gregory XV, jubilantly took part, most effectually furthering them all by stirring up, at the right moment, a violent agitation in the Catholic courts, by calling out the body militant of the Jesuits, and even by giving assistance from the papal coffers. Catholicism, now avowedly on the offensive, had everywhere favorable results to record. And it seemed, now that Protestantism had been successfully restricted, as if time might bring about its complete annihilation. But those who looked below the surface could discern, even in these first events of the 30 Years' War, the point where the closely drawn net that enclosed and united the states which had remained Catholic threatened to break asunder. In the Valtelline, the Spaniards had turned to the best possible advantage the massacre which had been brought about by their help. They had occupied the district and erected fortresses there, and had pushed forward as far as Bormio. From another side, the Austrians, under Archduke Leopold, invaded the Grisons, and, having seized Kerr and levied contributions upon it, wasted the Engadin with fire and sword. Spaniards and imperialists could now bring help to each other over the passes of the leagues, in order to fall upon their opponents in one body. Protestantism in the Valtelline was rooted out. In the Grisons, it was exposed to the utmost danger. But precisely for this reason did it threaten the unity of the Catholic powers, more than one of which had its interests at stake. Venice had to rely, in defense of her possessions on the mainland, upon the recruits enrolled in the Grisons and in Switzerland. But how could these make their way across the mountains if the Austro-Spanish alliance blocked up the passes against them? The Duke of Savoy, who had shortly before joined the cause of the Catholic reaction and had taken up anew certain old schemes of his house against the heretics of Geneva, grew suspicious, recognizing in the fact that the Spaniards in Milan could, whenever they felt so inclined, bring Austrian troops over the mountains, an addition to the dangers which threatened his independence. Finally, France, her war with the Huguenots being successfully ended, had now to fear that the Spaniards, once more in close alliance with Austria, would make an end once for all of her influence in Italy. These three powers combined to induce, in case of necessity to compel, the House of Habsburg to surrender the Grisons passes. There was thus imminent upon Italian soil a war between Catholic powers which could not be but welcome to the Protestants. At first it was deferred by negotiations, which led to a Franco-Spanish agreement. The two cabinets again took up the scheme by the help of which they had tried as early as the time of Paul V, and now tried again to arrive at an understanding. They resolved to await the adjustment of the controversy by the Pope, and to request that he would nominally take into his own keeping the fortresses of the Valtelline and the Grisons, then occupied by Spaniards and Austrians, by putting into them garrisons of his own papal troops. Gregory XV and the cardinal nephew acceded to the request. The necessary soldiery were recruited in the Roman territory, and their command entrusted to the Pope's brother. He led his force to the point where the Spaniards, and after some reluctance on the part of the Archduke Leopold, the Austrians also, actually yielded to them the strongholds which they had evacuated. The dissension in the Catholic camp seemed to be happily ended, but it was soon to break out afresh and to lead to 16 years of deadly struggle for the possession of the Valtelline. Gregory XV lived long enough to see the papal standards waving in the high Alps. Upon his death, which followed shortly afterwards, Cardinal Maffeo Barberini was elected Pope in August 1623 and took the name of Urban VIII. 8 months after this election, an event happened which was epoch-making for the whole of Europe. On April 26, 1624, the Conseil du Roi admitted among its members Richelieu, that instrument of fate, who in France overthrew the Huguenots, who in Germany helped to raise up the Protestants, and by indirect and secret ways, or even by open force, hastened the downfall of Spain, and lowered the domineering position of the House of Habsburg. Within the comparatively short space of time which had elapsed since the death of Gregory XV, the compromise which had been made and acted upon with regard to the Valtelline had proved itself to be fraudulent. The papal garrisons quartered in the fortresses of the Valtelline had steadily dwindled away, and the consequent gaps in their ranks had been gradually filled by Spaniards. The new pope grudged the money which went to the troops which he had allowed to be dispatched on this errand. He would have liked Spain to furnish their pay, and he actually made proposals for replacing the unsatisfactory compromise by a permanent arrangement. These proposals, however, suited neither France nor the Venetians, and Richelieu resolved on a fresh move. He concerted with Venice an armed rising, with the object of wresting the Valtelline from Spanish influence. He dispatched the Marquis de Couvres to Switzerland, where, supplied with funds by France and Venice, he induced the Protestant cantons to furnish some 1,000 men. These first prevailed on the Austrians under Archduke Leopold to quit the Grisons, and then de Couvres, reinforced by French troops, marched over the mountains to the Valtelline, where he was supplied by the Venetians with heavy artillery for a siege. No sooner were the first shots fired than the papal troops and the Spaniards who were with them abandoned all the fortified places of the valley, which before the end of the year, 1624, was placed under the protection of the King of France, in conformity with the agreement made between France, Venice, Savoy, and the Grisons. The Valtelline and the passes of the Alps were thus secured against occupation by Spain. Pope Urban, who showed himself later to be above any suspicion of a partiality toward Spain, was on this occasion sorely displeased with the French for having driven his troops out of the Valtelline as though they were Turks or heretics. And according to the latest researches, it is scarcely to be doubted that he had his revenge upon them. For the notorious Treaty of Monzon, concluded in March 1626, whereby France basely turned her back on her allies, Venice, Savoy, and the Grisons, was a piece of work carried through by an overstepping of authority on the part of the French envoy, Dufargas, which was contrived by Urban, and in fact he expressly designated it as his own work to one of his nuncios. Richelieu was compelled by the Catholic party at court to acquiesce in the agreement made at Monzon and to abandon the allies of France. It was an act of treachery dictated to him on that occasion by the Pope. The events arising out of the Treaty of Monzon followed one another in constant succession. The treaty pronounced a decision nearly affecting the Valtelline, that the right of crossing the passes belonged to Spain equally with France. A purely nominal prerogative of the Grisons over the Valtelline, where only Catholics were to be tolerated, was to continue, and the fortresses of the Valtelline were to be given up again to the Pope. The people of the Grisons, however, scorned to make use of the formal prerogative adjudged to them. The Venetians and the French, commanded by de Couvres, vacated the Valtelline territory. The Spaniards might at any moment occupy it, and the Pope hesitated as to the vindication of his right to garrison it. Before this treaty, an open war between France and Spain had been in sight, but by means of this agreement, the enmity was replaced by mutual advances fraught with far-reaching consequences. The secondary and small states of the Italian peninsula were now given over, without hope of recovery, to the hegemony of Spain, which was strengthened by the understanding with France. In the latter country, Richelieu was proceeding to strengthen the royal authority, for he meant to force the Huguenots to bow beneath it and to strip them of all political power. For the United Provinces, the treaty which they had concluded with France at Compiègne in June 1624 had become worthless, and they were obliged to carry on the struggle for their existence under disheartening circumstances, since Spain was secured by the Treaty of Monzon from any thwarting of her plans. Finally, in Germany, the Catholic reaction took a loftier flight than ever before, when the King of Denmark, whom at precisely the critical moment the subsidies promised by France had failed, suffered a defeat, and the imperial troops forced their way irresistibly to the shores of the Baltic and the North Sea. This turn of events in Germany opened to Urban VIII the prospect not only of the ultimate defeat of Protestantism, but also of material advantage. And both these prospects seemed to draw nearer and nearer as the German Catholics hastened to make capital out of their victories. Step by step, they succeeded in ousting the Protestants in the empire from the just and legally recognized position which they had held since 1555, in accordance with the religious peace of Augsburg. Rome had been obliged to submit to this peace, but had never consented to it. One pope, Paul IV, had even requested the Emperor Charles V and his brother King Ferdinand to declare the religious peace null and void, and had at the same time released them from their oath to keep it. Now it had become an established principle that there was no need to observe towards heretics promises assured to them by a fundamental law of the empire. In 1627, the Emperor Ferdinand II issued a formal edict in which he proclaimed that Protestants were no longer to be tolerated in his kingdom of Bohemia, and in the following year he extended the force of this edict to the rest of the hereditary dominions of Austria. And in the rest of Germany, the Catholic reaction, which called itself the New Reformation, and is more appropriately known as the Counter-Reformation, was carried on with cold ruthlessness. These proceedings, carried on in defiance of all equity and all hitherto acknowledged rights, culminated in the Edict of Restitution published in 1629, which constrained the Protestant states to give back to the Catholic Church all the ecclesiastical property that had come into their possession during the last 74 years. A new source of enrichment was thus opened to this church, and there was no doubt that Rome meant to have her share in the wealth of the national churches subordinated to herself. From this, it is easy to understand the action of Urban in addressing briefs to the emperor, in which he expressed approval of the Edict of Restitution, and could not say enough in its praise. It is less comprehensible how, upon a subsequent occasion, when Gustavus Adolphus had entered upon his triumphal march through Germany, and became associated with a very obvious hostility on the part of the Pope towards the House of Habsburg, the same Urban could deny that he had ever given his consent to the Edict of Restitution, stating how he had informed the consistory of cardinals that this edict did not correspond to his conception of affairs. Even before the publication of the edict, which had for its aim the despoiling of the Protestants, another resplendent hope had arisen for Catholicism. Richelieu, desirous of subduing the Huguenots of La Rochelle, and thus baffling the plans of Charles I and Buckingham, who were making overtures to them, succeeded in concluding on April 20, 1627, a Franco-Hispano-Papal treaty, planning the invasion and, in fact, the dismemberment of England. This idea appears to have been originally suggested by Urban, and Richelieu merely acted upon the suggestion, while Olivares, the minister of King Philip IV, declared his assent. In any case, the treaty was concluded, and had it been crowned with success, would have resulted in the restoration of the Catholic religion in England. Besides this, as we are told on no uncertain authority, Ireland was, in case the undertaking prospered, to have been made over to the Pope as his sovereign property, which he could give in fief to whomsoever he would. The scheme was not ill-devised and shaped, although it came to nothing, an indication from which we may judge to what extent the united powers of Catholicism trusted in their strength. End of section 71. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 18th of October, 2022. Section 72 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23, Papal Policy, 1590 through 1648, by Moritz, Brosch. Part 2. It was not only Protestantism which was threatened with the utmost danger from the overthrow which these powers had prepared, or were about to prepare, for the followers of the gospel. The whole of modern civilization and the continuous development of learning would have been forcibly stopped, and that for no short time, had the Catholic reaction been finally victorious. The clearest possible proof of this is found in the cruel treatment to which Rome, by order of Urban VIII, subjected one of the greatest of speculative thinkers, Galileo Galilei. The wider the field which would have been won for the Inquisition on the continent, the more effectively would it have set itself to oppose not only astronomical truth, but the artificial edifice of the coalition of Catholic powers began to totter just when it seemed most securely placed. In Germany, shortly after the Edict of Restitution had been issued, many Catholic states revolted from the emperor, whose heightened authority, together with the extortions of Wallenstein's soldiers, led even Catholic princes to look round for deliverance from the danger which threatened their independence, while Maximilian of Bavaria himself joined the aggrieved party and began to compare his own ill fortune with the good fortune of the House of Habsburg. In France, Richelieu, engaged in the siege of La Rochelle, nevertheless kept in mind the main task of his political life, the purpose of making war upon Spain and the emperor, and scarcely had La Rochelle fallen before he determined to oppose the Spanish policy in Italy. Pope Urban met him halfway, or rather was beforehand with him. He stirred up France against Spain, and urged King Louis XIII to dispatch an army over the Alps without delay. He, the Pope, would himself reinforce it with his troops and take his part in the struggle for the freedom of Italy. The camp of the Catholic states, which had forced heresy to yield one position after another, had itself become the scene of unconcealed discord, for which no remedy was found during the remainder of the 30 Years' War. The motive that prompted the Pope to range himself on the side of France was the struggle for the Mantuan succession, which was assuming a more and more threatening aspect. The elder line of the House of Gonzaga had died out at the close of the year 1627 with Vincent II, Duke of Mantua, who had acknowledged as his successor in the dukedom Charles de Gonzaga, Duke of Nevers and Rothwell, then resident in France. This Duke of Nevers, actually the nearest agnate to the succession, was a peer of France, a favorite of Louis XIII, and personally devoted to the French cause. His father had fought at St. Quentin against Philip II and Charles V. There was enough reason in this to make him undesirable in the eyes of the courts of Madrid and Vienna. The emperor, however, when it was made known to him that Nevers had taken possession of Mantua, maintained an attitude of extreme reserve. Spain took the opposite course, and did not long hesitate to conclude an alliance with the Duke of Savoy, who was raising a claim to Montferrat, a dependency of Mantua. Spanish troops were sent out from the Milanese, and the siege of Cassel, the stronghold of Montferrat, followed. No onlooker in his senses could have doubted for a moment that the emperor would support the warlike action of Spain. As overlord of the imperial fiefs, Mantua and Montferrat, Ferdinand II, in the first instance, tried legal action by placing both duchies under sequestration. Nevers, in the hope of bringing about an arrangement, sent his son to Vienna, where he hoped to gain the favor of the empress, herself a Gonzaga. But almost simultaneously with the arrival of young Nevers in Vienna, there arrived a protest from the Spanish governor of Milan, objecting to the reception by Ferdinand of an enemy of King Philip IV. The protest took effect. The prince was only once received, and that in secret, by the empress, while the emperor only granted him an audience of leave after his recall had been notified from Mantua. Ferdinand II had, on this occasion, allowed his attitude to be dictated to him by Don Gonzalez de Cordoba, the Spanish governor in the Milanese. At about the same time, the Pope, through his nuncio, made offers of mediation in Vienna, but found his efforts futile, as Spain naturally wished them to be. In the meantime, an event had occurred which gave an entirely different turn to the whole situation. La Rochelle had surrendered on October 30th, 1628, and Richelieu had his hands free. During the winter months, he contented himself indeed with negotiations, but directly afterwards he set the king on the march, at the head of the flower of the French army, from Grenoble over Mount Genevre to Italy. At Susa, which the French took after a short resistance, the Prince of Piedmont was compelled to subscribe to a treaty, the terms of which bound his father, the Duke of Savoy, to break with Spain. The Spaniards, in consequence, raised the siege of Cassel, and Richelieu made an alliance with Venice and Nevers, but not with the Pope, who had promised to join their league, but deferred his final decision. The dilatoriness of Urban VIII was, on this occasion, dictated by prudence. For no sooner had Richelieu gone back with his French troops over the Alps to complete the subjugation of the Huguenots in Languedoc than Spain and the emperor gathered themselves together for a more energetic attack. Spinola was made governor of Milan, and the emperor sent a considerable body of troops from Germany over the passes of the Grisons into Italy, where they immediately opened hostilities against Venice and Mantua. The Pope would have been powerless to withstand them if his treaty of alliance with France had already been ratified. In the next year, 1630, the French, led by Richelieu, appeared again in Italy, and took from the Duke of Savoy, who had fallen away to the side of Spain, the stronghold of Pinerolo, the sallyport which permanently secured to them the way to Piedmont. But they could not prevent the defeat of their allies at Valeggio, nor the seizure by the imperial troops of Mantua, which for full 3 days was pillaged without mercy. Closely considered, the whole bloody business in Upper Italy amounted to an episode of which the final decision was found north of the Alps and rested with the House of Habsburg. The net from which the Emperor Ferdinand II was unable to extricate himself was woven by Richelieu and the Venetian government, Maximilian of Bavaria, and the Pope. It has now been exposed to the light of day, and we can distinguish the various threads which made its meshes. So early as the autumn of 1629, the mediation of France had brought about a truce, which suspended hostilities between Poland and Sweden for the next 6 years, and the way was thus opened for Gustavus Adolphus to make war upon the emperor. In July 1630, the Venetian ambassador, Alvis Contarini, in the French camp at Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne in Savoy, signed the treaty whereby France and the Republic pledged themselves to pay to the King of Sweden, so long as the war he was planning against Ferdinand II should last, a yearly subsidy of 1,200,000 livres. But to stir up a powerful enemy against the emperor was only a part of the precautions suggested by diplomacy. It was also necessary to take thought how to force him to adopt measures in Germany which impaired his power of resistance and made him weak almost beyond recuperation. And this both Richelieu and the Pope understood to bring about with masterly skill. In the same year, 1630, a meeting of electors was held at Ratisbon, and the emperor wished to prevail on them to elect his son Ferdinand King of the Romans, and to express a virtual approval of the Mantuan War. Now the Pope had already, in the 2 previous years, advised Maximilian of Bavaria to prevent the election of the emperor's son as King of the Romans, advice which he afterwards disowned, precisely as he denied having approved of the Edict of Restitution. On this occasion, he sent the nuncio Rocci to Ratisbon, while Father Joseph, subtlest of Capuchins, appeared there as Richelieu's emissary. The two succeeded in arriving at a complete understanding with Maximilian of Bavaria, so that no election of a Roman king was held, while the emperor resolved on a very far-reaching compliance with the wishes of the princes. He abandoned his victorious commander-in-chief, Wallenstein, with whose removal the imperial army, which he had held together, practically fell to pieces. That such a concession was extorted from the emperor is probably traceable to the influence of the Elector of Bavaria, who employed spies among Wallenstein's closest associates, and who certainly made no secret of their reports, which accused the general of the most infamous designs against the emperor and his son. For the rest, Ferdinand II submitted to the conclusion of the war in Upper Italy on terms favorable to the French, while the sovereignty of Mantua and Montferrat was adjudged to the Duke of Nevers. Such were the consequences of the Ratisbon meeting, and it is clear enough that a chief share in the accomplishment of results most disadvantageous to the emperor belongs to the nuncio Rozzi and to Father Joseph. Urban VIII, Gustavus Adolphus, and Richelieu lost no time in turning to most effectual account a conjuncture so admirably adapted to their purpose. Even before the end of January 1631, the ruler of France and Gustavus Adolphus concluded their treaty of alliance, against which Maximilian of Bavaria conscientiously addressed a protest to the Pope. Yet the same Maximilian, not later than in the ensuing May, concluded an alliance with France. It is true, for defensive purposes only, but mainly directed against the imperial house, and arranged by the nuncio Bagni in Paris. From Munich, it was signified to Crivelli, the Bavarian diplomatic agent residing in Rome, that this alliance was the fruit of the fatherly foresight of His Holiness, who had always advised the re-establishment of a good understanding between Bavaria and the Crown of France. Spain and the Emperor were filled with indignation by the action of the Pope. The Spanish ambassador, Cardinal Borgia, in the name and by command of his king, Philip IV, raised a protest which stated that all the harm and detriment which would befall the Catholic religion must be imputed not to him, the most pious and obedient of kings, but to His Holiness. The only result of the protest was to exasperate Urban still more, and the citizens of Rome waited upon him on the Capitoline Hill with a declaration to the effect that God in His mercy had summoned out of the furthest north the King of Sweden, who, by thwarting the designs of Austria and Spain, was rendering to Christian Rome services like those of Camillus to the pagan city. In vain, too, the Emperor Ferdinand exerted himself to arouse in the Pope the conviction that the struggle against Gustavus Adolphus was a religious war. He sent an ambassador to ask him for a substantial subsidy, which Urban must grant if it were his earnest desire to repel the attack of the heretics upon the Catholics. But the answer he received to this request was always the same, that the papal coffers were exhausted, and that the emperor had only himself to blame for this exhaustion, since by the war with Mantua he had imposed upon the papal states heavy charges for purposes of defense, that the treasure in the castle of St. Angelo, which had come down from Sixtus V, was considerably diminished, and the rest of this treasure must remain in reserve for the defense of the Church, and neither could nor might be applied to purposes of war, involving purely secular interests and not those of religion. All that Ferdinand II could obtain from the Pope was the monthly sum of 12,000 scudi, promised after the victory of Gustavus Adolphus at Breitenfeld. But this sum was to be divided in equal shares between the princes of the Catholic League and the emperor. And scarcely a year had passed before Urban managed adroitly to evade his promise. He then granted the emperor 200,000 scudi, which he was to raise from ecclesiastical revenues in the hereditary dominions of Austria, and employ for his need. After which grant, the Pope's promised payment of the 12,000 scudi was to be discontinued. We cannot mistake in thinking that these concessions were only made by Urban by way of lulling the world to sleep in the belief that he had yielded, so far as lay in his power, to the demands of Spain and Austria. But however persuasively he may have demonstrated this theory, The cabinets of Madrid and Vienna were no readier than before to believe in his goodwill. As in the 16th century, a condition of the utmost tension between Pope Paul III and the Emperor Charles V had all but led to an open breach, and caused the Pope to appear in league with the Protestant party. So now matters seemed about to come to an exactly similar pass between Urban VIII and the ultra-Catholic Ferdinand II. Nor indeed, according to the evidence of the best authorities, can any doubt be said to remain that the successes of Gustavus Adolphus, the far-famed champion of the Protestant faith, were hailed with joy by Urban. This pope reserved his Catholic feelings for home use. His foreign policy bore, for a considerable time, the stamp of Protestantism. Shortly before the close of 1632, a whole series of announcements reached Rome, where they were received by Urban as Job received his messages. First came the news of the death of Gustavus Adolphus at Lutzen, and of the consequent overthrow of the Swedes. The news of the king's death proved to be true, but the Swedes had really gained a victory over the imperial troops, who had been compelled to abandon the places they had occupied in Saxony. Next came the report concerning the election to the Polish crown, which had resulted in favor of a candidate intimately connected with the emperor, and last, not least, the announcement that Richelieu, whose opponents in France were bestirring themselves more vigorously, had fallen ill. The Spaniards in Rome rejoiced, while the Pope mourned. But he would not let his courage fail him because of these misfortunes, for he put his firm trust in France. The Pope, so the envoy of the Duke of Modena wrote of him at the time, better affects the French side than any citizen of Paris. Was he driven to this by a kind of instinct, to turn his face to the rising sun and his back upon that which had begun to set? Or did he perhaps hope, in spite of everything, that with the help of France and the Protestants he might wrest the kingdom of Naples from the Spaniards, who, being also masters of Milan, and most intimately connected with the imperial government, had it in their power to make the Church a dependency of the House of Habsburg? These questions admit of no answer capable of proof, for no sounding line of historical inquiry can reach the motives of his actions and the ultimate foundation of his character. After the death of Gustavus Adolphus, some hesitation and uncertainty may for a time be observed in Urban's bearing. When the Swedish Chancellor, Oxenstierna, had, at Heilbronn in April 1633, concluded the compact binding the Protestant princes of the empire to leave the chief management of war and politics in the hands of Sweden, which, in the agreement, had secured for itself a support against emperor and Catholics, extending even beyond any peace that might be concluded, it was the Pope who expressed his disapproval of this arrangement, and who wished to induce the French to supersede their treaty of alliance with Sweden by a similar agreement with himself for the defense of Italy. It seems more probable that by this action he only wished in some measure to soothe Spain and the imperial party, than that he could have supposed Richelieu likely to consent to the abandonment by France of an ally so powerful in the field in order to chain herself to the helpless forces of the papacy. In the same year, 1633, an ambassador extraordinary from Ferdinand II besieged the Pope with demands which once more aimed at the grant of a subsidy against the heretics. For a considerable time he met with peremptory refusals, scarcely even couched in diplomatic language, especially as Urban felt himself strengthened in his obstinacy by the news of the capture of Ratisbon by the Swedes under Bernard of Weimar. The ambassador was obliged to press his demands for a full year before he at last obtained not indeed a promise of subsidies from the papal treasury, but a decree issued by Urban whereby 6/10 of all ecclesiastical revenues in Italy were put at the service of the emperor, March 1634. In September of the same year was fought the Battle of Nordlingen, in which the imperial troops, under the command of King Ferdinand, were victorious over the Swedes. Pope Urban could not quite conceal his dejection at this reverse, and during the Te Deum, sung to celebrate the triumph over the heretics, it was obvious enough that his joy as head of the Catholic Church was sadly damped, and his disappointment as a temporal prince was a very bitter one. He had flattered himself, even until 1630 or thereabouts, with the illusory hope of being able to place the imperial crown of the House of Habsburg upon the head of Maximilian of Bavaria, and what a spectacle now met his eyes! The understanding which had been re-established between Ferdinand and Maximilian developed after the murder of Wallenstein into a relation of the greatest intimacy. The House of Habsburg, lately vanquished, was now victorious, and worst of all, victorious over Protestants, so that Urban was still obliged to put a good face on a bad business. But at this juncture, Richelieu mustered his forces for the ambitious scheme of attack upon Spain and the Emperor, which was to raise France to the position of the foremost power in Europe. In the year following the Battle of Nordlingen, the French assumed the offensive at every point in the scene of war. The Duke of Hohan, now reconciled with Richelieu, seized and held the Grisons and the Valtelline, while to give the Spaniards no breathing space, more than 25,000 French advanced towards Flanders. Other French regiments kept watch and ward over the frontiers of Lorraine and Upper Burgundy. Dutch and Swedes and the Duke of Savoy followed the example of the French, and France sustained the martial ardor of her allies by subsidies which were lavishly promised, even if not always punctually paid. Had Urban VIII been made of the stuff of a Julius II or a Paul IV, he would not have hesitated for a moment, in the face of such events, to side openly with France. That his joining in Richelieu's enterprises must have been to the advantage of the Protestants as well as to his own would not have startled him in the least. In spite of his rigorous Catholic orthodoxy, Paul IV had summoned Lutherans to defend Rome when he was waging his war against Philip II, and had allowed them to make their mock at Catholic uses or abuses. But Urban VIII was not, like Julius, more of a pagan imperator than a Christian pontifex, nor yet, like Paul, filled with fiery passion and ungovernable hate. He adroitly avoided daring enterprises, or caused others to engage in them to his advantage. He had not the courage to devote himself with might and main to their successful accomplishment. To judge by all that has come down to us with the warrant of unimpeachable evidence concerning his anti-Spanish and anti-imperial policy, he would have liked nothing better than that Richelieu and his confederates should have wrested from the grasp of Spain the possession of Milan, Flanders, and, if possible, Naples as well. Nevertheless, he refused to join the great alliance formed by France, just as he also declined to grant a hearing to the wish of the imperialists that he would approve their endeavors, or at least express disapproval of those of the French. He persisted in observing, to the end of his life, a scrupulous formal neutrality, an attitude which, owing to the posture of affairs, certainly proved useful to France. For Richelieu in particular, who was obliged to consider the Catholic party in the country and at court, it was of incalculable value that the Pope silently allowed the support of Protestantism against its adversaries in Germany and elsewhere. Spain and the Emperor appreciated this toleration at its real worth, perceiving it to be a masked goodwill. As to the internal condition of the states of the Church in the time of Urban VIII, it presents the picture of a specious augmentation of strength, produced by violent means, side by side with an insuperable hidden weakness. Already in the 3rd year of his pontificate, the Pope had succeeded, without much difficulty, in bringing to pass the escheat of one of the larger fiefs of the Church, the Duchy of Urbino. The duchy became a province of the Papal States, and its population at first rejoiced that their turn, too, had now come to take advantage of the inexhaustible fount of benefices at the Pope's disposal. Disillusionment soon followed in the shape of increased pressure of taxes, which Urban hastened to impose upon them. For his system of government led him to walk with never a stumble in 2 paths, both of which made it necessary for him to use to the utmost the people's capacity for the bearing of burdens. One of these paths was the precipitous one of nepotism, which led to the most hazardous aberrations. It has been maintained by contemporaries of this Pope, otherwise well informed, though their statement on this head is not removed beyond all doubt, that he thought of reviving that form of nepotism which was usual towards the end of the 15th and during the 16th century, by making his family a sovereign one. However this may be, it is unquestionable that Urban, either voluntarily or perforce, finally restricted himself to another form, within the range of which he displayed the most eager solicitude for the enrichment of his nephews, the Barberini. They, for their part, were not backward in helping themselves where anything was to be gained. The charge which was brought against them, of having purloined 6 or indeed 14 million scudi of the state funds, may be an exaggeration, but it is a fact that during the 21 years of their uncle's pontificate, they managed to increase the yearly income of their house from the original figure of 20,000 scudi to at least 400,000, and this entirely from landed property and the revenues of benefices heaped upon them. What they called their own in gold and jewels besides defies all valuation. There was no question, in their case, of any rendering of accounts, nor was it till after the death of Urban that they were threatened with a rigid scrutiny of their conduct, which they avoided in the first place by flight, and later by making an arrangement with the all-powerful sister-in-law of the new Pope. The second path, which Urban pursued with unyielding obstinacy, had for its goal the transformation of the states of the Church into a military state. Nothing was too costly for this Pope, if it implied an increase of his power of resistance in order to bring the prevailing hierarchy into a condition of perfect security within and power of action without. His efforts resulted in producing an army whose strength looked magnificent on paper, but could not meet any real test. He augmented the number of his troops, built new galleys, and laid out imposing fortresses, displaying with regard to such matters all that unbridled eagerness which leaves the devotees of militarism unsatisfied when they have done all they can. The result was that a prodigious amount of money was spent, the screw of taxation tightened to the utmost, and the debts with which the state was loaded made heavier, while it became more and more evident that the people were sinking deeper and deeper into poverty. Urban lived to discover, when his day of power was almost over, how vain had been his unresting efforts, and how impossible was the task of producing out of a people who obeyed the priestly government like a flock of sheep, soldiers who would fight for that government like wolves. For the Pope was, at the very last, involved in an Italian war through his Barberini kinsman. It was a war which began with a scandal, was carried on ignominiously for the papal arms, and ended by no means favorably for the states of the Church. The Barberini had fallen out with the Duke of Parma on questions of etiquette, and they revenged themselves on him in precisely the way in which a smart member of the Stock Exchange might retaliate on his commercial antagonist. The Duke had given certain monti, bonds, the interest on which was to be paid out of the revenues of his possessions in the Papal States, Castro and Ronciglione. The Barberini now contrived that their uncle should issue an inhibition, forbidding the exportation of grain from Castro into Roman territory. The property thereupon ceased to yield rents, and the Duke, who was already in financial straits, was unable to pay interest to his creditors. They, in a panic, threw their monti at very low prices on the market. These were hereupon bought by the Barberini, without any risk on their part, because they knew that the Pope would either compel the Duke to resume the payment of interest or seize Castro and Ronciglione, and thereupon completely satisfy the creditors out of the rents of both places. The plan seemed to be answering admirably. Papal troops marched to Castro and took possession of it after a futile resistance. The Pope did not rest contented with this, being encouraged by the position of affairs at the moment to take further steps. Spain was, for the time being, completely crippled, Portugal in course of defection from her, Naples on the verge of revolt, the Dutch victorious everywhere as far as the sea. France, on the other hand, to whom Urban had rendered incontestable services, was in all respects at an advantage, for being in possession of Pinerolo and allied with Savoy, she could at any moment attack the Milanese, while on the theater of war in Germany, the Swedes and Bernard of Weimar had gained new victories on her behalf. But the Pope could safely hope that the French would leave him at least a free hand against Parma. In January 1642, the Duke was excommunicated. All his fiefs were declared forfeited, and his freehold estates in the Roman territory, which had already been sequestered, were ordered to be sold. Out of the proceeds of the sale, the Apostolic Chamber had to satisfy the Duke's creditors, including the Barberini, who had obtained his bonds at a discount by paying nominal prices for them, before it confiscated the remainder as lapsing to the treasury. By these events, and by the threatening preparations for war which were set on foot by the Pope, the middle states of Italy, Tuscany, Modena, and Venice, were roused to rebellion. If the papacy, which had, in the time of Clement VIII, seized the duchy of Ferrara, and latterly, under Urban, that of Urbino, had now incorporated Parma with the states of the Church, all possibility of maintaining an equilibrium in the peninsula would have been at an end. And it was to prevent such a displacement of power in central Italy that the three dukes in question concluded, in August, an alliance which aimed at repelling the hostile intentions of the Pope towards Parma. The whole country between the Po and the Tiber now resounded with the alarm of war, and the Duke of Parma was the first to make up his mind to try his fortune. Breaking forth with not more than 3,000 cavalry, he crossed the frontier, drove before him the papal troops wherever he encountered them, and took Forli and Faenza. He then made towards home over the Apennines, and with none to check or even to molest him, took up a position in the end of September near Lake Trasimene, spreading terror far and wide. The way to Rome, which was filled with anxiety and fear, lay open to him. Had he appeared before the city walls, there is not a doubt but that the Pope and cardinals would have been obliged to grant him all that he might have asked. What induced the Duke to remain stationary instead of pressing on cannot be determined. He thus gave the enemy time, which they employed both in military preparations and in diplomatic negotiation. Near Orvieto, a meeting took place of delegates from the three dukes allied with Parma, and Cardinal Spada as plenipotentiary of the Pope. Spada, it may be remarked by the way, is described in the famous Memories of Cardinal de Retz as rompu et corrompu dans les affaires, and the mediation was undertaken by Hugh de Lyon, French ambassador at the court of Rome. They agreed upon a treaty which was not observed by the Pope, so that not only the three allied dukes, but France as well, entered a protest against the breach of it. The spring of 1643 saw the renewal of hostilities, which were actually prolonged, together with a dreadful devastation of the states of the Church, until March 31, 1644, upon which day peace was at last declared at Venice, immediately after a defeat of the papal party at Ponte Legoscuro on the Po. It was a peace which amounted to the restoration of the status quo ante. The conquests made on either side were to be given back, and the Pope was obliged to free the Duke of Parma from his ban, to restore Castro to him within 60 days, and in like manner the freehold property confiscated in the territory of Rome. Urban VIII saw his pride humbled, the army on which he had lavished unsparing trouble and expense brought into ill repute, the finances of his state undermined, and the vassal whom he had excommunicated reinstated with undiminished honors, if not with actual gain, in his rule over all the property of which the Pope had dispossessed him. Urban was a broken man. It is reported that upon the signing of the treaty of peace he fell into a swoon, and died shortly afterwards, on July 29, 1644. The war which Urban had last waged was called by his contemporaries, not without reason, the War of the Barberini. What were its consequences we may gather from the report of a Venetian ambassador accredited to Urban's immediate successor. All the communes of the Papal States, so it runs, have fallen since the War of the Barberini, into a condition of such decay and exhaustion that it is impossible for them ever to rise or recover themselves. The suffering entailed by the war upon the Italian states which opposed the Pope, Tuscany, Modena, and the Republic of Venice, was disproportionately less. They emerged from the struggle without having either lost or gained in political importance, and their importance in this respect remained what it already was, quite secondary in degree. For between France, which was closely allied with Charles Emmanuel, Duke of Savoy, and Spain, who held sway over Milan and Naples, and the Republic of Genoa as a bank for the placing out of her loans, all these Italian states, not excepting even Venice, were powerless to adopt or carry out any independent policy. If, in spite of this, men still talked of the freedom of Italy, the princes and politicians who made use of the phrase understood and could understand nothing else by it than a security granted to them by the power and influence of France against being overpowered by Spain, a contingency which at that time was not regarded as impossible, and was at all times dreaded. After the death of Urban followed some turbulent weeks, during which the see was vacant, and on September 16, Cardinal Giambattista Pamphili left the conclave as Pope Innocent X. Of this pope, it must be said that instead of ruling, he was ruled, and that by his sister-in-law, Donna Olimpia Maldacini. A bust of this lady stands in the Villa Pamphili in the same room with that of the Pope, and on comparing them, one becomes conscious, as Ranke observes, that it was not merely possible, but inevitable, that he should have been governed by her. The personality and the moral weakness of Innocent speak far more clearly than the portrait of him in the Doria Pamphili gallery painted by the Spanish master Diego Velasquez. This picture may be read like a written record. While fascinating the eye through the unsurpassable skill of the master, it repels through the mingled vulgarity and cunning of the original. It tells us in so many words that it is feeble and faint-hearted, and became Pope by three things alone, as was said of him in derision by the Curia, through saying little, dissembling profoundly, and doing nothing at all. And it is easy to guess that he needed a man or a woman to rule him, while any effort made by him to emancipate himself could have had no other result than a final relapse into dependence. It was during his pontificate that the great problem of peace was solved, and the Pope, for his part, in dealing with it, deviated very little from the line for which a precedent from the time of Urban VIII had given the direction. For in 1636, when the attempt was made at the conferences at Cologne to obtain a universal peace, Urban had sent a nuncio with the following instructions: he must oppose the revocation or even any weakening of the Edict of Restitution, and the establishment in the Palatinate of a Protestant prince, and above all, he must seek to prevent all treaties of peace between Catholic and heretical powers. Innocent X, imitating this action on the part of his predecessor, sent his nuncio, Monsignor Chigi, to Munster and Osnabrück, where he was nevertheless unable to prevent the settlement of the Peace of Westphalia, in a spirit against which the papacy had always striven. It is said, moreover, to have been the fault of Chigi, as was in 1654 laid to his charge in an instruction of Louis XIV directed to Hugh de Lyon, that peace was not brought about between France and Spain also, and that the Spaniards, in order to be able to continue their war with France more successfully, even made concessions to the United Provinces at the expense of the Catholic religion, concessions for which no one pledged himself more energetically than did Chigi in his own person. Whether this be correct is not to be ascertained. Moreover, the attitude adopted by the nuncio before the peace is of less consequence than that of the Pope after the peace had become an accomplished fact. On November 20, 1648, Innocent X published the memorable bull Zelodomus Dei, in which he declared the Peace of Westphalia to be null and void, accursed, and without any influence or result for the past, the present, or the future. And he expressly added that no one, even if he had promised on oath to observe this peace, was bound to keep the oath. The Pope was filled with the deepest grief, cum intimo dolore sensu, says the bull, because in the treaty of peace, the free exercise of religion and right of admission to offices was granted to the Protestants. By means of this bull, Rome maintained her standpoint of holding herself empowered to release men from oaths, especially of such as had been sworn to heretics. The powers which at Munster and Osnabrück brought the 30 Years' War to an end, when confronted with this pretended privilege, or rather this highly illegal pretension of the Roman Curia, simply disregarded it, and it was treated in just the same way by the nations, as subsequent history unfolded itself. The epilogue of Innocent X's protest against the peace, after the close of the war, was never anything more than a dead letter, and even the most zealous of Catholics will scarcely number it among the creditable documents of papal history. End of section 72, read by Kerry Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 18th of November, 2022.
Section 73 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24, Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, by George Edmunson, Part 1. On the death of Moritz, April 23, 1625, his younger brother, Frederick Henry, was hailed by men of all parties and opinions in the United Provinces as his natural successor, and the reins of power were unreservedly placed in his hands. He was now in the prime of life, having been born at Delft in 1584, and he possessed every qualification both by training and inherited gifts for the position of high authority and influence to which he was called. From his earliest youth, he had lived in camps and had shown himself a keen student of military science under the careful tuition of his brother. Already distinguished by many gallant feats of arms, handsome in face, chivalrous in bearing, with genial manners, the first of his house who could speak Dutch without a foreign accent, the son of William the Silent and Louise de Colonial, had endeared himself alike to the army and the people, and this personal popularity was increased by the known tolerance and moderation of his religious and political opinions. Without a dissentient voice, he was at once elected by the 5 provinces of Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Overijssel, and Gelders as stadtholder in the place of Moritz, and was appointed by the States General, Captain General, and Admiral General of the Union, and head of the Council of State. Frederick Henry thus found himself without a rival in the field, at the head of a country weary of domestic strife. He was invested with vast though undefined powers, and he used them with a statesmanlike sagacity and masterly tact, which gave him henceforth undisputed predominance in the state. It was an authority which grew with the passing of the years. A contemporary writer, Van der Capellian, a little later states that the prince in truth disposed of everything as he liked. All things gave way to his word. Nor was the increasing deference paid to his advice in matters political the only difference between the position of Frederick Henry and that of his predecessors. Frederick Henry was married to a clever and ambitious wife, and both he and Amélie von Solms delighted in society and were fond of ceremonial display. The somewhat burger-like simplicity of the bachelor household of the surly Maurice was exchanged for the luxurious splendors of a court. The prince was during the whole period of his stadtholdership compelled to spend a large part of every year with the army in the field. To his wife at The Hague was entrusted the delicate task of keeping herself in touch with the cabals and intrigues of politicians and diplomatists, and holding him fully informed of all that was going on. Such duties were eminently congenial to the taste of the princess, who, in thus acting as the eyes and ears of her husband at the seat of government, was able to exercise no small influence over him and upon the conduct of affairs. Frederick Henry was an indefatigable worker. Active campaigning at the head of the armies of the Republic naturally had the first claim upon his attention, and every detail of military and naval administration passed through his hands. But, unlike Maurice, he was a politician and statesman as well as a soldier. Frederick Henry kept a continuous and vigilant outlook over the entire field of administrative activity, and one department of state, with the help of certain trusted counselors, he entirely controlled: the important department of foreign affairs. Chief among these was Francis Arsens, Lord of Sovietgnome, included by Richelieu among the three greatest statesmen he had ever met in his life. The new stadtholder had to overcome a natural prejudice against the arch-enemy of Oldenbarneveld, but the proved skill and capacity of the diplomatist speedily won for him the entire trust and lasting friendship of Frederick Henry. It was from the voluminous confidential correspondence which passed between these two men, between 1625 and 1641, that we are able to form a true estimate of the foreign policy pursued by the prince, and to learn how great a part during his long career Frederick Henry, par sa prudence et dextérité, et manier l'esprit, played in deciding the issue of the great drama known as the 30 Years' War. His triumphs as a general were perhaps less instrumental than his gifts as a diplomatist in turning the scale against the preponderance of the House of Habsburg. The first difficulty which the new stadtholder had to face was the burning question of religious persecution. The events of 1619 had left behind them bitter memories, and the Remonstrant party, on the death of Maurice, hoped for a reversal of the harsh policy with which his name was associated. Frederick Henry, however, was far too prudent to commit himself to any violent course. With a statesmanlike instinct, he was resolved, whatever his personal leanings to the principles of the Remonstrants, not to run the risk of a revival of civil strife. The Synod of Dort he looked upon as a fait accompli. The issues then settled must be broadly accepted, but in the spirit of his father, he steadily advocated toleration, and while maintaining the established Reformed religion, he strove to mitigate the policy of repression and to allow to all law-abiding citizens, within certain limits, freedom of worship and opinion. The enforcement of pains and penalties was discouraged and gradually became almost a dead letter. The conduct of the war was also attended by serious difficulties. The entrenchments which Spinola had drawn round Breda were too strong to be forced by the troops at the disposal of the Prince of Orange, and after holding out for 11 months, the town was compelled by stress of famine to surrender July 2nd. The loss of this frontier fortress and ancestral possession of the Nassus caused much discouragement in the states, who, weary of the heavy burdens entailed by a series of ineffective campaigns, were anxious to confine the operations within the narrowest limits. Fortunately, the conquerors of Breda were so exhausted by the length of the siege that for the rest of the summer of 1625 and the whole of the following year, they were unable to assume a vigorous offensive. It was a critical moment for the United Provinces, and Frederick Henry, by the agency of Arsens, made the strongest appeal to Richelieu for assistance against a common foe. The cardinal offered a subsidy of 1,000,000 livres annually on condition that a Dutch squadron helped to blockade the great Huguenot fortress of La Rochelle, then besieged by him. So strange an employment for the ships of Calvinist Holland and Zealand was very unpopular in those provinces, but the influence of the stadtholder was strong, enough to override opposition. He had his way, and the treaty was ratified. What stronger proof can there be of the statesmanlike insight of Frederick Henry and his adviser Arsens than their clear discernment that, as Rank says in the admirable review of the situation, the political power of the Huguenots in France and their antagonism to their king were opposed to the interest of the great Protestant and anti-Spanish party in Europe. The campaign of 1627 was marked by the brilliant capture of Groll, a town on the eastern frontier, by the forces of the states. With this exception, the characteristic of the military operations during 1627 and 1628 was cautious inactivity. Neither side felt strong enough to assume the offensive, and both were content to render the formidable barrier of frontier fortresses yet more impenetrable by additional fortifications. One of the chief of these on the sides of Brabant was the town known to the Dutch as Herten-Gosbosch, to the French as Bois-de-Doc. This place in 1629 Frederick Henry determined to seize as a set-off to the loss of Breda. It was a formidable task, but he made adequate preparations. He was able, on April 28th, by almost incredible exertions, to assemble an army of 24,000 foot and 4,000 horse, all picked men, on the heath of Mook. 2 days later, by forced marches, he arrived before Herten-Gosbosch and proceeded to invest it. Great was the joy at Brussels when the news came that the Prince of Orange had ventured on such an enterprise, and it was resolved that no effort should be spared to prevent his success, as well as, if possible, to effect the destruction of his army. There was no fear of a speedy capture of the fortress. It was a place of extraordinary strength, garrisoned by a force of 3,000 good soldiers under a brave and tried governor, Baron de Grobedoc. Under his orders there were likewise 5,000 well-armed citizens who had several times during the war shown their mettle by their successful defense of Bulldog-la-Pucelle, as the town was proudly called. The army of the stadtholder was of first-rate quality, strongly attached to a leader who, though a stern disciplinarian, knew how to win the hearts of his soldiers by freely sharing their dangers and fatigues. It consisted of a medley of nationalities. Frederick Henry himself tells us in his memoirs that he led 18 regiments to Hertogenbosch, and of these 3 were Netherlanders, 1 Frisian, 1 Walloon, 2 German, 4 French, 3 Scottish, and 4 English. The English, Scottish, and French contingents formed the elite of the force. all of them veteran troops serving by the consent of their sovereigns, but in the pay of the Republic. Few military records indeed are more interesting than those of the English and Scottish brigades in the Dutch service, which first came into existence in 1572, and were not finally dissolved until 1782. They numbered in their ranks during the War of Independence some of the best blood and of the most adventurous spirits to be found in Britain, and were always in the forefront of danger. The strength of Hertogenbosch lay in its position in the midst of marshes and of a number of small streams through which only one available military road passed, flanked by water on either side, and defended by two powerful detached forts, named St. Isabella and St. Anthony. But the prince had had long training in the school of Moritz, and with a patience and skill that had never been surpassed, he set to work to surround the town with a double line of circumvallation. All the resources of engineering were employed upon the task. The whole of the earth and fascines had been brought by boat from Holland. Across the marshes he built two immense dikes, one of these 3,500 feet in length and 12 feet wide, rising 4 feet out of the water, with high parapets on either side. The other was 1,500 feet in length, and both were strong enough to admit the passage of cavalry and artillery. The village of Kerr, 3 miles distant at the confluence of the rivers Dies and Meuse, was strongly entrenched and garrisoned as a base of supplies, and was connected with the lines of circumvallation by a double line of earthworks along the banks of the Dies. With such unremitting energy was the work carried on under the personal superintendence of the stadtholder himself, that the whole was completed in the astonishingly short period of 3 weeks. To the English and French contingents was entrusted the attack on Fort St. Anthony and St. Isabella, company relieving company unceasingly. The soldiers of the two rival nationalities emulously, side by side, with resistless vigor pushed on their approaches. The news led to prompt measures being taken at Brussels. The Count de Berg was ordered with all available forces to march as quickly as possible to the relief of the town. Accordingly, that officer set out from Terholt, June 19th, at the head of an admirably equipped army of 30,000 foot and 7,000 horse, for Hertogenbosch, gathering reinforcements as he went. No one imagined that the prince would dare to stand his ground in the face of such a force, but Frederick Henry had already made his preparations. By damming 2 streams, the Domel and the Ah, he was able to fill with water 2 broad canals that he had drawn right around his lines, and to flood a stretch of low-lying country beyond. Day and night the entire circle of the ramparts was patrolled by detachments of troops. De Berg, after some unsuccessful attempts, finding access impracticable, determined on a bold counterstroke. Crossing the Issel, he advanced into the very heart of the United Provinces, which lay almost defenseless before him. With fire and sword, he ravaged the province of Utrecht, which had long been spared the presence of an enemy, captured Amersfoort, and even threatened Amsterdam. Everywhere terror and anxiety reigned, but the stadtholder was not to be moved from his set purpose. Sending a force under Ernest Casimir of Nassau to watch de Berg, he pushed on the siege operations with relentless determination. The forts of St. Isabella and St. Anthony were stormed July 17th, and the advance along the narrow causeway to the main defenses of the town began. Again the English and French regiments, working turn by turn in the trenches and having to fight their way step by step, were the assailants. Meanwhile, a success attended the arms of Frederick Henry in the capture of the important town of Wesel by a small force under the command of Colonel Deedon in a sudden night attack. This fortunate stroke occurred at a critical moment, for an imperialist force was advancing into the Belleau to cooperate with the Spaniards. But on hearing of the loss of Wesel, which had served as his storehouse for munitions and arms, de Burgh, fearing for his communications, abandoned Amersfoort and retreated towards Rheinberg, followed by the imperialists. Hertogenbosch was left to its fate, and the efforts of the besiegers were redoubled. Frederick Henry set an example of reckless courage by exposing himself freely in the front ranks, and Colonel Vere was killed at his side. The garrison, on their part, fought hard to the very last, and did not parley until their main defenses, one after the other, had been carried by assault. At length, on September 14th, Gros-Bedonk capitulated on most favorable terms. This was a great triumph for the stadtholder, for the eyes of all Europe had for months been fixed upon the siege of Hertogenbosch, and his position both at home and abroad was greatly strengthened by this fine feat of arms. On his return to The Hague on November 13th, after 6 months' absence, he was enthusiastically greeted by the people as a national hero. Nevertheless, like his predecessors, Frederick Henry had his difficulties with the province of Holland, and with its largest town, Amsterdam. He was perpetually hampered in the vigorous prosecution of the war by their refusal to grant supplies. Yet overtures from the Infanta for a truce came to naught chiefly through the opposition of the states of Holland, under pressure from the Calvinist preachers and the shareholders of the East and West India companies. The old question as to freedom of religion and freedom of trade once more blocked the way. But, though rejecting the proposals for a truce, the stiff-necked Hollander regents would not open their purse strings, although the stadtholder plainly told them that if they were resolved upon war, it should be an offensive war, and that in his opinion defensive operations could only end in the ruin of the country. But he spoke to deaf ears, and the year 1630 passed without any serious military undertaking. In spite, however, of this divergence of views, the influence of Frederick Henry and the confidence inspired by him were continually on the increase. This was conspicuously shown by the readiness with which the Hollanders took the lead of the other provinces in the passing of the Act der Survivance, April 19, 1631, by which the States General declared the only son of the Prince of Orange, a 5-year-old child, heir to his father's office of Captain General and Admiral General of the Union, while Holland, Zeeland, and Gelders severally declared him heir to the stadtholdership in those provinces. The passing of this act rendered the position and powers of Frederick Henry little different from those of a sovereign prince. In the year 1631, self-interest prompted the Hollanders to vote supplies for an expedition against Dunkirk. The bold sea rovers of the Flemish port had long been the pest of Dutch traders in the narrow seas. The stadtholder actually entered Flanders at the head of a considerable army, but through the timidity of the deputies of the States General who accompanied the expedition, it proved abortive. The deputies dreaded lest Frederick Henry and his army should be cut off from their base in a hostile country, as Moritz had been in 1600, and the prince was unwilling to take the responsibility upon himself of a hazardous advance against their wishes. The course of events proved that he had acted judiciously. After his return to Holland, news was brought that a considerable Spanish armada, consisting of 35 large vessels and a number of smaller boats, laden with stores and munitions, had set sail from Antwerp, under the command of Count John of Nassau. The Infanta herself was present at the start. The fact that besides the crews, 6,000 soldiers had been embarked made it clear that a serious attack was projected upon some place in the province of Zeeland. Hurried measures had to be taken. Some 12 or 13 vessels hastily collected were ordered to keep in close touch with the Spaniards, while detachments of troops were dispatched to different points to resist any attempt at disembarkation. The difficulty was that the destination of the Spanish force was unknown. Their first attempt was upon the island of Tortolan, but they were too late. But Colonel Morgan, at the head of 2,000 English troops, just forestalled them by boldly wading across the channel with the water up to their armpits. The Dutch ships, meanwhile, though they kept their adversaries in sight, could not for some days come up to them, owing to contrary winds and tides. At last, on September 12th, on the Slake, near Tolen, they arrived within shot, and despite their great inferiority both in the number and size of their ships, did not hesitate to attack. A desperate encounter took place, which ended in the complete destruction of the Spanish fleet. Count John, with a few followers, escaped in a swift-sailing sloop. Hundreds were drowned in their efforts to escape from their ships, and those who reached the shore fell into the hands of the state's troops. All the ships were taken or sunk, and 5,000 prisoners were the prize of this astonishing victory. Frederick Henry made the year 1632 notable by another great feat of arms. In 1629, he had secured the southern frontier of the United Provinces by the taking of Hertogenbosch. He then resolved to strengthen their eastern frontier and their hold upon the Meuse by the capture of Maastricht. With this design, the Prince of Orange advanced in the spring from Nijmegen at the head of a force of 17,000 foot and 4,000 horse, the choicest part of which consisted of the seasoned English, Scottish, and French regiments. To clear his way, he invested and took Venloo and Roermond. Before Roermond, Ernest Casimir of Nassau was killed. He was succeeded in the stadtholderships of Friesland and Groningen by his son, Henry Casimir. On June 10th, the army arrived before Maastricht. The task which confronted the stadtholder was not so difficult as in 1629. The river Meuse, on both sides of which lay the populous town, afforded easy facilities for supplies. Maastricht was, however, strongly fortified and garrisoned, and in case of the advance of a relieving force, the besiegers would be weakened by the division of their army into two separate bodies by a broad, deep river. But Frederick Henry, using all the resources of engineering science for which he was renowned, surrounded the place with entrenched lines of circumvallation, connected above and below the town by bridges, and protected at all critical points by powerful redoubts and outlying forts. The English and French troops again, as at Hertogenbosch, shared the honor of being entrusted with the approaches. The prince was not, however, to carry on his siege operations undisturbed. A strong Spanish army of 18,000 foot and 6,000 horse, under Don Gonzalez de Cordoba, was ordered to advance to the relief of the fortress, and on July 2nd encamped not far from the Dutch lines, on the southern side of the river. By unremitting vigilance, however, and by personally visiting the outpost by day and night, Frederick Henry was able to prevent the Spaniards from finding any vulnerable spot in his extended works which they could pierce by surprise or by sudden attack. Nevertheless, the position of the stadtholder became very critical when, at the beginning of August, an imperialist army of 12,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry under Pappenheim arrived before Maastricht and pitched their camp near the Spaniards. That fiery leader, despite the strength of the stadtholder's lines, determined at all hazards to force them, and so compelled the besiegers to retire at the imminent risk of being crushed in their retreat. Accordingly, while the Spaniards made a strong demonstration on one side of the Meuse, he flung himself with all the forces at his command against what he believed to be a weak point in the Dutch entrenchments. But Frederick Henry, though taken by surprise, being at the moment laid up by an attack of gout, at once rose from his bed and hurried in person with strong reinforcements to the post of danger. A fierce and protracted struggle took place, but as night fell, the Imperialists were finally beaten off, leaving 1,500 killed and wounded on the field. An attempt was next made to cut the stadtholder's communications. He had, however, laid up within his lines ample supplies for 2 months, and without paying any attention to the proceedings of the armies outside, pressed on with the utmost vigor his approaches against the town. In vain the brave garrison made sortie after sortie. The English bore the brunt of the fighting, and the Earl of Oxford and Colonel Harwood were killed, and Colonel Morgan dangerously wounded. At last 2 tunnels 60 feet deep were driven under the great moat before the ramparts. A mine was sprung, and a forlorn hope succeeded in making good their footing within the main walls. Night put an end to the strife, and when morning came, overtures were made for surrender. It was feared that further resistance might lead to the sack of the town. Favorable terms were granted, and the garrison marched out with all the honors of war. August 23rd. The Spanish and Imperial armies were still encamped close by, but as their supplies were running short, and the position of the state's troops was too strong to be successfully assailed, they withdrew. The Spaniards in the direction of Liège, Pappenheim across the Rhine. The taking of Orsay ended a triumphant campaign. One of its results was the reopening of negotiations by the Archduchess Isabel for a peace or a long truce. The terms at first offered were sufficiently favorable to win the support of Frederick Henry, but the usual differences as to the questions of freedom of trade and of religion led to long months of diplomatic discussion, and finally the negotiations were broken off, the southern envoys suddenly stiffening in their demands. The reason for this change of attitude is to be found in changed circumstances. A few months after the taking of Maastricht, Gustavus Adolphus had fallen at Lutzen, November 16, 1632, and his death at the very height of his career of victory filled the Catholic party throughout Europe with fresh hopes. A year later, the Infanta Isabel died, November 29, 1633, childless, and after 36 years of quasi-independence, the southern Netherlands again became directly subject to the rule of the King of Spain. The irreducible demands of the Dutch traders were once more confronted by the non-possumus of the traditional Spanish policy with regard to commerce and conquest in the Indies, which barred all efforts at accommodation. Frederick Henry's comment upon the draft articles submitted to him in 1633 explains the whole situation tersely but clearly. In our judgment, the whole treaty consists in 2 points, the one touching the affairs of Europe, the other that of the Indies. And first, to begin with, that of the Indies, whereon, once being agreed, we are of opinion that we should also quickly come to an understanding with one another on the affairs of Europe. But the question of the Indies, which had proved so formidable an obstacle in the negotiations of 1608-9, had acquired a far greater weight and importance in 1632-3. It will be shown later that much had occurred in the interval to make the point touching the affairs of the Indies one of vital moment to a large and influential section of the Dutch people. The failure of these negotiations rendered an alliance with France a necessity. There were many difficulties in the way. The majority in the states of Holland, headed by the pensionary Adrian Pauw, was opposed to a continuance of the war, and for a while the Princess of Orange used all her influence on the same side. Richelieu also, though ready to help the Dutch with subsidies, was at first averse from committing the King of France to a step which meant nothing less than taking sides openly with the cause of Protestantism against Catholicism in the great struggle now devastating Germany. The firmness of purpose of the stadtholder, aided by the diplomatic adroitness of Arsens, was however at length completely triumphant. Adrian Paul was replaced by Jacob Cabs, and Amalia von Solms changed sides. The declaration of Oxenstierna that he would not continue the war if Holland withdrew decided Richelieu. At the beginning of 1635, an offensive and defensive alliance was concluded between France and the United Provinces. By this, neither power was to make peace nor conclude a truce without the consent of the other. Their conquests in the southern Netherlands were to be divided between them, and each undertook to maintain in the field an army of 25,000 foot and 5,000 horse. In the spring of the year, a strong French army under Marshal Chatillon and de Breze, accordingly, after defeating a Spanish force under Prince Thomas of Savoy near Namur, marched across the enemy's country and joined the Dutch troops at Maastricht, where, in conformity with the orders of Louis XIII, the marshals placed themselves under the command of Frederick Henry. The stadtholder found himself at the head of 32,000 foot and 9,000 horse, and assuming the offensive, made an attempt to besiege Louvain. But provisions ran short, dissensions arose between the commanders, and a retreat was attended by disaster. The Cardinal Infant, Ferdinand, had been dispatched by his brother Philip IV with considerable reinforcements to Brussels as governor of the Netherlands. The victor of Nordlingen did not let slip so favorable an opportunity for the display of his military talents. Diest, Gok, Gennep, Limburg, and finally the fort of Schenk, commanding the junction of the Rhine and Wall, fell rapidly into his hands. The loss of this post was serious, and the stadtholder in his turn lost no time in laying siege to it. All through the winter the blockade was continued, but so determined was the defense that not till April 26, 1636, was the fort retaken. The fatigue and privations endured by the Dutch army, and their losses through disease during the operations, had been such that nothing further was attempted during the summer of 1636. Meanwhile, the Cardinal Infant, by a bold march southwards almost to the gates of Paris, had effectually alarmed the French and prevented them from sending an army into the Netherlands. Under pressure from Richelieu, the States General in 1637 gave their consent to the dispatch of a large force to attempt, with French aid, the capture of Dunkirk. Frederick Henry, on May 7th, ordered the troops destined for the expedition, consisting of 14,000 foot and 32 companies of cavalry, to assemble at Remekens. But week after week contrary winds prevented embarkation, and as his troops, wearied out with inaction, were already suffering from disease, the stadtholder abandoned an enterprise which the enemy had made full preparations to repel, and suddenly, July 20th, gave orders to set out for Breda. Vexation at not being able to effect the relief of this town had, it will be remembered, hastened the death of Moritz. It had fallen to Spinola in the beginning of Frederick Henry's stadtholderate, after a blockade of 11 months. The fortifications had then been regarded as quite prohibitive of a direct attack. They had since been strengthened, were held by a garrison of 4,000 men, and were looked upon as impregnable. But to so consummate a master of the art of besieging as Frederick Henry, the word impregnability had no terrors. It was the story of Hertogenbosch over again. Lines of circumvallation were drawn round the town. The river was dammed to flood the flat country around, and the task of pushing the approaches was again entrusted to the English and French regiments. The Cardinal Infant marched to raise the leaguer at the head of a powerful force, but, finding no single spot where he could assault the stadtholder's lines with hopes of success, he was obliged to move on and try to entice the prince away from Breda by attacking Van Loo and Roermond. All in vain. A French invasion from the south compelled the Cardinal Infant to leave the place to its fate. After a desperate resistance extending over 11 weeks, the town capitulated on October 10th. The event was welcomed with great rejoicings throughout the United Provinces, with the three great frontier fortresses of Hertogenbosch, Maastricht, and Breda in their hands. The Netherlanders began to feel themselves secure. End of section 73. Section 74, The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24, Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, by George Edmunson, Part 2. During the years 1637 and 1638, the perennial bickerings between the States General and the States of Holland had been more than usually acute. The latter refused to acknowledge the authority of the former, either in the raising of levies and taxes or in certain questions of judicature. Amsterdam took the lead in urging the provincial states to assert their prerogatives in the face of the stadtholder and the generality, and it must be said that the town was no less ready to defy the provincial states, in their turn, whenever there was any question of an infringement of its own privileges. Frederick Henry constantly found his proposals and projects thwarted by the recalcitrant temper of Amsterdam. In 1639, the burgomaster even went so far as to refuse to call the town council together to receive a deputation sent by the stadtholder and the States General to explain certain proposals about the Admiralty. This was the climax, and certainly justifies any ill will that may in consequence have been felt by the prince against Amsterdam. The story goes that on one occasion when the magistrates of Amsterdam dismissed a charge which Frederick Henry himself had brought against a merchant named Bylant for supplying the Spaniards with ammunition, he had exclaimed in his indignation, "I have no greater enemy, but if I only get Antwerp, I will bring them to their senses." In any case, it is certain that in 1638 the mind of the stadtholder was earnestly set upon the recapture of that great seaport. All preparations were made, but this year was to be marked by nothing but disaster. Count William of Nassau, at the head of 6,000 men, who had been sent forward to seize some strong position on the Scheldt, was surprised by the Spaniards as he was preparing to ford a narrow channel, and his force was almost annihilated. Later in the year, Count Henry of Nassau, the Frisian stadtholder, while endeavoring with a detachment to rejoin the main army under Frederick Henry, by taking a shortcut across the marshes, was attacked by the Spaniards and lost all his artillery and a number of prisoners. The Cardinal Infant was a formidable adversary, alert and active, and succeeded in completely baffling the designs of the stadtholder and inflicting heavy losses upon him. In ill health through attacks of the gout, aggrieved by the bickerings between jarring authorities in the state, which so often hampered him in the execution of his plans, and discouraged by the reverses which his arms had sustained in 1638, Frederick Henry in the winter was by no means disinclined to listen to certain secret overtures for peace made to him by the Spanish court. The proposals, however, came to nothing, and the spring of 1639 saw the prince once more at the head of his army. Illness at first prevented him from carrying on military operations with his usual vigor, but later he was able, by the skillful disposition of his troops, to render great assistance to the French, who had 3 armies in the field. The campaign was, however, on the point of ending as tamely as it had begun, when an event occurred which was to render the year 1639 forever famous in Dutch annals. The Spaniards, enheartened by the successes of Cardinal Ferdinand, had been preparing a great expedition to sweep the Channel clear of the Dutch and to land a large body of troops at Dunkirk to reinforce their army in the Netherlands. In September, the Armada, consisting of 77 vessels, many of them of the largest size, manned by 24,000 sailors and soldiers under the command of the experienced Admiral Antonio de Oquendo, appeared in the Channel. They were sighted by Lieutenant Admiral Martin Alfredson Tromp, who had been on the watch for them, cruising up and down the coast all the summer. Tromp had at the moment but 13 ships with him, but without hesitation he attacked the Spaniards, and with such fury that he succeeded in driving them to take refuge under the lee of the Downs. Here they anchored by the side of an English squadron of 10 ships under Admiral Pennington. Tromp, now reinforced by the rest of his fleet, which had been blockading Dunkirk, consisting of 17 vessels under Vice Admiral Witt Corhitson de With, lay in the offing, ready to resist any attempt of the Spaniards to put to sea, and meanwhile sent urgent requests to the States General and the Prince of Orange to dispatch every available ship to his aid. The Admiral's message found a ready response. With an enthusiasm very uncommon in the northern Netherlands, the authorities and people threw themselves heart and soul into the task of preparation and equipment. The whole of Holland and Zealand, says one authority, became one vast shipbuilding yard. Crowds of sailors and fisherfolk volunteered for service. Such indeed was the zeal displayed that, in the words of an eyewitness, the vessels seemed not to be built, but to grow of themselves, and to be at once filled with sailors. In 3 weeks Tromp found himself at the head of a great fleet of 105 men of war and 12 fire ships, and orders had reached him to attack as soon as he was in a position to do so, without regard to locality or other impediments. On October 21st, accordingly, the Admiral, detaching Vice Admiral de With with 30 ships to watch the English squadron, determined to engage the Spanish fleet, where it lay in English waters under the cliffs between Dover and Deal. The onslaught was irresistible. Under cover of a fog, Oquendo himself, with 7 ships, managed to slip out of the fight and reach Dunkirk. All the rest were destroyed or taken. Of the crews, 15,200 perished. 1,800 fell into the hands of the victors. It was a crushing defeat, which shattered the naval power of Spain and left the Dutch during the rest of the war masters of the sea. This great triumph of the Netherlanders had, however, been effected under circumstances which naturally aroused much heartburning and resentment in England. The infringement of the neutrality of English waters in sight of an English fleet was a bitter pill for English pride to swallow. The maritime and commercial rivalry between the two peoples, which was eventually to issue in a succession of wars, had been for years growing more acute, and now nearly led to a breach of the peace. Arsens was dispatched upon a special mission to Charles I with instructions, to use the envoy's own words, to endorme le fête de Dunes. To achieve such a result required all the address and skill of this accomplished diplomatist, but his patience and persuasive powers were at length successful. The scandal of the Downs, though it was to rankle long in English memories, was officially hushed up, and the influence which the dexterous Arsens was able to acquire at the English court was marked by the negotiations which he set on foot for a matrimonial alliance between the son of Frederick Henry and the Princess Royal of England. The final settlement of the matter admitted of delay, for Prince William was but in his 15th year, Princess Mary in her 9th, and volumes of diplomatic notes and protocols were to be exchanged before the youthful prince was allowed to win the hand of his still more youthful bride. All difficulties were, however, in due course overcome, and on May 12, 1641, the marriage took place. This royal alliance was an interesting event. It marked another step upward in the fortunes of the House of Orange, and it was to issue in the birth of William III. The campaign of 1640 was uneventful and ended in an unsuccessful attempt to capture Hulst, which cost the life of the brave young Count Henry Casimir of Nassau-Dietz, killed in a chance melee at the age of 29 years. His death caused a vacancy in the standholderates of Friesland, Groningen, and Drenthe. It was thought by many to be a favorable opportunity for securing greater unity in the government of the United Provinces and for strengthening the hands of the executive authority by obtaining the election of the Prince of Orange to the vacant post. Strong efforts were made to effect this, with the result that Frederick Henry, who was himself somewhat lukewarm in the matter, became stadtholder of Groningen and Drenthe. The Frieslanders, however, resented what they regarded as an attempt at dictation and remained loyal to the House of Nassau-Dietz, so many of whose members had gallantly fought and shed their blood for the fatherland. The states of Friesland unanimously elected William Frederick, the younger brother of Henry Casimir. The soreness engendered by these events between the two branches of the House of Nassau was, however, afterwards healed. William Frederick married Albertine Agnes, daughter of Frederick Henry, 1651. The military operations in 1641 were only marked by the capture of Gennep by the Dutch. Men were grown weary of the fighting and of its cost, and the death of the Cardinal Infant deprived the Spaniards of a capable administrator and general. Both sides in 1642 were content with purely defensive measures. The chief event of this year was the advent in Holland of the English Queen with the little Princess Mary, who because of her extreme youth had been left a while in her mother's charge. Henrietta Maria resided for a year at The Hague, and her presence for so long a time at the court of the Prince of Orange, as a member of his family, gave added dignity and importance to the position secured by the popular and victorious stadtholder in the affections of all Netherlanders, even of those who at times opposed his policy. The cause of this long sojourn of the Queen in a foreign state was a serious condition of affairs in England. She had hoped to enlist the active assistance of Frederick Henry for King Charles in the civil war which had broken out between him and his Parliament. But her efforts were unsuccessful. The personal sympathies of the stadtholder were with the king, but he was far too prudent a statesman not to be well aware that the Dutch people would never adventure men or money in support of the royalist cause. One of the reasons for the dilatory campaigns of 1641-2 was undoubtedly a growing disinclination on the part of Frederick Henry to aggrandize France in the Netherlands at the expense of Spain. The revolt of Portugal in 1641 had greatly weakened the Spanish power and, as will be shown at length later, had made the all-important question of the Indies to assume quite a different aspect. The deaths of Richelieu and of Louis XIII in 1642-3 caused no change in the policy of France. Mazarin was as omnipotent in the counsels of Anne of Austria as Richelieu had been in those of her husband, and Mazarin followed closely in the steps of his great predecessor. The overwhelming victory gained at Rocroi in May 1643 over a veteran Spanish army was in the eyes of the wary and experienced stadtholder a danger signal. He had no wish to see the southern Netherlands pass into the hands of the French. He was still loyal to the French alliance, but from this time forward his thoughts were directed toward securing an advantageous peace. Already the interminable parleyings between the various powers were beginning which were to issue to the Peace of Westphalia, but there were innumerable difficulties in the way of a settlement, which affected so many different countries and touched upon so many complicated interests and susceptibilities. The desire for peace was looming larger in men's minds, but meanwhile, for many years, war still dragged on. In the autumn of 1643, the alliance between the United Provinces and France, by which each was pledged not to make peace or treaty without the cognizance and consent of the other, was renewed. Accordingly, in 1644 and 1645, Frederick Henry once more took the field at the head of a fine army. These, his last active campaigns, were marked by a display of something approaching the vigor and skill the stadtholder had shown in 1629, 1632, and 1637. The captures of Sans-Vengeance in 1644 and of Hulst in 1645 were worthy of his fame as a master in the art of sieges. In 1646, the prince appeared indeed once more in the camp, but was too enfeebled by recurring attacks of gout to effect anything of importance. The Dutch navy during these years had not been idle. In 1645, a powerful fleet, under the command of Admiral Witt de With, sailed through the Sound, and without firing a shot was able to compel Christian IV of Denmark to lower the Sound dues, a long-standing grievance of the Dutch Baltic traders. In 1646, Dunkirk, whose bold sea rovers had for years been a pest to traffic in the Channel, was compelled to surrender to the combined efforts of a French army under the Duke of Enghien and a Dutch fleet under Admiral Tromp. At this point, and before dealing with the Treaty of Münster, reference has to be made to the wonderful expansion of Dutch dominion and Dutch commerce beyond the seas during the period of Frederick Henry. The question of the Indies dominated the negotiations of 1646-8, even more pronouncedly than it had those of 1607-9. In 1621, with the renewal of the war, the schemes of Uselinx for the erection of a West India Company were at length realized. Its constitution and a general outline of its operations will be found in another chapter, but certain episodes of those operations are part and parcel of Dutch history and require special notice here. The struggle for Bahia, 1624-6, was an heroic effort worthy of more than passing reference. The West India differed from the East India Company in the effrontery with which, at the outset, it sought for profit by freebooting at the cost of the national foe rather than by the methods of peaceful trade. No secret was made by the promoters of their aims. They hoped, by bearding the King of Spain in his treasure house, to cut the sinews by which he sustained his wars in Europe. The first operations were upon an ambitious scale, acting on the advice of those specially acquainted with the state of the dominions of King Philip in America. The directors in 1623 resolved to equip a powerful force for an attack on San Salvador, the capital of the Portuguese colony of Brazil. This town, frequently spoken of as Bahia, from its situation upon the shores of the splendid landlocked haven of the Bay of All Saints, Bahia de Todos los Santos, was looked upon as well fitted to be at once a commercial center and a place d'armes for the company upon the South American coast, and is likely to be weakly defended. The first portion of the expedition sailed in December 1623, but owing to contrary winds and other causes of delay, the whole fleet was not collected at St. Vincent till March 26, 1624. It consisted of 23 ships of war, with 4 yachts, mounting 500 pieces of artillery and manned by 1,600 sailors and 1,700 troops. The admiral was Jacob Bellikens of Amsterdam, the vice admiral Peter Peterzoon Hein of Delfshaven, popularly known as Piet Hein, and with them as commander-in-chief of the military forces and governor of the expected conquest, Colonel Jan van Dorth, Lord of Horst, all 3 thoroughly capable and competent men. Meanwhile, owing to the enforced delays, news had reached the Spanish government, through spies, both as to the expedition and its objective, and a caravel was dispatched across the Atlantic to warn the governor to put San Salvador in a state of defense. At last, on May 9, 1624, the Dutch fleet sailed in battle order into the bay, and finding no opposition, one portion proceeded to disembark a body of 1,200 men on the shore, some distance below the town, while the other portion, under Piet Hein, took their station in face of San Salvador itself. The town, which crowned some precipitous heights, was strongly protected by forts and sufficiently garrisoned. It was covered from attack by sea, by a platform battery on a rocky islet manned by 600 men, behind which were drawn up 15 armed merchantmen. But Hein was a man who never shrank from any enterprise, however hazardous. With his flagship and 3 other vessels, he sailed straight upon the enemy quite close to the shore, thereby drawing upon himself a concentrated crossfire from the island, from the land batteries, and from troops drawn up along the wharves. His ship suffered severely. One vessel, pierced through and through, lost half its crew and its captain. Hein now gave orders to lower the boats and board the enemy. With an intrepidity that nothing could withstand, the command was obeyed. Of the Portuguese flotilla, 8 vessels were captured and towed away, the rest burnt, and then, flushed with success, as evening fell, the Hollanders and Zealanders, true sons of the sea beggars of 1572, with the aid of their boat hooks, clambered up the walls of the platform battery, and after a brief fight the place was won. Meanwhile, the troops, having made good their landing, had at nightfall seized a Benedictine convent on the top of the heights, facing San Salvador. They had no need to march further. The spirit of the garrison had been utterly cowed by the splendid daring of Piet Hein and his sailors, and at dawn the governor sent in a flag of truce and surrendered unconditionally. Thus was the first enterprise of the West India Company crowned with signal success. It was destined, nevertheless, to be a short-lived triumph. The news, when it reached Madrid and Lisbon, roused deep consternation, for once the Spanish court was moved to take decisive action, and the Portuguese forgot their hatred of the Spaniard in their eagerness for the recapture of Bahia. A great armada of 57 vessels, carrying 12,566 men and 1,185 guns, was with enthusiastic energy assembled in the various Iberian ports and placed under the supreme command of Don Frederick de Toledo. Storms and contrary winds caused many delays before the expedition reached the coast of Brazil. But finally, on Easter Eve, March 30th, 1625, the great fleet, drawn up in the form of a half-moon, entered the bay in imposing array. The garrison of San Salvador numbered 2,300 men, but its commander, Van Dorth, had been killed in a skirmish with Indians and had left unworthy successors. Undisciplined license reigned within the town. The siege was pressed with skill and vigor by land and sea, and on April 28th San Salvador capitulated, the defenders being troops of many nationalities, without a leader they could trust, offered but feeble resistance. Had they known that a great relief fleet from Holland was speeding to their assistance, the issue might have been different. The Dutch squadrons had unfortunately for many weeks been prevented from starting, as so often happened in those days, by stress of wind and weather, and when, at length, Admiral Bodewin, Hedrick, with 34 sail, on March 26th, entered All Saints Bay, he had the mortification of seeing the flag of Spain flying from the forts of San Salvador, the shore lined with troops, and 50 large galleons lying at anchor close under the batteries. Toledo had determined thus to await attack. The Dutch sailed slowly by, but not a Spaniard stirred, and Hedrick, seeing that nothing was to be done, in deep disappointment withdrew. He died on his return voyage off Cuba, and his fleet reached Holland, crippled by disease and bad weather. Don Frederick, in his turn, after leaving a strong garrison in San Salvador, sailed away August 1st. His homeward voyage was even more disastrous than that of XXIII. Storms swept down upon him, and very few of his vessels reached the peninsula in safety. The struggle for Bahia had been a ruinous cost alike to the Dutch West India Company and to the Spanish king. To the company, the prizes taken by Piet Hein had so far been practically the only asset on the credit side. It remains, however, to tell how this great sailor was able to place in their coffers a further consignment of rich booty from Bahia. Hein, at the head of a squadron of 14 vessels, had been originally dispatched by the directors in support of XXIII. In the West Indies, he heard of the failure and death of that admiral, but he determined not to return home without revisiting the scene of his former triumph. After some months of cruising, he entered All Saints' Bay once more, March 3, 1627. The garrison had been warned and were ready to receive him. Drawn up under cover of the batteries, Hein saw 30 ships, 16 of some size, all more or less armed, and in front of the others 4 powerful vessels, like floating batteries, with troops on board. Hein, with 3 ships only, was ahead of the rest of his fleet. Without waiting for the others, he gave the signal to stir between the enemy and the shore and engage. A desperate fight at the closest quarters ensued. The other ships gradually drew up, and then, amidst a hail of shot from land and sea, inspired by the example of their chief, who, ever in the forefront of danger, was twice wounded, the Dutch sailors flung themselves on board their foes. The struggle was short. 22 vessels were captured. The others sunk or burnt. The prizes were laden with rich cargoes of sugar, hides, and other goods. For some 2 months, the sea terror of Delfshaven, as the poet Vondel named Hein, rode triumphant in the waters of All Saints' Bay, and obtained further rich booty by sending his smaller craft up the rivers inland in search of plunder. He reached home on October 31st, having in the course of his expedition taken no less than 55 Spanish and Portuguese vessels. The vast spoil he brought back furnished the means for fitting out another expedition destined to cover itself with renown. At the end of May 1628, Piet Hein set sail for the West Indies, at the head of a fleet of 30 sail, with the express object of intercepting and capturing the galleons which annually conveyed to the King of Spain the treasures of Mexico and Peru. Week after week the western seas were scoured, and a keen lookout kept. Hitherto the treasure ships had always eluded the Dutch, but the star of Piet Hein was in the ascendant. While cruising off Cuba, he learnt from prisoners that the fleet was expected, and on September 8th it was sighted sailing along unsuspiciously in 2 divisions. The first, comprising 9 large armed merchantmen, was at once assailed and captured almost without resistance. The 6 treasure ships behind, seeing what had happened, headed for the Bay of PatrS, and succeeded in entering before the Dutch as night fell, and ran the ships aground in shallow water. The next day Hein attacked them with his boats, and the Spaniards speedily surrendered at discretion. Thus, at a most trifling cost of life, there fell into the hands of the Dutch admiral 177,537 pounds of silver in chests and bars, 135 pounds of gold, 37,375 hides, 2,270 chests of indigo, 7,961 pieces of logwood, 735 chests of cochineal, 235 of sugar, besides a quantity of pearls, spices, and other precious wares. The total was valued at £11,509,524. Dutch florins, and sufficed to pay a dividend of 50% to the shareholders of the West India Company. On his return, town corporations and enthusiastic crowds vied with one another in the homage they paid to Piet Hein, and the state rewarded his services by appointing him Lieutenant Admiral of Holland, a post second only to that of Admiral General, held by the Prince of Orange. The hero himself, writes Delet, looked rather scornfully upon the plaudits which greeted him. "Look," he said, "how these people rave because I have brought home so great a treasure. But before, when I had hard fighting to do and performed far greater deeds than this, they scarcely turned round to look at me." It was a great misfortune to his country that Piet Hein's career was destined to be prematurely cut short. In the following year, in a victorious encounter with the Dunkirk pirates, he lost his life. The desire of the company for territorial conquest, damped by the failure at Bahia, was revived by the success of 1628. The locality selected for invasion was the Brazilian province of Pernambuco. Great preparations were made. Hein was dead, but his second-in-command at Mansinus Bay, Henrique Corneliszoon Lonck, sailed at the end of 1629 at the head of a great fleet of 52 ships and yachts, and 13 sloops manned by 3,780 sailors, 3,500 soldiers, and carrying 1,170 guns. Colonel Diederik von Waterburg was commander of the military forces. On February 13, 1630, the expedition arrived in the offing of Olinda, the capital of Pernambuco. The town was situated on a hill a short distance inland, its port known as the Recife, being only accessible through two narrow openings in a continuous reef of rock. The defenses of both town and harbor had been strengthened by the indefatigable exertions of the governor, Matthias de Albuquerque. But the troops at his disposal were few in number, and many of them raw levies. It was soon found that an attack on the Recife from the sea was impracticable. But von der Berg succeeded in disembarking with some 3,000 men at a suitable landing place, a few miles to the north on February 15th, without opposition. Next day, Albuquerque, at the head of a small force, attempted to defend the passage of the River Doce, but was completely routed and his troops dispersed. In the flush of victory, the Netherlanders marched straight on Olinda, which they took by storm with small loss. Regular siege was now laid to the forts of the Recife. After a gallant defense, the place surrendered on March 3rd, and the West Indian Company had again in its possession a good part of the Brazilian coast. But it was, as yet, a possession of the most precarious character. Albuquerque was not discouraged. Gathering together a guerrilla force, he established himself in a fortified camp in the vicinity, which he named the Areal do Bom Jesus, in a strong position covered by woods and swamps, and by scouring the country behind the Recife, with flying columns succeeded in preventing the Dutch from all access inland. The garrison suffered the greatest privations for want of fresh food and water, and had to be supplied with all the necessaries of life by relief fleets from home. The Portuguese on their side were in little better case. It was a grim contest of endurance against want and sickness. Meanwhile, a strong expedition set sail from Lisbon, May 5, 1632, consisting of 20 large galleons and a number of smaller ships under the command of Antonio de Oquendo, the same who in 1639 was to suffer such a crushing defeat at the Battle of the Downs. On board were 2,000 soldiers for strengthening the garrisons on the Brazilian coast. Oquendo, instead of sailing straight for Pernambuco, made the mistake of wasting several weeks at Bahia, and when he turned his course northward, he found that a Dutch relief fleet under Adrian Jansz Pater had reached the Recife and was ready to oppose him. On September 12th, an engagement took place which the great majority of vessels on both sides assisted only as onlookers, while with the aid of a few consorts, the admirals and vice-admirals' flagships, grappling together, fought out two terrific duels. Vice-Admiral Martin Thinson, on the Varinti Provitin, succeeded in sinking with all hands the Saint Antonio di Padua, flying the flag of Vice-Admiral Vellicilla. The fight between Pater on the Prince Willem and Oquendo on the St. Jago went on from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. At last, the Spanish galleon, having lost 250 men, lay a helpless, dismasted hulk upon the water. But in the moment of victory, a fire burst out on the Prince Willem, and despite all efforts, she was burnt to the water's edge. Pater was seen by the Spaniards wrapping the standard round his body and flinging himself in his despair from the doomed vessel into the water. The fleets parted at nightfall, but there was no renewal of the conflict. Oquendo had been convinced that, with the Dutch fleet but practically intact, the recapture of the Recife was out of his power. He therefore went on his way northward, and, after landing, the troops at the Rio de San Antonio proceeded to the West Indies, leaving Martin Thyssen master of the Brazilian waters. The failure of Oquendo cleared the way for the gradual extension of the Dutch dominion in Brazil, which spread along the coast north and south of the Recife from river to river, until in the latter part of the brilliant and statesmanlike administration of Joan Moritz of Nassau, who for 7 years, 1637 to 44, filled the office of Governor-General. It comprised 7 captaincies out of the 14 into which Portuguese Brazil was divided, its dependencies for the supply of slaves upon the coast of Guinea. The splendor of Maristat, as the capital was renamed, was but the outward symbol of the high prosperity of the rule of this great governor. During all this period, but one great effort was made by the Spanish government to retrieve the position, and it was a supreme one. In 1639, a great expedition was slowly gathered together at Bahia for the reconquest of Pernambuco. It was one of the finest Hispano-Portuguese fleets, as it was the last, that ever appeared in American waters, and consisted of at least 86 sail, manned by 12,000 sailors and soldiers under the command of the Count de Torre. The position of the Dutch during the summer of 1639 was most precarious, for their forces were insufficient to meet such an attack. But even when the Spanish admiral's preparations were complete, persistent northerly winds kept the Armada for more than 2 months in Bahia, and, profiting by the delay, Joan Moritz was able by the most strenuous exertions to collect at the Recife a force of some 40 vessels under Admiral Los, much inferior in size, but superior in seamanship to their opponents. The fleets met on January 12, 1640, and a running fight took place which lasted 4 days. When the issue was joined, a strong southerly gale was blowing, which carried the fleets with it, as they fought, northward along the coast. Favored by winds and waves, the brave and skillful Netherlanders were able to drive their enemies before them with considerable losses, and finally to disperse them in flight. This victory of Itamaraca, as it was called, following so soon upon that of the Downs, set the seal upon the supremacy of the Dutch at sea in this war. The West India Company was not a financial success. The fleets and garrisons it had to maintain on a far distant shore were too costly for its resources, and the revolt of the Portuguese in Brazil in 1645 struck the knell of a dominion that had never paid its way. Nevertheless, one of the great objects for which the company was founded had been achieved. Its long series of successes in the western seas was one of the chief factors in exhausting the power of Spain, and in bringing to a triumphant issue the long War of Independence. The purely commercial ventures of the company were not numerous. They found in 1623 trading posts already in existence on the Isle of Manhattan, at the mouth of the Hudson River in North America, and upon various rivers on the Guiana coast. These they took over under their charter. The posts of Manhattan grew into the colony of New Netherland. This colony, which was administered by the Chamber of Amsterdam, lay between the English colonies of New England and Virginia, and extended over portions of the present states of New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Friendly relations were established from the first with the Indians, especially the Iroquois, and by their aid, a profitable trade in furs was carried on. Agriculture was also encouraged. Cattle were introduced, and gradually a considerable area of land brought under cultivation. In Guiana, the colonies of Essequibo and Berbice, now British Guiana, came into being, but until the introduction of sugar planting on a large scale led a rather struggling existence. Their returns to the company's coffers were meager. Recent research has, however, shown that the official balance sheets were far from including the whole trade carried on by the Dutchmen in these regions. Probably in no other part of the world were the ventures of private enterprise more daring or more persistent. In almost every river between the Orinoco and the Amazon, Dutch factors were to be found. During the early decades of the century, the mouth of the Amazon was regularly frequented. A fort stood at Corupa, at the entry into the main stream. Two forts on the southern tributary, the Xingu, while from 1616 to 1623, there was a flourishing settlement high up on the north bank above the mouth of the Paru. From the Amazon, the Dutch were, however, expelled by the Portuguese, who from 1629 onward barred their ascent at this great waterway. But when they could no longer push their waves inland from the east, they did it from the north. There is evidence to show that Dutch traders, by the aid of their allies, the warlike and ubiquitous Caribs, made their way by the Essequibo and other rivers into the basin of the Amazon, and carried on a barter trade, which extended as far into the interior as the River Negro. During the whole of the 17th century, Dutchmen were the only Europeans who penetrated into the vast and unknown land of mystery in which the fabled El Dorado was supposed to lie. In the Caribbean Sea, the islands of Caracal, Aruba, Bonaire, and St. Eustatius still remain in Dutch hands, the only relics of the possessions of the First West India Company. End of section 74. Section 75 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24, Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, by George Edmunson, Part 3. The story of the Netherlanders in the East, the beginnings of which have been already told, was no less eventful and much more prosperous than in the West. The East India Company trusted to trade and not to buccaneering for its profits, and its profits were enormous. For the 43 years, 1605 to 48, the average annual return upon the capital amounted to 22%. From the earliest days, the control of the group of the Moluccas, and with it the monopoly of the spice trade, was the mainstay of the company's well-being. The Portuguese were ousted by force of arms, and gradually by means of treaties with the native chiefs, Amboino, Tarnati, Tidor, Bando, and the smaller neighboring islands passed into the hands of the Dutch. These treaties, and they were the model that was followed generally in the East Indies, took the form of a guarantee to defend the territory in question against Portuguese attack, in exchange for the right to erect forts and factories and the exclusive privilege of trade. In the Moluccas, to such a pitch was the spirit of monopoly carried that the quantity of spices grown was carefully restricted in order to keep up the price. Particular spots were selected suitable for the purpose, and elsewhere, as far as possible, the trees were destroyed. Thus cloves were cultivated at Amboyna, and nutmegs in the Banda Islands. In prolific seasons, a portion of the crop would sometimes be burnt. By this means, the market was starved, and the limited supply commanded very high prices. Thus firmly established in the Moluccas, the activity of the company with marvelous rapidity overspread the entire East. Already in 1619, it was found necessary to create a capital of the Dutch East Indies, which should at once serve as an administrative center of government and be a general emporium of traffic. The factory of Jakarta in Java was chosen as the site of an Oriental Amsterdam and received the name of Batavia, March 1619. From this center, not without considerable opposition and some serious fighting, but slowly and surely, partly by conquests, partly by alliances, the Dutch dominion was established over the richest and most beautiful island of the Malayan archipelago. The supreme administration of the company in the East was vested in a Governor-General of the Indies appointed by the Council of 17 for 5 years, and whose official residence was Batavia. He was assisted by a council, also nominated by the home authorities. The first council bore the title of Director General and discharged the functions of Minister of Commerce. There was, however, practically but little restraint upon the autocratic powers of a strong Governor-General. Under him were 7, after the foundation of Cape Colony in 1651, 8 local governors, armed with considerable powers in their own districts, but in all matters of high policy, purely subordinates. The Governor-General, with his command over all the forces of the company, by land and sea, and his unrestricted control of finance, in fact, exercised, if he willed, an almost absolute sway, which made him appear a mighty potentate to the rulers of the innumerable petty eastern states, who looked to him as the arbiter of their fortunes. It was a great position, and it had a succession of worthy occupants. The holders of the office during the period under consideration were Jan Pieterszoon Cohen, 1617 to 22, and again 1628 to 9. Peter Carpentier, 1622 to 8. Jacob Specks, 1629 to 32. Hendrik Brouwer, 1632 to 6. And Anthony Van Diemen, 1636 to 45. All these 5 were men of energy and capacity, but the names of Cohen and Van Diemen stand out preeminent. To Cohen's resolute courage and somewhat truculent vigor, the company owed in no small measure the establishment of their power in the East. Under the active and statesmanlike administration of Van Diemen, that power was consolidated and extended. In his days, the affairs of the company reached perhaps their highest point of material prosperity. It is impossible here to trace out, even in outline, the story of Dutch enterprise in the East Indies. It must suffice for us to give a brief review of the results, taking in order the various centers of the company's political and commercial influence. It has already been mentioned that the seat of government had been in 1619 fixed at Batavia in Java, and from this time the island, though its actual conquest took many years, may be regarded as a Dutch possession. In the 2 large adjoining islands of Sumatra and Borneo, a number of factories were established under agreements with the native chiefs, and a thriving trade carried on. More important was the treaty which in 1636 Governor Van Diemen concluded with the chief ruler in Ceylon, the King of Kandy. It was drawn up on the usual lines, a monopoly of commerce in exchange for protection against the Portuguese, who had long had possessions in the island. Already some of their forts had been captured by the Dutch, and a conquest taken in hand which was to give to the company, for a century and a half, their most valuable colony, next to Java, in the east. On the mainland of India, a footing was early gained both on the coast of Malabar and Coromandel. In 1640, under the auspices of Van Diemen, Malacca was conquered, giving to the Dutch the command of the straits. With Siam, trading relations had existed since 1613 and continued to flourish. A factory was placed at Adjudia, the old capital, and smaller trading posts at other places. From 1605 onward, Macassar, the chief place of Celebes, was frequented by Netherlanders, though its ruler was not till 1662 finally compelled by force of arms to submit to the company's dominion. The supremacy of the Dutch over all European rivals was specially marked in the extreme east. In 1623, an expedition sent out by Governor-General Cohen, under the command of Willem Botenko, made the conquest of the large and fruitful island of Formosa. The possession was secured by the building of Fort Zeelandia. A governor was appointed, and negotiations were opened with the Chinese for the interchange of commodities. Formosa soon became a very flourishing entrepot, as may be gathered from the fact that in 1627, the export of Chinese silk from Formosa to Batavia reached the value of 559,493 florins, to Japan 621,655, or a total of 1,181,148 florins. Formosa became also the chief mart for the export of tea, a luxury at that time, which the Dutch had been the first to introduce into Europe. The mention of Japan suggests a brief summary of one of the most remarkable chapters in the history of the Dutch East India Company. So early as 1609, a famous traveler, Peter von der Broek, had visited Japan on an official mission and been received in friendly fashion by the shogun at Yedo, and in the following year 2 envoys, bearing credentials from Governor-General Peter Both, were able to obtain permission for the Dutch under close restrictions to trade with Japan. The Portuguese had been their predecessors here as elsewhere, and had for some 60 years held a privileged position in the island empire, and by the zeal of their missionaries, foremost among those, the famous Francis Xavier, had succeeded in converting a considerable part of the population to the religion of the cross. Later, however, a reaction set in. Fierce persecution arose, and finally the Portuguese were entirely expelled 1637-42, and Japanese Christianity extinguished in blood. The Netherlanders had to accommodate themselves to the new situation by many humiliations. They were required to choose between giving up their trade and renouncing all public profession of their creed. Their factory was removed from Ferrando, near Nagasaki, on the mainland, to the small neighboring islet of Decima, to which they were confined almost like prisoners. They submitted, however, to all the inconveniences of the position, and in the face of many difficulties were able, under a most capable and enterprising director, Francis Caron, to recoup themselves for the insults and contumely they had at times to endure by a most thriving trade. The annual imports of silk and other commodities amounted on the average to a value of 6 million florins, together with 1,200 and 1,400 chests of silver, worth another 5 million florin. For upwards of a century, the Dutch were the only Europeans who had any intercourse with Japan. To the west of Hindustan, openings for the extension of trade were seized with no less avidity. It was again Peter van der Broek who, in 1616, by his skill and enterprise, first opened up friendly relations with the Arabs and Persians. A trading post was established at Gambron, Bandar Abbas, on the Persian Gulf, with a dependency at Isfahan. In 1645, the informal privileges hitherto enjoyed were placed on a permanent basis by a treaty with the Shah, which conceded to the Netherlanders complete freedom of trade in the Persian Empire. On the Arabian coast, Mocha and other places were regularly visited. Just as the Dutch had brought the first tea to Europe from China in 1610, so they introduced coffee from Mocha in 1616. As a station of call, a settlement was, in 1638, made upon the island of Mauritius. The superior advantages of Table Bay at the Cape of Good Hope were, however, obvious, and in 1651 an expedition under Antony von Riebeck led the foundation of Cape Colony as a halfway house on the voyage to Batavia. Thus it has been seen that during the first half of the 17th century, the Dutch East India Company has succeeded in monopolizing a very large part of the trade of the entire Orient. It is unnecessary here to dwell upon its relations with its only serious rival, the English East India Company, or upon the many bickerings and collisions between them, culminating in the so-called massacre at Amboina. The international aspect of commercial expansion in the eastern seas is treated elsewhere. In their search for fresh avenues for trade, Netherlanders made important additions to geographical knowledge. The circumnavigations of the globe by Spielbergen, 1614-5, and by Van Schooten and Lermar, 1615-6, stand in the foremost rank of famous voyages. To the latter two belongs the honor of the discovery of the Straits of Le Maire between Staten Island and Tierra del Fuego, of the passage round Cape Horn, so named by Schooten from his birthplace, and of numerous islands in the Pacific. Schooten and Le Maire were first to explore the northern coast of New Guinea. Other Dutchmen had meanwhile been rediscovering the vast Australian continent, first sighted by a Portuguese vessel in 1542, to which they gave the name of New Holland, which it bore until the middle of the 19th century. Visits to the western coast in 1605, 1609, and 1619 are still perpetuated in Dufkin and Cohen Points, Dirk Hartog, and Rottenest Islands, the Swan River, and other relics of this earliest nomenclature. The northern portion was first explored in 1627-8, under the auspices of Governor-General Carpentier, whose memory is preserved in the Gulf of Carpentaria. More important still were the voyages of Abel Tasman in the days of Governor-General Van Diemen, 1642-4. To Tasman, the world is indebted for its first knowledge of the southern and eastern coast of New Holland, and for the discovery of Van Diemen's Land, now Tasmania, of New Zealand, and of the Fiji and Friendly Islands. Headlands, bays, rivers, and islands in many parts of the Australian continent still record the fact that they were discovered in the stadtholderate of Frederick Henry by the enterprise of Governor Van Diemen and by the ships of the great seaman Abel Tasman. It is time now to return to the history of the negotiations for peace, which hinge so largely upon the question of the Indies. To this question, as has already been pointed out, the outbreak of the revolution in Lisbon, December 1640, and the proclamation of the Duke of Braganza as King of Portugal gave an altogether new aspect. At first, the Dutch hailed the tidings that a new ally had arisen to help them in their protracted struggle with their ancient foe. To quote the words of a contemporary writer, in 1641 the King of Portugal was cherished here, in Holland, like a dearly loved child. But this could not last. A treaty was indeed concluded June 22, 1641, between Portugal and the United Provinces, in which the two powers agreed to assist each other in their contest for independence against a common enemy. In regard to Brazil, it was agreed that the conquered captaincies should be handed over to the Dutch in return for their active help in Europe. But John IV, in concluding this treaty, did not reckon with those most interested in the matter, the Portuguese colonists in Brazil. These, under the leadership of some men of rare capacity and energy, Vieira, Vidal, and others, rose in revolt against the Dutch intruders. It was a time when, after the return of Joan Moritz, the councils of the Netherlanders were weak and divided, and the efforts of the insurgents were crowned with considerable success. And as in Pernambuco, so in the Portuguese settlements in Africa and the East Indies, everywhere the colonists, roused by the news from the mother country, were eager to acclaim the accession of the House of Braganza. But in the East, as well as in the West, they found themselves confronted not by the hated Castilian, but by the Netherlander. It was a strange situation and a very difficult one. The tidings of the Portuguese risings were received in the Netherlands with something like angry consternation. Dutch pride and Dutch pockets were touched in their tenderest and most sensitive place, and with the feeling of indignation and enmity against Portugal, sprang up at the same time a sense that the turn which affairs had taken after 1641 had lessened, if not removed, many of the differences in the way of an agreement with Spain. The Spanish king no longer felt the same interest in the fate of the East Indies, Guinea, and Brazil. His own supreme desire was to stamp up rebellion in his own peninsula. The Netherlander, in his turn, unexpectedly called upon to fight for his lately made conquest, began to look upon the Spaniard as less dangerous to his hopes of commercial profit than the upstart Portuguese. Thus it seemed at last that the bitter opponents of a well-nigh 80 years might possibly be drawn together by the fact that they had now a common enemy. The chief obstacle in the way of a separate truce or peace between Spain and the United Provinces lay in the treaty concluded between the States General and the King of France in 1635, by which it was agreed that neither the king nor states should make any peace, truce, or armistice, except together and by common consent. This led to negotiations between Madrid and The Hague, being conducted at first, so far as possible, secretly, though it was not long before the French, having become aware of what was going on, used all their influence and all the resources of diplomacy to thwart proceedings so inimical to their interests. Progress, therefore, was slow, but the interchange of views steadily continued, and already in May 1646, the negotiations had assumed a definite shape. The proposal of the Spaniards was for a truce of 12 or 20 years, or for a peace, based upon the truce of 1609, with the same formalities, clauses, and conditions. Across the path still lay, however, the same obstacle which had, in 1609, been at length evaded by a subterfuge, and which could not a second time be so dealt with, but with Catalonia as well as Portugal in revolt, with the treasury empty and French armies encamped to the south of the Pyrenees. The Spaniards were practically on their knees. To secure peace with the United Provinces, and the Dutch as their allies, became to them, in the straits to which they were reduced, so vital a matter, that to attain so necessary an end, they were willing to make almost any sacrifice. The sacrifice demanded was the concession to the Dutch of security for their possessions and commerce in the Indies, and the Dutch being masters of the position, the concession, though withheld as long as possible and contested in its details by all the expedients of skillful diplomacy, had to be made, and made practically without reserve. Already at the end of 1646, a general agreement had been reached. Nevertheless, the ratification was delayed owing to a variety of causes. The Prince of Orange had, during the last years of his life, been converted to the necessity of a separate peace with Spain, and his goodwill was confirmed by assurances that the interests of the House of Orange-Nassau would be treated with the fullest consideration. But Frederick Henry had returned from the campaign of Hulst, hopelessly broken in health and with rapidly failing faculties of mind and body. After cruel sufferings, he expired March 14, 1647, lamented by Netherlanders of all classes, creeds, and opinions. The States General recognized the splendid services of the great stadtholder by according him a magnificent public funeral. Frederick Henry was buried by the side of his father and brother in his native town of Delft. The removal of such a man at such a time was a national disaster, for local and provincial jealousies were rampant in a country where there were 7 sovereign states, and each town was a small republic with its own rights and immunities, and the withdrawal of the commanding personal influence of the prince allowed free play to the forces, which made for delay and obstruction. Nevertheless, the negotiations at Münster between the Dutch envoys, foremost amongst whom were Paul and Van Noot, the representatives respectively of Holland and Zeeland, and the Spanish plenipotentiaries, Count Penaranda and Antoine Brun, went steadily on, and, despite the strenuous opposition of the provinces of Zeeland and of Utrecht, a successful issue was at length reached. The treaty consisted of 79 articles, was signed by the plenipotentiaries at Münster on January 30th, 1648. Its chief provisions were these. The United Provinces were recognized as a free sovereign and independent state. The bond of connection with the empire was finally severed. The Republic held all its conquests. No conditions were made for the Roman Catholics. Freedom of trade in East and West Indies was conceded, and the East and West India Companies confirmed in the possession of the territories taken from the Portuguese, and of their settlements and trading posts generally. The Scheldt was declared closed. To the House of Orange, most advantageous terms were offered, and all its confiscated property was restored. A special treaty of trade and navigation with Spain was shortly afterwards concluded. Thus the 80 Years' War for Dutch independence came to an end, leaving all the fruits of victory to the revolted provinces. End of section 75. Section 76 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24, Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, by George Edmunson, Part 4. The Peace of Münster found the United Netherlands at the very summit of their greatness. They stood forth in 1648 without a rival, as the first of maritime and commercial powers. But more than this, the period of Frederick Henry has been rightly styled the golden age of the Dutch Republic, because the Netherlanders in that great time held a supremacy in the domains of science, of learning, of letters, and of the arts, as indisputable as their supremacy upon the seas. This chapter would be incomplete did it not give some account, however brief, of that wonderful outburst of intellectual activity and many-sided culture, which, for the greater part of the 17th century, placed the Dutch people in the forefront of European progress and civilization. Many circumstances combined to give the impetus which so profoundly stirred the whole spirit of a race traditionally supposed to be distinguished by solid and phlegmatic rather than for brilliant characteristics. In the first place, a large concourse of religious and political refugees, Flemings and Walloons, French Huguenots, Spanish and Portuguese Jews, had sought an asylum within the borders of the Republic, and brought with them not only fresh blood and new ideas, but their skill and industry into their adopted country. Among these settlers were an exceptional number of men of light and leading. In the next place, the worldwide extension of commerce diffused a general prosperity, and at the same time enlarged the horizon of men's outlook upon life. A large number of Netherlanders were traveled men, familiarly acquainted with many languages, and the multiplicity of trade interests and of intercourse with foreign lands caused education to be prized, and to become more widespread than in any other country. Lastly, the political institutions and social conditions of 17th century Holland gave to her people a civilization with something of the tone and characteristics of modern times. Freedom of the press and liberty of thought and speech had their first home here. Moreover, the growth in wealth and culture of a large burgher class, in whose hands the government of the country really rested, accompanied by the practical disappearance, during the wars, of the ancient nobility as a privileged caste, led to the breaking down of those social barriers which subsisted in neighboring states to the detriment of national progress and development. The foundation of the Academy at Leyden, as a reward to the citizens for their heroic defense in 1574, was symbolic of the spirit which was to pervade the new republic, then struggling in its birth throes. Never, surely, has a university attained more quickly to worldwide renown. Its walls were speedily crowded with students from many lands, its chairs filled by the most famous men of learning of the day: Justus Livius, Josephus Justus Scaliger, Daniel Heinsius, Gerardus Johannes Vossius, Philip Cluverius, Clusius, Mercerius, Franciscus Junius, Arminius, Vostius, Episcopius, names of European repute, were all professors at Leyden University during the first half-century of its existence. Nor did Leyden stand alone. Similar academies were founded at Franeker, 1584, Groningen, 1614, Amsterdam, 1632, Utrecht, 1636, and Havervik, 1646. Splendid were the fruits produced by these efforts to promote higher education in the land. To all scholars and philologists, the fame of Daniel Heinsius, 1582 to 1655, and his son Nicholas, 1620 to 81, of Gerardus Johannes Vossius, 1577 to 1650, and his 5 sons, foremost among them Isaac, 1618 to 88, as men of profound erudition and brilliant critical acumen, is still fresh after the lapse of more than 2 centuries and a half, and with them are remembered Caspar Barlius, 1584 to 1648, and Hugo Grotius, 1583 to 1645. All these scholars, particularly Barlius and Grotius, were noted for their perfect mastery of the Latin tongue as a literary instrument. In days when it was the fashion to write Latin poems, those published by Daniel Heinsius, Caspar Barlius, and Hugo Grotius placed their authors in the front rank in this class of composition. Of Hugo Grotius it is impossible to write, even at this distance of time, without feeling something of the wonder which the brilliancy of his talents and the versatility of his acquirements inspired. Scholar, poet, theologian, historian, jurist, philosopher, letter writer, there was no branch of learning in which he did not excel, no species of writing in which he did not prove himself a master. His famous treatise, De Jure, Belli et Pacis, is still the textbook on which international law is based. Only less important in its influence on public opinion in Europe was his Mare Liberum. His introduction to Holland's jurisprudence in Leidinger taught Die Holländische Rechtsgeleerdheid, written in the vernacular, though of more local interest, is a standard work upon the subject. As historian, Grotius stands in the highest class. The Annales et Historiae de Rebus Belgicus has always been regarded as the best contemporary account of the revolt of the Netherlands. It is at once accurate and impartial, and in its finished Latinity, a model of literary form. Of less value was his Liber de Antiquita Republica Batavica. To theology he made numerous contributions. His Annotatione in Vitis et in Novum Testamentum are still consulted upon questions of interpretation, and were once in everyone's hands, while the De Veritate Religionis Christiani, rapidly translated into many languages, occupies a high position in Christian apologetic literature. These are but the most renowned of the works given to the world by this remarkable man, who, by the irony of untoward fate, was condemned to spend the last 23 years of his life in banishment from the native land he loved. During the greater part of this time, Grotius resided in Paris, and for 11 years, 1634 to 45, filled the post of Swedish ambassador at the French court. To his long exile, posterity is, however, indebted in a large measure for the voluminous correspondence of Grotius with relatives, friends, and savants in Holland, and with the Oxenstierna, Axel and John, Salvius, and other Swedish statesmen. Considerably more than 3,000 of his letters have been published, and they furnish a mass of valuable material, bearing upon his own life and upon the history of his eventful times. The fame of Hugo Grotius naturally leads us from the men who made Latin the vehicle of literary expression to those who were the creators of a vigorous and varied literature in the vernacular tongue. The ancient Chamber of Rhetoric at Amsterdam, known by its model, In Liefde Bloeiendi, passed in 1581 under the joint direction of a notable triumvirate, Dirk Volkerts Cohenhert, Hendrik Lorenzoon-Spiegel, and Roma Fischer, who, lamenting the decay and degeneracy of their mother tongue, set themselves the task of raising, restoring, and enriching it. That they were in no small measure successful in their aim entitles them to high praise as literary and linguistic reformers. During the opening decade of the 17th century, the house of Roma Fischer, died 1620, who was a rich Amsterdam merchant, became a focus of a new literary life and productiveness. The Marshal of Holland, as the shrewd and sapient Roma was styled by his admirers, delighted to give all the encouragement and help in his power to young and rising talent, and his own genial hospitality, aided in no slight degree by the similar attractions of his two gifted daughters, Anna, 1584 to 1651, and Maria Tesselschade, 1594 to 1649, made his salon the meeting place of the select spirits of the day. It is surprising indeed to what an extent the subtle influence and personality of these two sisters, and especially of the younger, pervades the whole history of the great age of Dutch literature, associated with the names of Brederoe, Vondel, Katz, Hooft, and Huygens. In Geerbrand, Adriaanzo Broederoe, 1585 to 1618, we have the only counterpart in Dutch letters to the Jan Steens and Brouwers of contemporary art. His comedies, written in the dialect of the street, present us with veritable pictures of the life and manners of the people in old Amsterdam. His songs, though coarse at times, are full of passion and natural feeling, and show that, had not the dissipations and disappointments of a wayward youth brought his promising career to an untimely close, Brederoux might have attained to high poetic distinction. The case was very different with Joost van den Vondel, 1587 to 1679, whose literary activity covered more than 70 years. Vondel's parents were among the many refugees who fled from Antwerp to Amsterdam. His early education had been neglected, but by dint of a quite extraordinary application, he acquired a familiar acquaintance first with French, German, and Italian, and later with Latin and Greek. With the masterpieces of classical antiquity, he made himself thoroughly at home by translating them into Dutch verse. His original work is prodigious in quantity, and he tried his hand at every kind of poetical writing: dramatic, lyrical, religious, didactic, and satirical. At a time when medieval mysteries and moralities represented in the Netherlands the highest dramatic art, Vondel set himself to the task of restoring to the drama the elevation and dignity of classical tragedy. All his plays follow the Greek model and adhere strictly to the three unities. A considerable number draw their subject matter from the Bible, and, as productions for the stage, they are lacking in life, movement, and sustained interest. Fine passages abound, and not a few noble scenes. But the interminable Alexandrines grow wearisome with their monotonous cadence. But the Vondelian drama, with all its defects, deserves a permanent place in literature by the splendor of its lyrical choruses. Vondel was a born singer, and in these choral odes he has given free play to his natural bent. It is in these, and in his occasional pieces, written in connection with all kinds of events in every conceivable variety of meter, that Vondel's genius is seen at its highest and best. He handled his somewhat harsh and rugged northern tongue with a consummate ease and prodigality of power that excites wondering admiration. Vondel's writings, though they brought him many friends, likewise made for him numerous enemies, for he wielded the lash of satire mercilessly, and he did not win for himself either wealth or position. He began life as a hosier, and when with advancing years he lost all his money through the misconduct of his son, he had to earn his living as a clerk in the Amsterdam pawnbroking bank. This lack of worldly success was due in large measure to the poet's uncompromising polemical advocacy in early manhood of the cause of Oldenbarneveld, and in later years of the Roman Catholic faith, to which he became a convert about 1640. The most famous of Vondel's dramas are Palamedes, 1625, Guybrecht von Amstel, 1637, and Lucifer, 1654. Jacob Cats, the most popular and widely read of all Dutch poets, whose writings are as simple and unsophisticated in their diction as they are rich in quaint fancy, wise and pure in their precepts, admirable in their sound sense, and large-hearted in their view of human life, was for 22 years Grand Pensionary of Holland, and was twice sent as envoy extraordinary from the States General to England. Essentially the poet of the people, amongst whom to this day he is familiarly known as Father Cats. His works are to be found beside the Bible in many a Dutch homestead. Peter Corneliszoon Hooft sprang from a patrician burgher family of Amsterdam, and in recognition of the services of his father, a famous burgomaster, was in 1609 appointed to the comfortable post of Drost, governor of Muiden, and bailiff of Goeland. The castle of Muiden, on the Zuider Zee, a few miles to the east of Amsterdam, became henceforth for 38 years not merely his official residence, but the home of letters, the chosen rendezvous of the literary celebrities of the day. Of the Moederkring, the Muiden Circle, as it is always called in Dutch literature, much has been written, but the sources of information are plentiful. Above all, in the correspondence of Hooft with his specially intimate friends, his brother-in-law, Justus Bach, Constantine Huygens, Caspar Barlius, and Maria Tettelschad-Vischer. A wonderfully vivid and delightful picture is presented of Buden and its frequenters, and of the many social gatherings beneath its hospitable roof. Foremost among the portraits which these letters contain are those of the Drost's two wives, Christina van Erp, died 1624, and Eleanor Helmans, married 1627, both charming women and ideal hostesses. Besides the intimates above named, the Moederkrieg numbered among its more famous members Gerard Vossius, the foremost scholar of his time, Laurens Riel, the Dutch Raleigh, soldier, sailor, poet, sometime governor of the East Indies, Samuel Koster, physician and dramatist, the founder of the Netherlands Academy, Jan Vos, tragedian and epigrammatist, Dick Sweelinck, the renowned organist, Franziska Duart, a famous songstress, Anna Römers-Vischer, the poetess, and at times, though rarely, Vondel, but he was proud in his poverty and averse from patronage. The most brilliant, perhaps, of all the frequenters of Buden, Constantine Huygens, 1596 to 1687, was the son-in-law of Barlius, and is known to history as the private secretary and confidential advisor of three stadtholders, Frederick Henry, William II, and William III. He spent 62 years in devoted service to the House of Orange. Proficient in many languages, ancient and modern, acquainted with every branch of knowledge, an admirable musician and composer of music, the writing of verses was to him a pastime of the leisure hours of a lifetime, crowded with other interests and activities. His numerous short poems, fastidious in style and pithy in expression, are interesting because they reveal the sentiments and reflections of a man versed in affairs, familiar with court life, and endowed with the finest critical faculties and tastes. The high culture attained by women of the burgher class is one of the most striking features of 17th century life in the Netherlands. Anna Maria Schuurman, 1607 to 84, was a phenomenon of learning and accomplishments. Not only did she excel in painting, carving, and many arts, but acquired fame as linguist, scholar, theologian, philosopher, scientist, and astronomer. She could speak French, English, Italian, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and had a thorough literary knowledge not only of these languages, but of Syriac, Chaldee, Arabic, and Ethiopic. Of the sisters Vischer, of whom mention has already been made, the elder Anna was a woman of unusual erudition and a poetess of no mean merit, but her fame has paled before the glamour which has surrounded the name of Maria Tesselschade, if but a fraction of what is said in her praise by the crowd of distinguished admirers who burnt incense at her shrine. Be true, the beautiful Tesselschade must be considered one of the most admirable and accomplished types of womanhood that the imagination of the poet or the pen of the romancer has ever devised. All the first literary men of her time were, not figuratively only, but often literally, her devotees. Hooft and Huygens, Barlius and Brederoot, wooed in vain for her affections. Vondel and Katz, with less ardor perhaps, but equal admiration, offered rich tributes of homage to her personal charms, as well as to her intellectual gifts. She was careless of fame, and most of her poetical efforts, including her much-praised translation of the Garrula Sem Liberata, have perished. Among the scanty remains, a fine lyric on the nightingale has some curious points of resemblance to Shelley's Ode to a Skylark. She could play with skill upon the harp, and her lovely voice, and the art with which she used it, won universal praise. She was, moreover, dexterous in all kinds of needlework, in painting, carving, and etching upon glass. But she was no pedant. Her healthy and well-balanced nature remained unspoilt by the flatteries that besieged her, and she gave her heart to a plain sea captain, and during a happy but too short married life at Alkmaar, devoted herself to the sedulous discharge of her motherly and domestic duties. In her widowhood, she returned to Amsterdam and busied herself again with literary pursuits, and to the last, her captivating personality retained its spell over her contemporaries, and may be said to have survived as a tradition among her countrymen, even to the present day. A few words should be added as to Hoof's own writings. Up to 1616, he had been known as the author of a number of pretty love songs, and as a dramatist who had caught the popular ear. Neither the plays nor the lyrics of Hoof are, however, of first-class merit, and it stands on record that he himself had no high opinion of them. His real fame rests upon his Netherland histories, to the writing of which, with unremitting toil, he gave up the last 20 years of his life. His aim was to give to the world such a narrative of the revolt of the Netherlands as should be a masterpiece in style and form as well as matter. In order to perfect himself on the best classical model, he translated the whole of the works of Tacitus into Dutch, and read them through, it is said, 52 times. Besides taking extraordinary pains to obtain the most accurate and trustworthy information, he strove to match his style to the greatness of his subject, in order to become the Tacitus of the Netherlands, as by the general consent of his contemporaries he was named. He likewise avowed it to be his principle to be absolutely impartial and never to conceal the truth, even were it to the injury of the fatherland. His celebrated prose epic, the Nederlandsche Historien, was left unfinished, but has earned him high praise. It covers the period 1555 to 85, and though marred at times by pedantic purism of phrase and diction, is a creative effort of unusual merit, whether regarded from the historical or from the literary point of view. In this great era, philosophy and science flourished on Dutch soil no less fruitfully than scholarship and letters. Holland was the birthplace alike of the Cartesian and Spinozan systems. René Descartes was French by origin, but he came to Holland in 1617 and resided there continuously from 1629 to 1649. And it was in that province that his famous mathematical and philosophical treatises were written and published. His disciple, Baruch Spinoza, 1632 to 76, who, as a deep and original thinker, was to rival his master in repute, though by extraction a Portuguese Jew, was born at Amsterdam and never quitted his native land. Of scientific observers and discoverers who made valuable and permanent additions to knowledge, a long list might be given, but it must suffice to mention 3. The exhaustive and minute researches of Jan Swammerdam, 1637 to 80, into the habits and metamorphoses of insects from the basis of all subsequent investigations of the subject, by his lifelong labors with the microscope, which he greatly improved. Anthony van Leeuwenhoek, 1632 to 1723, amassed vast stores of information concerning the circulation of the blood and the structure of the eye and brain, and made the discovery of the infusoria. Concerning Christian Huygens, 1629 to 93, the distinguished son of a distinguished father, geometrician, astronomer, original thinker, and brilliant mechanical genius, a treatise might be written. As a mathematician, he has had few equals. He increased the powers of the telescope, constructed the first pendulum clock, and invented the micrometer. To him is due the discovery of the rings of Saturn and the conception of the undulatory theory of light. which has been so completely substantiated by modern scientific results. For sheer brain power, inventive faculty, and practical achievement, the annals of science contain few names which outvie that of Christian Huygens. It remains to record the fact that during the second quarter of the 17th century, the Dutch school of painting attained its zenith. Holland has been styled the land of Rembrandt, and not unjustly. There can be little question that the name of the great painter has been more widely known in after times, and that his fame has conferred a greater luster on his fatherland than that of any other Hollander who ever lived. And yet he was but the foremost representative of a school of painters, many of whom were his rivals in technical skill and facility of execution, though none of them possessed in like degree that almost magical power of coloring and of chiaroscuro, which lends to the canvases of Rembrandt the poetical mystery and depth of tone which is peculiarly their own. A mere tabular statement will suffice to show how rich this epoch was in painters, whose names are familiar to students of art as household words. Rembrandt van Rijn, 1607–69. Frans Hals, 1584–1666. Bartholomeus van der Helst, 1613–70. Jan Steen, 1626–79. Adrian Brouwer, 1608–41. Adrian van Ostad, 1610–85. Gerard Dow, 1613–80. Gabriel Metzu, 1615–67. Gerard Terburg, 1608–81. Paul Potter, 1625–54. Nicholas Bertram, 1624–83. Michiel Miereveld, 1567–1641. Ferdinand Boll, 1608–81. Philip Boeverman, 1620–68. Albert Cuyp, 1606–72. Art Vanderneer, 1619–83. Jacob Ruysdael, 1625–81. Meinert Urbina. Peter de Hoo. Jan Both, 1610–56. Jan Baptist Venix, 1621–60, were all living and working within the period with which this chapter deals. It is strange but true that so extraordinary an outburst of native artistic talent made but little impression upon contemporaries. In the literature of the time, Dutch painting and painters are rarely noticed. It is nevertheless to the painters that posterity owes the full and faithful portraiture and presentment of the appearance, dress, external habits, and customs of all classes of the people in the great days when the United Netherlands had won for themselves a unique place among the nations. Had there been no written records of men and manners in the Dutch Republic at its prime, the brush of Rembrandt, of Frans Hals, of Van der Helst, and their fellows would have conferred upon them immortality. The events which followed the conclusion of the Treaty of Münster bore a curious resemblance to those which had occurred during the 12 years' truce. Peace was in each case the precursor of civil strife, in which the provincial states of Holland stood opposed to the States General, under the leadership of a Prince of Orange. The party of Oberbronveld was crushed in 1618–9, but its principles survived. The province of Holland, on which lay the burden of providing more than half of the total charges of the Union, and whose trade was many times greater than that of the other provinces put together, resented, and not unnaturally, the position of equality with the other provinces in the States General, to which alone it was entitled under the provisions of the Union of Utrecht. The power of the States General to execute their will in defiance of the opposition of a sovereign province depended upon the personal authority of the Prince of Orange, who is captain and admiral general of the Union and head of the Council of State, was its executive officer, and who, as stadtholder of 6 provinces, was able further to exercise large influence upon the provincial states through his extensive patronage and other prerogatives. In the latter years of Frederick Henry, growing infirmities of body had led to a weakening of the almost unchallenged authority he had long exercised, and the states of Holland, under the leadership of Amsterdam, had not scrupled on several occasions to oppose his proposals and to mar his campaigns by refusing to furnish the necessary contributions for the payment of the troops. On his death in 1647, his son, William II, by virtue of the Act of Survival of 1631, succeeded him in his various offices and dignities. Antagonism between the new Prince of Orange and the States of Holland at once arose on the subject of the negotiations at Münster. To the policy of breaking with France and concluding a separate treaty of peace with Spain, William was entirely opposed. The negotiations had, however, proceeded so far that the youthful stadtholder, he was but 22, though supported by Zeeland and Utrecht, could effect nothing against the determination of Holland. William, nevertheless, speedily showed after his ascension that, in spite of his youth, he was a force to be reckoned with. His hereditary claims, combined with the striking presence, daring courage, attractive manners, and a generous disposition, assured him a secure place in the affections of the people. He was, moreover, a man of unusual ability and strength of character, his brain aglow with ambitious projects, as bold in action as he was fertile in resource. He longed for a renewal of the war with Spain, not merely because he hoped to emulate his ancestors by winning laurels on the field of battle. Peace had no sooner become assured than, in the deepest secrecy, he opened negotiations with the French court with the view to an alliance by the aid of which he could restore his brother-in-law, Charles II, to the English throne, enlarge the boundaries of the United Provinces, and gradually centralize their government and consolidate it into a unified state, in which he himself should exercise the supreme authority. These seem to have been the dreams on the realization of which he had set his heart, and it is not surprising that his policy should have clashed with that of the ruling oligarchy of Holland, bent on the maintenance of peace and the assertion to the utmost of their rights of provincial sovereignty. The question of the disbanding of the troops brought about a violent collision between the States General and the States of Holland, which gave to the prince an opportunity of taking decisive action for asserting the supremacy of the federal authority. That a large reduction in the military establishment should take place was the general wish of the whole country, and it was recommended by the Council of State with the approval of William himself. But the proposals of Holland were far more sweeping than those which the majority of the States General were prepared to sanction, and when they were rejected by the unanimous vote of the representatives of the other 6 provinces, the States of Holland made up their minds to carry out the disbanding of the troops in their pay on their own authority. The quarrel came to a head in 1650. The States General, in order to be prepared for a fresh outbreak of the war, which at that time seemed not improbable, and which, in fact, the Prince of Orange was secretly doing his utmost to precipitate, wished, while reducing the number of men, to retain the cadres of the regiments with their full complement of officers. From this Holland dissented, and finding that the States General were inflexible, the provincial states took the bit between their teeth, and on their own authority, June 1st, 1650, sent orders to the colonels of the regiments on the war sheet of Holland that they must disband on pain of stoppage of their pay. This implied that there were 7 provincial armies, instead of a single federal army under the sole control of the Captain General of the Union. But all precedent was against the States of Holland, whose representatives had in 1623, 1626, 1630, and 1642, voted in the States General for the enforcement upon other provinces for the compulsory payment of their full quota to the Federal Army in the service of the Union. The colonels, therefore, were strictly in their right in declining to receive any orders but those of the Council of State. On June 5th, the States General passed a resolution ordering the colonels to refuse obedience to the States of Holland, and a commission was appointed, with the Prince of Orange at its head, to visit the various towns of Holland and to take measures for the keeping of the peace and the maintenance of the Union. In doing this, the States General were in their turn acting outside their powers. They could negotiate with the provinces, but not with separate towns. Delft, Haarlem, and Medemblik refused to receive the deputation, but were willing to listen to the prince in his capacity as stadtholder. Amsterdam went further. It refused to give any hearing at all. This was too much. William protested against the action of Amsterdam before the States General and the States of Holland, and was resolved, by isolating the town, to coerce it separately. Amsterdam had for long been the soul of the opposition in Holland to the authority of the States General and of the stadtholder. With its enormous seaborne traffic, its accumulated capital, and the credit of its bank, the great commercial city had become the central exchange and mart of the world. Within its gates, mercantile and business considerations dominated men's thoughts, and high questions of politics and diplomacy were wont to be judged from the matter-of-fact standpoint of profit and loss. To the Amsterdam burghers, peace with Spain had meant freedom and security of trade in the Indies, and such a reduction of the military forces as would materially lower the heavy taxes and imposts. They were determined, therefore, that peace must not be broken, and that the troops must be disbanded, and they believed that, by refusing to open their purse, they could, in the long run, carry out their will. To what a high position of influence and independence the foremost merchants of Amsterdam had attained at this time is perhaps best known by the career of Louis de Geer. This man had, in return for loans advanced to Gustavus Adolphus, acquired the lease of the valuable iron and copper mines of Sweden, which he worked and developed, building foundries and factories in many places, and gradually acquiring vast landed possessions and the almost absolute control of the commerce of that country. He, from time to time, raised bodies of troops for the service of the States General and various foreign potentates, and supplied from his warehouse at Amsterdam and those of his near relatives, the family of Tripp, a large part of the ordnance for the use of the Dutch, Swedish, and other armies on the Protestant side in the 30 Years' War. In 1644, he even equipped and sent out from the Texel, at his own charges, 2 large fleets under Dutch admirals for the service of the Swedish government in their war with Denmark, by means of which Oxenstierna was able to wrest from Christian IV his naval supremacy in the Baltic. It is not surprising that, in a confederacy so loosely knit as that of the United Provinces, a town which numbered among its citizens men of the type of Louis de Geer, he died 1652, should have arrogated to itself the right to oppose the decisions not merely of the majority of the States General, but also at times of the states of its own province of Holland. In this very spring of 1650, when the States General had ordered the imprisonment for returning from Brazil contrary to orders of Admiral de With at The Hague, and of some of his captains at Amsterdam, to await their trial by a body of judges to be chosen from the different admiralty colleges. The magistracy of Amsterdam, under the leadership of the brothers Andries and Cornelis Bicker, had deliberately flouted the authority of the generality by setting the captains free. When these same magistrates refused to receive the stadtholder and his deputation, his patience was exhausted. He resolved to use boldly the powers that had been confided to him, and by a daring stroke to crush resistance by force. On July 30th, He invited 6 members of the States of Holland, chief among whom was Jacob de Witt, formerly burgomaster of Dordrecht, to meet him at his home at The Hague. They were immediately seized and carried off as prisoners to the castle of Loevestein. On the same day, a body of troops under the command of William Frederick of Nassau, Stadtholder of Friesland, was dispatched to Amsterdam with orders to enter the town by surprise. The surprise failed. The citizens were warned in time. The gates were closed and the town guard called out. William's end, however, was gained without bloodshed. Remembering what had happened in 1618-9, the States of Holland were terror-stricken at the seizure of 6 of their leaders, and Amsterdam, too, was afraid of the injury to its trade if resistance were prolonged. Both the states and the town council submitted. The proposal of the States General with regard to the disbanding of the forces were accepted, and the brothers Bicker at Amsterdam were compelled to resign their municipal posts and to withdraw from official life forever. Shortly afterwards, the prisoners were released from Loevestein. The prince's triumph was complete, and he received the thanks of the various provincial states for what he had done. With restless energy, he next proceeded to carry out his external policy. In the utmost secrecy, he entered into negotiations with Mazarin through the Count d'Estrades, then governor of Dunkirk. A draft treaty was actually drawn up in Paris and sent to d'Estrades in the month of October to take in person to The Hague, to which place in a letter dated October 2nd, 1650, William had pressingly invited him. According to this treaty, the French were in the following year, 1651, to attack Bruges with a large army, while a Dutch army was to besiege Antwerp, which city, after being captured, was to become the property of the Prince of Orange, and in his hands to be once more a rival to Amsterdam. Then both powers were to declare war upon Cromwell. Circumstantial evidence shows conclusively that the prince never saw this treaty, and it is therefore quite uncertain whether he would have approved of the terms. On October 8th, he had gone to Dieren in the Veluwe to hunt. On the 27th, he was seized with illness, which proved to be smallpox, and returned to The Hague. For some days he progressed favorably, but was suddenly taken worse, and expired on November 6, aged 24 years. A week later, his widow gave birth to a son, who was to become famous as William III. It was a tragic event, which appeals with singular force alike to our sympathy and our imagination. What William II would have achieved had his days not been so abruptly cut short, it is useless now to speculate. It is certain that he would have left his name deeply graven on the history of his time, more particularly upon that of the Dutch Republic. As the prince left only a posthumous infant to inherit his name and possessions, the anti-Orange, anti-Stadtholder party at once lifted up its head. The Great Assembly, which at the instigation of Holland met January 1651 to consider the questions of the Union, of religion, and of the military forces, virtually decided upon a policy of decentralization. The United Netherlands, under the new regime, became rather a confederacy of 7 semi-independent republics than a federal state, bound by a compact of union under a common government. Such a state of things would have been disastrous had not one of the 7 provinces held a position of complete supremacy among the others. The hegemony, which Holland had so long desired, became an accomplished fact, and her grand pensionary in reality, if not in name, the first minister of the Republic. Fortunately, in John de Witt, elected grand pensionary in 1653 at the age of 28, the states of Holland were able to command the services of a consummate statesman and diplomatist, who, through 20 years of storm and trial, stood at the helm and conducted the affairs of state and of war with a skill and courage the which will find recognition in a subsequent volume. End of section 76. Section 77 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25, The Transference of Colonial Power to the United Provinces and England, by Hugh E. Egerton, Part 1. The Papal Bull of Alexander VI, whatever its shortcomings, judicial or geographical, succeeded in its main object. Under it, the colonial energies of Spain and Portugal were diverted to different channels, with the entrance, however, upon the world stage of new sea powers, hostile to Rome's spiritual authority and to its temporal champions. There could not but occur a disturbance of the existing settlement. The union of Portugal with Spain in 1580 cleared the way for the struggle for colonial leadership. The Spanish colonial empire, although in some ways resting on rotten foundations, was for the most part impregnable against attacks by sea powers. The islands, which were of course vulnerable, formed no great portion of the Spanish dominion. So long as war lasted, Spain might indeed be robbed of the fruits of her colonies, and undoubtedly the crippling of her financial resources by the action of the sea powers was the main cause of Spain's political impotence in the 17th century. Nevertheless, neither the United Provinces nor England were able to strike at the heart of her colonial system. The Portuguese dominion was of a very different character. The existence of organized kingdoms in the East had prevented the full realization of Albuquerque's ideals, and the basis of Portuguese influence was to be found in sea power. The Portuguese dominion, by passing into the hands of Spain, was laid open to attack on the part of the United Provinces and England, whose strength was on the sea. Moreover, the material interests of the United Provinces were attacked. Hitherto their ships had been allowed to call at Lisbon and had secured the profit from the lucrative coasting trade with the European ports. With the closing of Lisbon to their ships, the Netherlanders were confronted with the choice of either being deprived of the sinews of war, or else of seeking trade for themselves in the East. For years, however, caution was necessary, and the aggressive policy did not finally prevail till the foundation of the Dutch West India Company in 1621, to which reference has already been made in the preceding chapter. The earlier East India Company, 1602, had represented the policy of the more cautious oligarchical party of Oldenbarnevelt. Still, even the most cautious could not resist prevailing tendencies, and in 1608 we find secret instructions to attack Portuguese or Spaniards or their goods and damage them as much as possible. The ships, which cannot be of use to you, you shall burn, and in no way release them for money, not even persons of distinction, if they cannot be exchanged for some prisoners of the company. While the Dutch strength was being developed, another power was appearing upon the scene. The English merchants had not been blind to the promise held out by the Eastern trade. At first, hopes were placed upon an overland trade from Turkey to the East, to obtain which was the object of the mission of William Harborne to the court of Amurath III in 1579. The establishment of the English Turkey Company in 1581 was the consequence of this mission. The letters of the English Jesuit Stephens, who had settled at Goa, 1579, aroused interest in the East. The difficulties in the way of overland trade were great, and after the defeat of the Spanish Armada, The English merchants determined to risk the chance of Portuguese opposition to a sea voyage. The royal leave was obtained, and 3 ships, under George Raymond, sailed for the East. The expedition was a failure, only 1 ship, under James Lancaster, accomplishing the voyage. Yet more disastrous was the venture of 1596 under Benjamin Wood, when not one of the company ever returned to give an account of the rest. Though the English may have been first in the field, when once the Netherlanders entered it, it was with more serious determination and on a grander scale. The Company of Foreign Merchants was formed in 1594, and in the following year an expedition was sent out, with Cornelis Houtman as merchant. It reached Bantam in safety and returned in 1597 with a cargo. The quarrels between the rival commanders had, however, prevented its commercial success. A rise in the price of pepper in the English market, consequent on this voyage, was the immediate cause of the memorable meeting of English merchants in 1599, which resulted in the foundation of the English East India Company. The need was indeed urgent, if rivalry with the Netherlands was to be attempted. Between 1595 and 1601, no less than 65 ships were sent out from the United Provinces in 15 separate voyages. The Dutch, further, sought to buy English ships. In addition, the English merchants were seriously hampered in the race by political considerations. In 1599, negotiations were on foot for a treaty with Spain, so that the moment was inopportune to throw down the gauntlet to Spanish pretensions. By the following year, the political situation had altered, and the English East India Company was incorporated on December 31st, 1600. In both England and the Netherlands, the chartered company was the natural outcome of circumstances. It was but the application to new needs of the principles which had given birth to the merchant adventurers and the other trading companies. In England, the failure of Gilbert and Raleigh to profit by private grants had emphasized the need of collective effort. The form of monopoly, which later times resented, seemed natural to the men of the time. Nor indeed, in the special circumstances of the case, was the claim to some kind of monopoly unreasonable. If the state had no settled revenue for the purpose of extending the area of the national influence, and if the individual trader left to himself was powerless to encounter the risks, the company which provided against these might well ask in return some compensation. For the private trader, if able to trade in peace, because of the security afforded by the company's ships and forts, would, by his freedom from such expenses, be enabled to undersell the company in the home market. To what difficulties the practical application of this argument led, where international relations were concerned, will be noted hereafter. The monopoly of the East India Company, though granted for 15 years, could be terminated at any time. After 2 years' notice, should it be found unprofitable to the nation. The government of the company was placed in the hands of a governor and 24 committeemen, who were elected by the Grand Assembly of the members. The committee might elect from their members a deputy governor. The East India Company at first consisted of city merchants, with whom were associated some seafaring adventurers. The only nobleman among the subscribers, the Earl of Cumberland, was of this character. When the court influence tried to foist Sir Edward Michael Bourne upon the stockholders for a position of trust, the attempt was met by the reply that the company had resolved not to employ any gentleman in any place of charge, because such employment might drive a great number of the adventurers to withdraw their contribution. In 1609, however, when the charter was renewed, the profits of the trade had become patent to all, and the Lord Treasurer, Lord Admiral, and many other influential noblemen were glad to become members of the company. The limit of time to the company's monopoly was removed. although the power still remained of terminating it after 3 years' warning. Joint stock ventures were substituted for the separate voyages of the first period, subscriptions being no longer raised for a single voyage, but for a certain period of time. This system avoided the clashing of interests which had marked the first, but there was still room for overlapping between the joint stock ventures and general voyages. Nor was the plan of a continuing joint stock finally adopted till after the Restoration in 1661. Strong as was the position of the company, it remained subject to the caprice and impecuniosity of the Stuart kings. A license to Michael Bourne in 1604 and to Sir James Cunningham in 1617 directly invaded the company's monopoly, and though very little came of these, the subsequent license granted to Sir William Courtine, 1635, out of which developed the Asada Association, brought the East India Company very near to ruin. The first expedition sent out by the company consisted of 4 vessels and a victualler, with James Lancaster as general of the fleet. The company refused officially to consider the question, which should be done in the way of reprisals, should the Portuguese attack, but allowed Lancaster to make such private agreement with the seamen as seemed advisable. The fleet set sail on February 13, 1601, and arrived at Aiken on June 5, 1602. The letter from the Queen delivered to the King of Aiken was a fine specimen of Elizabethan English and contained an admirable statement of the advantages of mutual trade. How much the King of Aiken may have understood of this excellent economic doctrine is doubtful, but he assented readily to articles securing liberty of trade and freedom from custom dues. It did not occur to the English to ask how far the mighty king of Deccan and Sumatra had authority to enforce his decrees throughout the island. Lancaster, after capturing a powerful Portuguese vessel in the Straits of Malacca, proceeded to Bantam, where he arrived on December 16, 1602. He obtained leave to trade and established a factory. Not being able to proceed to the Moluccas, Lancaster started for home on February 20, 1603, and arrived in the Downs in the September following. The value of the East India trade was attested by a cargo over £1 million of pepper. While the English company was thus quietly coming into life, its light was soon eclipsed by a more powerful rival. The Netherlanders recognized that the fierce competition of individual traders was acting against the general interest. Such competition both raised prices in the East and lowered them in the home market, till the margin of profit reached a vanishing point. In this state of things, the incorporation of the rival traders into a single body, working for the common good, became a matter of necessity, and the United East India Company was founded 1602, with a monopoly of the Eastern trade for 21 years. The task of welding into a single body, jealous and conflicting interests, was very difficult, but it was achieved. The complicated organization of the company reflected the history of its origin. It was in form a federation of companies rather than a single company. 6 separate provincial chambers had separate control of ships and weighers. To each there belonged a fixed proportion of the total trade, but as the share of Amsterdam was 1/2 from the first, there was no real equality among the chambers. Moreover, above the separate chambers was the Committee of 17, which decided upon the general policy and the measures to be carried through the separate chambers. This consisted of delegates from the provincial chambers. But inasmuch as Amsterdam was represented by 8 members, with it lay the controlling power over the company. The close connection between the company and the municipal bodies was not always an advantage. Every province, every town, every particular college being a state within a state, and anyone serving to delay or hinder operations. Upon the other hand, The company derived immense strength from the fact, as Misselden wrote, that merchants being at the helm, merchandise was accounted a matter of state. English diplomacy sought to impress upon the States General the danger of the overgrowing greatness of these directors, who are in effect a state within the state, but the two interests were too closely interwoven to be easily divided. In one respect at least, the Dutch company compared unfavorably with the English. In it, the generality had little or no voice in the decision of affairs, and the system of a narrow oligarchy was allowed to develop its natural consequences. Compared to this mighty engine, the English company seemed a small thing. Its capital was about £540,000, whereas the English company started with a stock of little over £30,000. Up to 1610, the English had only sent out 17 ships in all to the East. Between 1602 and 1610, the Dutch company sent out 60. In fact, the Dutch East India Company was the embodiment of the national needs, whereas the English represented but one side of English policy. Throughout the period in question, the same note of uncertainty marked the relations of England to the Spanish-Portuguese power. The truce signed between England and Spain in 1604 served but to emphasize this uncertainty. Under it, and the Treaty of 1630 could devise no better expedient. Free commerce was allowed between the two nations, where commerce was held before the breaking out of the war. The Portuguese maintained that this provision excluded the English from the trade with India. The English contended that there could be no case for exclusion, except with regard to places which were in the actual occupation of the Portuguese. It was the weakness rather than the will of the Portuguese, which caused, for the most part, a kind of sulky acquiescence in the presence of the English in the East. But neither were the English inclined to a bold policy. It is noteworthy that, in spite of the traditional hatred of Spain and the numerous causes of dispute in the East, the single act of conspicuous aggression committed by the English in the East was the capture of Ormuz in 1622. But this was an act dictated by trade interests, the Shah of Persia requiring this return for leave to trade in his dominions. The ambiguous situation is reflected in the conduct of Downton in 1614. He found himself obliged to refuse to cooperate with the Great Mogul against the Portuguese, unless directly attacked, although the seizure by the Portuguese of a ship of the Moguls had been occasioned by his reception of an English embassy. Fortunately, the folly of the Portuguese in themselves attacking the English saved Downton from an intolerable position. Of course, the settled policy of James I to maintain peace with Spain counted for much in the outcome of events. But probably no less important was the recognition by the trading instincts of the English people that the real struggle had become one for trade, and that where trade was concerned neither Spain nor Portugal was the real enemy. In this state of feeling, a modus vivendi was easily found in 1635 by the Portuguese viceroy and the English president Methwold. From this time, the relations between the English and Portuguese became, for the most part, more and more friendly. The emancipation of Portugal from Spain in 1640 removed the main English objection to the Portuguese power. A treaty between the two countries in 1642 ratified and continued the agreement of 1635, at the same time foreshadowing a perpetual peace and alliance. In 1654, there was a proposal for a union of interest between the English and Portuguese, with the object of driving the Dutch out of India. Nothing came of this, but the Portuguese at length allowed the English trade privileges in all their possessions in the East, with the exception of Macau. Contrast with this picture of tepid enmity, culminating in final friendship, the attitude of the United Provinces. It was this complete difference of aim which led no less than commercial jealousy to inevitable misunderstandings between the new rival powers. The vigor of the Dutch onslaught is attested by the evidence of the Portuguese. Already in 1604 they had quite spoiled the commerce in the southern parts, and no man dared budge forth or adventure anything. In 1607 the great damage suffered in the east caused Portugal to long for peace. Amboina had been taken from the Portuguese in 1605, and their fleet burnt at Malacca in the following year. From their first arrival in the east, the Dutch fastened upon the Molucca Islands as at once the seat of Portuguese power and of a very lucrative trade in spices. Allying themselves with the king of the independent island of Ternate, they attacked Tidor, 1605. The destruction of the Spanish-Portuguese fleet, December 1615, commanded by the Spanish governor of the Philippines, finally established the Dutch dominion in the Molucca Islands. Although the operations of the Spice Islands were directed against the Portuguese, they necessarily reacted upon the relations between the Dutch and the English. The conflict between the two powers was perhaps inevitable. Such a solution of the difficulty as was afterwards found, viz., the recognition by each power of special spheres of influence, was at the time impossible. The chances of establishing a lucrative trade upon the continent of India were, at the time, too doubtful to allow the English to abandon, without an effort to more immediate gains from the eastern archipelago. It is clear from the figures given in Munn's Discourse of Trade to the East Indies that the returns from pepper, clove, nutmegs, and mace were greater in proportion to their cost than those from silk, indigo, and calicos, but the former were mainly the products of Java, the Moluccas, and the Banda Islands. The constant efforts of the English to establish themselves in the dominions of the Great Mogul and in Persia were no doubt largely prompted by recognition of the Dutch superiority in the eastern islands. But much bickering and even bloodshedding was to take place before the rival powers settled down in their respective positions. Unhappily, the inevitable trade conflict was rendered more bitter by peculiar circumstances. Each nation cherished a special grievance against the other. The English regarded the Dutch as ungrateful parvenus, who, after having attained their freedom largely by means of English help, now sought to injure and ruin their benefactors. The Dutch, on the other hand, who had grasped the nettle of Portuguese dominion and were winning their way by force of arms, felt naturally indignant that the English should reap where they had sown and gather where they had strawed. It must be remembered that in 1609, according to Sir Thomas Overbury, the Dutch held 3 ships for every one possessed by the English. Dutch jealousy had appeared from the first. Davis, the English pilot to the Dutch expeditions of 1598, gives numerous proofs. Already, according to Dutch notions, the English were to be thrust in the corner. Nevertheless, at first, the relations between the rival merchants were, upon the whole, friendly. Edmund Scott, the first English factor at Bantam, received from the Dutch much kindness, in grateful recollection of the past history, and it was not till the arrival of Captain Siverson in 1605 that cordial relations were interrupted. The claim to commercial monopoly in the Spice Islands, a claim by no means perhaps unreasonable from the economic standpoint of the times, fanned into a flame the sparks of dissension. The changed atmosphere of the day is vividly reflected in the contemporary diaries and letters, when even the urbane Rowe could write of the Dutch as unthankful drunkards that we have relieved from cheese and cabbage, or rather from a chain with bread and water. We can imagine the language of the average Englishman. The Netherlanders in turn regarded the English no whit more favorably. If one dared, a Dutch admiral wrote in 1623, to do only 1/10 of what they do, he would not escape the cat o' nine tails. To the Dutch, who were achieving a mighty present, the English allusions to their past were especially galling. Thus Cox claimed that there was no comparison between their small state, governed by a county, with the mighty and powerful government of the King of England, which did, in some sort, govern them, keeping garrisons in their chiefest places. The English boasts were indeed ridiculous to those who only regarded the situation in the East. The establishment in 1609 of the office of Governor-General gave the Dutch rulers a prestige, in the face of which the English presidents seemed of slight importance. A succession of able and ambitious men, mostly risen from the lowest classes, was not likely to make smoother the paths of diplomacy. But if the fissure between the English and Dutch in the East was inevitable, none the less to those who inherited the Elizabethan tradition must it have seen that, in Gellen's words, XXII aftu to rarité. The struggle indeed partook of the character of a civil war. Thus Dale was still in the employ of the States General when he accepted, 1618, the command of the expedition mentioned below, which was directed against the Dutch in the East. He left the Netherlands on the very day that he received £1,000 for the time of his 7 years' absence in Virginia. The tiny Banda Islands were the scene upon which the struggle began. Successive English commanders had obtained cargoes in the Spice Islands, though with increasing difficulty. Their position, however, was a difficult one in the face of Dutch rivalry. A feeble attempt to establish a footing in the Banda Islands was met by the erection by the Dutch of Fort Nassau on Banda Nera, 1609. After this, Amboina and the Moluccas had fallen a prey to the Dutch through native hatred of the Portuguese, but little was gained by the change of masters, and the Bandanese had every reason to maintain their cherished independence. Meanwhile, the financial position of both companies was making for conflict. The huge expenses entailed by forts and military preparations were compelling the Dutch to enforce a monopoly of the trade in spices, while the glut of pepper in the English market was emphasizing the necessity of new commodities. In 1613, attempts were made to establish factories at Amboina and at Loco and Camberlow in Ceram, but Dutch influence prevailed to bar their establishment. Better things might be expected from the Banda Islands when the natives were at open war with the Dutch and were anxious to live and die with the English. In 1615, Ball attempted unsuccessfully to start a factory on Great Banda Island. The interview between Ball and Reinst, the Dutch Governor-General, gives a vivid picture of the international situation. He then, standing up, fluttering his papers at my face, saying we were rogues and vassals, not having anything but from Thomas Smith of London, saying that our King's Majesty had replied that they had all the right that might be, and no others to these places in Banda. Sir T. Smith then in presence silenced. In truth, the proverb was applicable. Qui veut le fin, veut le moyen. The English had the choice either to fight for the trade or else to retire with dignity. Unfortunately, they did not recognize this. When the inhabitants of Puluai offered a monopoly of their spice trade in return for an offensive and defensive alliance, the merchants at Bantam could only answer, for help to recover Nera. We could not do it without order from England. And yet an English factory was established on the island. In 1616, a small English fleet under Castleton sailed for the Banda Islands. Arriving at Puluai, they found the Dutch in great force at Nera. The inevitable but inglorious sequel was that the English agreed to remain neutral in the struggle between the Dutch and Bandanese, having been granted leave to remove their goods without molestation in the event of a Dutch conquest. In the face of this agreement, the acceptance by a subordinate, Hunt, of a grant from the natives of Pulo I and Pulo Run seems clearly invalid. In any case, force was on the side of the Dutch, and they proceeded to conquer Pulo I, erecting afterwards a fort. Pulo Run was still independent, and thither Corthorpe, a Englishman of stouter stuff, was sent at the close of 1616 to enforce the English claims. The Bandinese chiefs formally recorded their previous surrender of Pulo I and Pulo Run to the English, and covenanted not to sell their mace and nutmegs to any but them. A Dutch squadron from Neera was powerless to expel the English intruders, and the fortifying of the small island of Nalaka further strengthened Corthorpe's position. The want of discipline in the sailors led to the capture of one of Corthorpe's ships, and this was followed by the loss of the other. Nevertheless, though the Dutch governor Rothwell, anxious to avoid the scandal of open war, offered Corthorpe the return of his vessels, together with compensation and a cargo of spices on his departure, he stoutly refused to budge. He would not betray the country people who had surrendered up their land to the king's majesty. The weary months went on, but no attempt was made to relieve Corthorpe. He had only 38 men, who lived chiefly on rice and water. At last, however, the real meaning of the situation had been realized at home, and the dispatch of Dale in 1618, with powers both civil and military, in command of a strong fleet, was an open challenge to the Dutch. A French observer notes that the English and Dutch ships had been only prevented from fighting in the road of Bantam by the threat of the native governor that, should a conflict occur between them, he would cut the throats of all their men that he should find upon the land. The actual results of Dale's expedition were very small. Indeed, by taking part in the native attack upon the Dutch at Jakarta, he indirectly contributed to the rise of the new Dutch capital, Batavia, which was erected in 1619 near the old site. The Committee of 17 had been for some years urging the foundation of a strong rendezvous. Dale died at sea in 1619, and the intrepid Corthorpe was killed in a fray with the Dutch in the following year. Just before the news arrived, the agreement concluded in London between the two companies. The Dutch honored him with a stately funeral. He was assuredly Felix Oportunitas Mortis, the enforced surrender by the natives of Pulo Run to the Dutch, while the representative of the soi-disant sovereign stood idly by no means added to English prestige in the Far East. Welcome as, of course, would have been a genuine reconciliation of English and Dutch interests in the East. The agreement of 1619 merely hit a sore which continued to fester underneath. Already in 1613 and 1615, negotiations had taken place in London and The Hague. No result had been arrived at, partly because the king was averse from joining the Dutch in a vigorous war against Spain, and partly because the English company shrewdly suspected that the Hollanders had engaged themselves in a labyrinth of business and desired the assistance of the company to help them out. The cautious Roe advised in 1617 never to join stock for profit and loss, for their garrisons, charges, losses by negligence will engage you to bear part of their follies. Now, in their anxiety for a share of the spice trade, the English company proved more amenable, though the wisdom of the step was still questioned, and Chamberlain wrote to Carleton, "Say what they can, things have passed as the other would have it, which makes the world suspect that they have found great friends and made use of their wicked mammon." Among the members of the company, the dissatisfaction was so great that the factious and dissensions in the company, as we are told in the following year, had almost torn it in pieces. The agreement of June 2nd, 1619, applied the sponge to the past, and the officers of the two companies were for the future to act in cordial cooperation. The commerce of the East was declared free to either company, and excessive duties were to be regulated and lessened. The practice of liberal gifts was also to cease. The staple commodities were to be sold at prices fixed by the representatives of the two companies, and the pepper crop in Java was to be divided in equal shares. The English were to share in the trade of Policat, and in return pay half the expenses of fortifications. In the Moluccas, Banda Islands, and Amboyna, the English portion in the trade was limited to 1/3. The cost of forts and garrisons was to be defrayed by a duty on exports. For purposes of general defense, each company was to furnish 10 ships of war, with such auxiliary vessels as should prove necessary. A council of defense was instituted, consisting of 8 members, 4 from each company. The president to be chosen from each in monthly rotation. Fortresses were on both sides to remain in the hands of their present possessors. The question of the right of the English to build new forts, where such rights had been disputed by the Dutch, was to remain in suspense for 2 or 3 years. But forts taken by the industry and common forces of both companies were to be held in joint possession. Thenceforth neither company was to exclude the other, either by fortifications or by contracts, from any part of the Indies. The treaty was to hold good for 20 years, and any dispute that could not be settled, either by the council in India or by their companies at home, was to be referred to the king and the States General. A most cursory perusal of the treaty serves to show that it was drawn up by men who either did not know or willfully ignored the actual situation in the East. To talk of a friendly settlement without securing the foundations of such settlement was to waste words. Either the interests of the two companies should be identical, or they must remain hostile. But while they remained hostile, something more effective was required to enforce respect for the treaty than pious good wishes. What has been said of the two countries at a later date was already true. War à outrance, or the closest possible union, was the only solution of the problem. Moreover, the whole treaty was based on a false assumption. It assumed equality between the two companies. The real state of things was very different. The Dutch company was a great military organization, a mighty imperium in imperio, a powerful instrument of the Netherlands in their struggle with Spain. The English company was a trading venture with grumbling stockholders, existing at the mercy of a king, the main object of whose diplomacy was to preserve peace with Spain. To maintain ships of war, as enjoined by the agreement, was a task beyond the powers of the English company, and through the sheer weakness of the English, the provisions as to equality of position became a dead letter. Moreover, it was well for the so-called Allies that the power of Portugal was on the wane, or the joint Dutch and English expedition to Goa and Mozambique in 1622 must have led to disaster. The interchange of courtesies between the Dutch admiral and the English vice-admiral was more suited for Billingsgate than for the fellow officers of friendly powers. In this state of things, the refusal by the English to continue joint expeditions was doubtless wise. The fault was assuredly not all on one side. All in all, the Batavian authorities wrote home, "A disagreeable wife is bestowed upon us, and we do not know how to keep out of disputes." The 17 were themselves urgent for conciliation. They were conscious of the risk of losing our small portion of the Netherlands, thinking to make a conquest of the Indian world. They were encumbered with a loan of 8 million guilders, and their credit could stand no more. They feared that the jealousy of rivals might prevent the renewal of their charter. Nevertheless, the arrangement proved unworkable. The English factors preferred the time of our unfortunate war before a troubled peace. At Batavia and elsewhere, the will of the Dutch was law. They carried themselves as in a settled kingdom of their own, nor were matters mended by the prolonged negotiations which took place in 1622-3. modus vivendi on paper was arrived at, but Chamberlain rightly opined that the East India Company would never be the better for the new agreement. The real right of the Dutch lay in the enforcement of their might against the Spanish-Portuguese power, and unless the English were prepared to share the full burden, the Dutch would continue to hold them craven interlopers. A ghastly commentary on the agreement was afforded by what is known as the massacre at Amboina. Amboina, lying as a queen between the Isles of Banda and the Moluccas, had been won from Portugal by Dutch blood and treasure. Under the new arrangement, English trading was to be suffered gladly in this sacred spot of Dutch influence. Brooding in a sultry climate, with causes of friction daily multiplying, the Dutch governor, von Spoelt, believed, or feigned to believe, that a conspiracy was on foot to enable the English to surprise the fort. It is impossible to take this pretended conspiracy seriously. The story itself was not consistent, asserting both that opportunity was to be taken of the governor's absence and that he was to be massacred in the fort. The few English and Japanese in the island were in a hopeless minority. The English resident, Gabriel Towerson, an indolent, easygoing merchant who had tried to mend his fortunes at the cost of the great mogul through the influence of his Armenian wife, was the last man to embark upon a forlorn adventure. Moreover, even the success of such an enterprise must have entailed ruin upon the conspirators when the news reached England. No evidence was forthcoming to convict the prisoners, except confessions drawn from them under torture, and against these there were writings which solemnly revoked such confessions. Nevertheless, of the 18 Englishmen arrested, 12 were executed. The proceedings had been irregular. The Governor-General, Carpentier, regretted that the proper style of justice had not been followed. Before the execution, a letter had been received recalling the English from Amboina, so that von Spoelt might have obtained a bloodless victory. It seems certain that the Amboina proceedings took strong hold of English popular opinion and served to render general that deep distrust of the Dutch, which had been hitherto mainly confined to the mercantile classes. Those who wish the Dutch well, wrote Chamberlain, cannot hear or speak of this insolence without indignation. The king took it so to heart that he spoke somewhat exuberantly. I could wish that he would say less, so that he would do more. Secretary Conway wrote to Carleton, "There is not an English heart that can be content to give way to the continuance of these scorns, insolences, and barbarisms. God give your states wisdom not to be limned with the interest of the particulars and Bindenhevers, directors, or I dare prophesy that these 12 months to come will bring their vast enterprises by sea to a short and regular station." The East India Company demanded a real reparation and an equal separation. The necessities of European politics, however, forbade a conflict with the Dutch. A protest was appended by Charles I to the Treaty of Southampton in 1625, stating that if justice were not done by the states within 18 months, the king would enforce his rights by letters of reprisals and butchery on our subjects. The temporary detention of 3 ships, 1627-8, was the sole attempt made to enforce reparation. Nevertheless, Nemesis lay in wait, and when later the Dutch were confronted with the sterner methods of the Commonwealth and Cromwell, the Amboina proceedings were not forgotten in the day of reckoning. Lamentable, however, as was the tragedy, its political consequences were not unfavorable. It cleared the air. It inserted a wedge between the interests of the States General and those of the Dutch East India Company. Above all, it precipitated that complete severance of interests, under which the English company was to find safety, and in the end, empire. A ghost-like claim to Polo Run still haunted the diplomacy of the time, till it was finally laid by the clause in the Treaty of Breda, which gave that island and Suriname to the Dutch in return for New York. The English also, after a temporary withdrawal from Java, re-established a factory at Bantam in 1628. Still from the time of the proceedings at Amboina, the English never openly competed with the Dutch in the Eastern Archipelago. The Governor-General, Van Diemen, could say in 1641 that no European nation besides ourselves is admitted to the trade in pepper in the west coast of Sumatra. The spices are mostly in our hands, and Batavia increases daily in prosperity. In 1642, the overthrow of the Spanish fort on Formosa made the Dutch sole possessors of the island. The English factory at Ferrando in Japan owed its origin to an English sailor, William Adams, who had served as pilot to a Dutch expedition in 1598. Landing on the coast of Japan, he soon found favor with the emperor, who employed him in shipbuilding and as a pilot. A Dutch factory was started at Ferrando in 1609, and Adams wrote home in 1611, urging his countrymen to obtain a share in the Japanese trade. In 1613, an English expedition arrived under Saris, and a factory was started with Richard Cox in control. It proved a failure. Cox, though well-meaning, was ill-fitted for the post. Before his eyes there was always dangling the will-o'-the-wisp of a profitable Chinese trade. Probably, however, the English factory could have succeeded under no circumstances. The position of the Dutch was different. They were carrying on war against the Chinese junks, and were thus able to fling down goods in Japan at a nominal price. Their position in Ferrando was also useful in connection with the war in the Moluccas. They procured thence provisions and armaments, and also succors of men both for sea and land, the Japanese being a desperate warlike people and ready to adventure for good pay. The position of Christians in Japan was becoming more difficult, owing to the intrigues of the Jesuits and the refusal of the Spaniards to allow Japanese to be in New Spain, which things had prejudiced the new shogun against Christianity. In this state of things it was decided, after the coalition with the Dutch, to withdraw the English factory. The people of the land, their first English observer found, good of nature, courteous out of measure, and valiant in war. End of section 77.